legal in the US apparently, but I think I understand why. I tried all that one night. My husband paired it for me with some seasonings because I at least wanted to make it like a little bit pleasurable in my mouth. And bacon grease. Within 5 minutes, I had never felt so good as far as I can remember. Like on the carnivore
Really?
diet, my mind was like, it was crazy. So maybe like where you're at on your journey, if you prepare them, at least maybe some seasonings, bacon grease, and just try it, you might be surprised. I think people that are addicted to sugar and then they try that, they're gonna hate it.
I'm
I'm
a
just
I'm
saying.
a texture person. Like I have weird like there's certain things I don't like frozen cheese a lot of time. It's this texturiness and I can't even it doesn't matter how good it tastes. I can't eat it. But I will.
Oh,
At one point maybe I'll convince my brother-in-law to try to make it because he's quite a good chef and see if
yeah,
I can eat it that way. I'm not
yeah,
against trying
maybe
things.
crispy. It was really good because it was kind of crispy, and so it makes it a little bit easier. Okay, that's all I wanted to say.
I've got to watch some YouTube videos on it or something because I don't even know how I would prepare it or anything. I've just never had it before, but I've heard good things about it. But I,
I'm not
I,
against trying.
have you had any, Sean? Or
No, the only thing that I've had is these bison liver things right here for the nose to tail things. Literally, I have before in my life, but it's not for me. Honestly, um, I'm weird about certain things like that too, like the sardine thing. I know a lot. That was the big thing. Everybody's doing the sardine fast. That ain't
hey,
for me. I'm not eating those sardines. I don't know what you want me to do with that little fish anyway. Like you better give me a steak or some chicken, or you better give me a plate full of something. Because that little sardine, unless you got a whole bunch of them, that's not gonna do nothing for me anyway. I just can't do it. But nevertheless, I'm weird about it. I don't know, but it didn't taste like liver. They, like I said, it was a little tough. But it's if I were gonna try it, I would have to do the Dr. Berry thing and have it ground up in with my hamburger meat or something to where I didn't know it was in there and couldn't taste it real strong. Because if I tasted it, it'd be out for me.
I had that once. This company sent me. It was called their Ancestral Blend, and it was ground beef with liver in it, and it was delicious.
Mm.
I could do it that way. Yeah, I didn't really have to think. I wouldn't even have known if they hadn't told me, but that was pretty good. But hey, so
Oh yeah.
Amanda, I've got a question. So I know you're doing coaching, and I've heard on your channel before you talked about at one point. I don't know if this happens often for you, but getting like a little bit of a meat aversion for a while. I haven't had that. However, my wife, Jen, started carnivore and was doing really good, and then she got keto flu, and she's crazy. She started out as a vegetarian for many years, and she jumped right into carnivore. So that's a whole other thing. But then also in my community, I guess maybe as a result of those videos Jen and I did together, I've had a lot of other people say that. And just yesterday, a woman said to me, she's like, "Could you ask someone on the stream tomorrow? I'm a woman. I don't know if it matters if you're a woman or not, but she just said, I have a bad meat aversion. Like I know I should be eating it, but I just can't do it. Like, and they want to do carnivore, but they just don't know what to do. So I don't. Do you have any advice or any thoughts on that?
That is the one time that fasting is a good option. And here's why. If you were, this is the like logic always works for me. If I was starving and you put a steak in front of me, would I eat it? Yes. Like I'm starving. So if I have a steak in front of me and I don't want it, then I obviously am not truly hungry. And always it happens, always that it's like the brain is super powerful, by the way, y'all. Like this is
Mm.
side note, but there are actually diagnoses where the brain, they don't exactly know the mechanism, but the brain can actually have the legs stop working. There's nothing physiologically wrong with the legs, the nervous system. It's just a block in the mind, and the legs literally do not work. Okay. So
Hmm.
if you take that into consideration, then you look at you not or people having meat inversion, it's a preference. So I fast. Sometimes it's 12 hours. I think one time it took me 48 hours. At the end of the 48 hours, oh man, that steak looked delicious. Meat aversion gone. And
Mm.
that's my suggestion. I'm not a big proponent of fasting because here's the thing. I've been a binge eater and I don't have problems not eating or when I don't eat. I have problems when I do eat. And that's what I want to focus on. So fasting is my answer. Again, 10 hours, 12 hours, sometimes it's 24. It
That's a
gets you
great
right out of it
Absolutely.
every time, every single time.
right.
Absolutely. You talk about how powerful the mind is with the legs like that. Look
Mhm.
at broken heart syndrome or what is it? Prinzmetal angina, I think is what they call it too, like where you literally can have symptoms of a heart attack and like from emotional issues in the brain. Like, it's crazy what your mind can do, and your mind knows all your tricks. It knows all of your deepest, darkest secrets that nobody else knows. So when you start trying to make mind transformation, it knows what to use against you and how to trick you better than anything. And it's wild how it works, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
I want to answer because there's been actually a couple questions about avocado oil. This is going to vary person to person. I intermittently do use avocado oil. The reason is avocado has a very high smoke point, so you can use it on meats. If you're going strict carnivore, things like ghee, bacon grease, tallow are better, but I keep it in reserve in case we run out of bacon grease. Do not ever, you guys, ever cook meat with butter. You can add it. Butter has a very low smoke point, meaning it burns quickly. And even if you're just searing meat in a pan, it will burn and becomes carcinogenic. Just FYI, butter is for low temperature cooking. I just saw a couple people ask about avocado oil, so I thought I'd put my 2 cents in there.
No, that's a good one. I didn't know that. I love what you said about fasting too, because prior to starting carnivore, I think I tried every diet, and I did fasting for a while. I did a 3-day once, and once I did a 5-day. And when I did the 5-day, it was the closest I've ever felt to how I feel now as a carnivore. The brain fog started clearing up, and I was a little less anxious and things like that. It just wasn't sustainable, but that's a great tip, because it's like, then you get hungry, and I was definitely hungry after 5 days, and I wouldn't have had a problem eating a steak for sure. So, should we take some more questions? We were getting yelled at a little bit before in the comments. There's some good questions in there. Sometimes I blabber on too much. Adam, do we have any questions lined up we can ask Amanda?
Before we get too far from that, I see people saying stuff about butter. So browning butter isn't carcinogenic. It's burning it. And it's the milk solids and this is why ghee has a higher smoke point. The milk solids have been pulled out. That's the difference between butter and ghee. Okay. It's when the milk solids get burned, not browned. And this is why it's a very testy thing to cook meat in butter. I add butter after, because then there's no chance of burning it. Now, yeah, medium temp is fine, but no high cook.
Got it.
Anyways, go ahead. Sorry.
No worries. Adam, do we have any other super chats or questions we should cover?
We have super chats. I don't see any questions specifically for Amanda.
If you guys have some questions, throw them in the side there. I have another question. So you've given me some great tips. Buffalo Wild Wings was a game changer for sure. Do you have any other tips like that? Maybe like where to go out to eat? The butter one right now too. I didn't know that myself.
The one thing about Buffalo Wild Wings is if you are super duper sensitive, they do cook their fries and stuff in the tallow. So there's a slight trade-off. I mean, it's not the best, but it is one of the better options, I think. Their sauces are full of vegetable oils, even their dry ones, okay? Their dry rubs have vegetable oil in them. Don't ask me why, but they do. So I actually take a little container of my homemade buffalo sauce with me when I go, and I have no shame. I'll eat it in the restaurant. Get them naked, take your own, or eat them naked for Buffalo Wild Wings.
Yeah, and if you can't get your own sauce, eating them naked, I was like, oh, this isn't going to be that good. They were good. I put some salt on it. I think your tastes change once you're doing carnivore for a while. I don't know. Everything I eat now seems to taste amazing to me, but they were delicious naked, and I never would have thought that before. That used to be my go-to before carnivore, by the way. I love going to Buffalo Wild Wings, getting the sauce and dipping it in the ranch, which is full of seed oils and garbage, but no ranch and just plain. They were delicious.
Mm-hmm. I mean, they're good. I eat them. I've eaten them plain too when I haven't had about it. So, yeah.
What good books are you reading?
Really quickly because we have so many people and I'm slightly desperate. I have a beautiful dog named Olive here. I know this is about carnivore. I am trying to find her a home. She is a 65-pound hound dog, and I am trying to find her a wonderful home. We're just housing her right now. She is high energy and she needs walks. So anybody that is looking for a dog or knows someone, please share that. Like, she is the absolute sweetest dog, well socialized. I'm just going to take over the stream here. Sorry, Carrie.
No, go for it. Hey, I love dogs. Go for it.
Do you want another one? She's super sweet, super well socialized. She's just a lot of energy, needs a lot of walks is her problem.
Yeah,
There you go.
I'm good on the dogs. I love them, but not that much. We got the 2 dogs, 2 cats, 3 goats, 12 chickens, and we have the dog kennel, which I think there's 3 dogs in there right now. So
You're like, I'm full of animals.
yeah, we're good on that. You're just
All
so
the
people know though,
kids.
you're in Washington, right?
I am. I'm in Washington.
Yeah, so shout out anyone in the Washington area looking for a dog. Lots
Sweet
of carnivores
dog.
and dog lovers.
Got a super chat from Julie Watts. Amanda, your channel converted me to carnivore. Forever grateful.
Awesome.
Oh, thank you, Julie. I'm super happy for you. Like super.
There's
It's
another
not-
one, Julie Watts. Oh, sorry.
No, I was just gonna say that you never know who you're gonna help, who you're gonna influence, and the kind of impact you're gonna have. So it's critical. You know, it's very, very much critical that we share our experiences. You know, and so I appreciate that as well. I just asked a while ago, what books are you reading right now? Are you rereading back through some of the old ones, or do you have anything new that's inspiring to you that you would like to share? Or
I'm reading a book called Tiny Habits. It's by BJ Fogg. That one's a really good one. It pairs really nicely with Atomic Habits. So if you've read Atomic Habits, the Tiny Habits is perfect. It's a really good book.
Nice.
And then
I'll
I've
check
got
it out.
the Gulag Archipelago, which is a very heavy book. So that is
Mhm.
that's what I'm reading right now.
I know, Amanda, you've read this one already.
Uh-huh.
We're so fortunate he's going to be on later. I can't wait because I have a lot of heart conditions and my daughter had open heart surgery. And then this one, the man himself, I don't know if you guys read this one or not yet. I haven't read the whole thing, but just the beginning was fascinating. Dr. Baker's background story. Like, I didn't know he was a rugby player. I knew Dr. Chafee was. He was a major in the Air Force. I knew some of these things, but then when you start reading one after the other, it was really interesting. In terms of, we were talking about books like wisdom and stuff, this one you probably haven't heard of, or maybe you have. This book is one of my favorites. I carried it around with me. I gave it to my friend JT. I can't hold it in front of the camera here. It's called The Richest Man Who Ever Lived. It's not about getting rich. It's about gaining more wisdom and knowledge and things like that. It's just a great. I love this book. I think I got it 10 years ago, and I've probably given it out as a gift maybe 20 times now, and I always have it nearby. It's a really good one. Quick read too. So
Here's the one I'm reading also right now.
nice.
Andy Priscilla.
$50
Oh,
super
thank
chat.
you.
Silent majority.
Oh yeah.
Lynn just said I should keep the dog. We already have 3 dogs. We do not need a 4th dog.
And then
Scott's like, we're not keeping this dog. He's like, don't get attached to her. Even though she's sweet. He's like, do not get attached.
awesome. Hey, so one really crazy thing with this carnivore diet documentary is we talked about it before, but sharing the examples of real people, it's so inspirational to me. There's other YouTube channels, but sometimes you got to watch a bunch of videos. So we asked a bunch of people to give us some recordings, and I have a whole bunch of them, but I wanted to share one with you guys. Is that all right?
Go for it.
Cool. I think you'll like this one. I have a whole bunch of them. I put them all together at the end of the live stream at hour 24. In 19 hours from now, I'm going to play every one of them for 2 hours and 10 minutes. I asked for a couple, and the floodgates open. They're all 2 to 3 minutes, and it's 2 hours and 10 minutes worth of them. I was going through them yesterday, and some of these are really, really touching, but this was one I kind of stood out. Let me see here. This is Carnivore Brothers on YouTube, and every one of these I show, just so everyone knows, they get a shout out. It's in the description. I want to elevate all these voices. If you're doing carnivore, you're talking about it on YouTube, you have your own unique voice, tell me about it. I will subscribe myself and try to shout you out. So the link for any one of these I'm showing is in the description below.
Hey, Carrie, and the 24-hour live stream. What an amazing event. Super excited that you're putting this together. You've done so much for the carnivore community. Big time shout out, more to come. This is Ashley Rogers. I am one of the Carnivore Brothers. Our channel is the Carnivore Brothers on YouTube, and we started our channel, me and my brother Rhett Rogers. We both have introduction videos on there, and a couple other small videos. But we started the channel because of you. We wanted to document our journey. We want to document the success that we've had. And we can thank you for that. We can thank the whole carnivore community for being so welcoming and amazing. And it's been remarkable, the turnaround in both myself and my brother. One of the things that you mentioned early on in several videos is that ripple effect. And I actually started my carnivore journey about the same time as you did. Heard about it from a friend of mine who recommended I watch a couple of videos, and I thought, this is pretty cool. I can get into this, all meat. I can eat meat. I love meat. But I didn't do a whole lot of research, and I was kind of into it and not really serious about it until I saw your 30-day video. And that's what got me motivated. That's what inspired me, as it has, I know, a lot of people. You put out an amazing video there that just it hit a chord with me. And so I was all in from there. I researched like crazy, just like you did. Watched a ton of Dr. Berry, a ton of the other doctors that are on there. Learned as much as I could, but I went all in. And that's when the ripple effect started. I started out at my heaviest. I was 250 pounds. I'm now down. My recent weigh-in was 184, which is my high school weight. Absolutely thrilled with the results. But more than that was more about my why was the type 2 diabetes. My A1C score was through the roof again, and I needed to do something about it. So I feel like I've completely reversed that now, and doing much, much better. So a couple of weeks on the carnivore diet, my wife is amazing. She posts our lives because our family's spread out all over the world, and our family is posted on Facebook quite a bit. My brother saw a picture of me and he called me, dude, what are you doing? You're looking great. So I was telling him about it, and that's when the ripple effect started. He got on it, and man, he's had amazing results. He's gone from almost 300 pounds. This is what he looked like before. This is what he looks like a couple of weeks ago. He's lost over 80 pounds. It's absolutely amazing. Not only that, his depression he's dealt with for many, many years is almost gone. So many other things have improved with him. My parents, who I never thought would change their diet this way, but they started seeing our results, and they both started on it. My dad, this was his before. So excited to see his progress. He's lost over 30 pounds. I think they hit day 85 today. And this is him now. He got into his old Boy Scout shirt he hadn't put it on since he was 25 years old. That's amazing. And he's so excited. I'm so excited for him. It's just really, really neat to see the effects. The ripple effect continues. My brother's wife and one of their sons, they are working on starting. They're just new into it. So we'll keep you posted on their updates. I've got a cousin who's reached out to me. My dad's got multiple friends that have asked him about it. And the ripple effect continues. So thank you. We hope you check out our channel, Carnivore Brothers, on YouTube. We're going to be putting out more videos, but again, we're kind of new at it. We love the community. We want to document our story. We want to have some of our family also document their stories on our channel. So more of that to come. We're looking forward to sharing that with the carnivore community. So I hope you'll subscribe to our channel and keep up with our updates as well. Thank you, Carrie. All you've done, absolutely amazing. Love Homestead Hal. Love the channel. Love the information you're putting out. Keep it going. You got this. We got this. Carnivore community rocks.
Awesome. The ripple effect's pretty cool. Amanda, you've had to see in the ripple effect. Well, maybe you don't see a lot of it because people watch your channel and they get fired up and then they go off and do it. But have you had family, friends, people nearby?
Yeah, I mean, it's amazing the people that we touch, and sometimes they don't even tell us, but the emails that I get, it is, you improve one person's life and they can improve 10 people's, and it just grows and grows and grows exponentially as we share our journeys and impact other people. And it's amazing. I mean, it warms my soul. A lot of times I let Scott read the comments too, my husband, because he just gets so moved by it. It's amazing. Even his story, because I don't really talk about him too much, but He lost 25 pounds. And my husband's quite a bit older than I am, but for him, the big difference was he's always had low testosterone, switched to carnivore, changed nothing. His testosterone almost tripled.
Wow.
And so that for men, like concerns for them, is just sharing these things is just a huge impact on the world.
Yeah.
For sure.
It's kind of a good addiction to have. It seems like on carnivore you don't have any more addictions, but it is kind of addicting when you start hearing some of those stories and seeing people change their lives. And even if it's just some small way, they saw my video and then they watched a bunch of Dr. Berry videos and decided to do it. It's hard not to get fired up and want to share it with more people. So
Well, it
Definitely.
redesigns your focus, man. Like I know for me it has. You know, finding success. You're finding success. You're looking great. You're doing great on your journey, and I mean, like it's almost like once you find it, man, it just does something to you to be able to share that with other people. That's huge, man. And so thank you for doing what you do too.
yeah, it was like the first video I did. It was like this was just going to be kind of fun. And then I was like, whoa, this is actually kind of an important thing. And then I was fortunate to talk to Dr. Berry, and he's like, yeah, it turns into more of a responsibility. You have this information. There's hopeless people out there that I didn't know. I wish I knew about it 20 years ago, but I just didn't know about it. So
That's probably one of the biggest comments is people wishing they had found it sooner.
yeah,
And we can't turn back the clock anyway, but as long as we can share it, because what is it? I don't even remember the statistics exactly, but the comparison of 50 years ago of the 20-year-olds compared to the 20-year-olds now, but we're almost at 50% of Americans being overweight. And a large portion of that is obese, morbidly obese. And especially on Twitter, I know you guys probably have seen this too. Like, there's a lot of these fat liberalists or liberationists and activists, and it's like, I look at them, I'm like, I know what you're going through, and you're literally selling a lie to other people that you're happy fat, because it's miserable. At 360 pounds, I struggle to wipe my own butt. Like, most people don't want to admit that, but I will wholeheartedly admit that. It is a struggle being morbidly obese. It is miserable to the nth degree being morbidly obese, and sharing with people that you haven't gone too far down the road to turn around. And that's sometimes what people need to see. And that's why I think sharing all different journeys, because I've had people come to my channel. It's like, I don't need to lose weight, but I have like polycystic ovarian syndrome. And because I have that as well, it is so important to have so many different people and views to share their journey, because maybe they don't relate to me. They're not a female, or they've never been morbidly obese. It's hard to figure out, like, how did you get that big? But there are a lot of people that I can connect to, that like you, Carrie, that you can connect to that I don't. And I think that's why it's so important to have all the different stories.
absolutely. Yeah. So let's see. Wow, that time flew by. Do we have any more super chats or questions we want to get through for Amanda, Adam?
We have a couple questions here. Let's see. First one. Hi, Amanda. Rhett here. I'm in Washington, and we'll ask around. What part of Washington? No way my wife will let me have a dog in the house, but I know lots of dog lovers.
I'm in Northwest Washington, so Bellingham area. It's north of Seattle is where I'm at. So you want a dog? I've got a 65-pound lump of sweetness for you. She just needs exercise.
Nice. Let's see. We've got... where can I find beef tallow, and is there precautions to be aware of when cooking with it?
You can buy tallow. It is much cheaper if you make your own. It's very simple to make. Like, guys, it's so simple to make. Go to your butcher, or I go to Whole Foods. One of the ladies lives here, goes to Safeway, ask for the beef fat trimmings. You literally put them in a crock pot, stir them like every couple hours for 6 to 8 hours, strain it. Boom, you have beef tallow. That's all it is. It has a high smoke point, which is great to cook with. There's no precautions other than, which most people should know this, you should sanitize the jar you put your bacon grease in, and you should never use a fork or, a knife or anything that has food on it inside the jar, because then it makes it go bad faster. That stuff can keep out on the counter, the tallow that you make, for a year, unrefrigerated. It's super duper awesome.
Awesome. All right. Pierre says, love you. You saved my life, from France.
Thank you. That's so sweet.
Yeah, that's awesome. And we've got a 32 more super chats. I don't know if Amanda wants to sit here for me to
You
read
can go
through
through 'em real
those.
quick. That's fine.
All right. Gina Westra, 999 super sticker. Thank you so much. Bev Gray, 499 super sticker. Thank you. Richard Cooper, $50 super sticker. Woohoo. Thank you. Gina Westra, $10. I just figured out how to use this. LOL. Just love all you guys. Thank you so much. 5 years on the proper human diet. All diseases reversed. Go documentary. Let's support Christy Smith, $20. Thank you so much. Richard Cooper, $100. Awesome. Thank you. Living La Vida Carney, $20. People do not need to suffer and die of diabetes like my dad and brother. Let's change the world. Absolutely.
She submitted a video too, by the way. We'll be playing her shortly.
Very cool. Esther Sprinkle, $20. Dr. Wiedemann, why is my halting on the progression of macular degeneration? Thanks for all you do. I'm sorry we didn't get to your question while she was here, Esther. Let's see. I agree with Sean. Carnivore critical mass is coming unless YouTube shadow ban succeeds. Another CDM title candidate, Thrive. Carnivore Climber, $10. Thank you so much. Airline Vital, $50. Thank you. 78-year-old carnivore who loves Dr. Lisa, her humor, and her popular message. Suck it up, Buttercup. Thank you, Carrie, for your passion in the creation of the Carnivore movie. We need to change the world. Happy 40th birthday, Alia. All right. Christy Smith, $20. My husband, Tom, and is 45 days carnivore. Thank you to all sharing your stories. Thank you so much, Christy. Rose Bailey, $10 super sticker. Thank you so much. Westfield 90, $10. Such a remarkable community. So many people have completely transformed their health, which the medical community said could never be done. Thank you all for being motivational, helpful, and knowledgeable. Thank you so much, Westfield. Scrappy TLS, $10. Started carnivore 6/11/23. After watching Carrie's interview with Sean, down 43 pounds, reduced inflammation and joint pain, autoimmune, in remission after 4 years. Thank you. That's awesome, Scrappy. $20, chronically sick to chronically carnivore. So grateful for this community. Happy birthday, Alia. All right. Kathy Title, $20. Let's do this. My family needs to see the movie. They won't hear me. We hear you, Kathy. One Hope for All, $50. Wow, thank you. Let's turn the minds of the vegans and vegetarians. Let's talk about the toxic plants that are wreaking havoc on their bodies. They don't want to hear about eating meat. They don't realize the lies of veganism and vegetarianism. Thank you so much for the super chat. Nina Blackburn, new member, thank you. Adam S., $10. Catalyst Carrie. I've been part of the carnivore community for almost a year now and so impressed with how much it's grown. Carrie is the spark that has ignited the explosion. There you go, Carrie. Nessie B. Carrie got me going 89 days ago after playing the low carb debacle since 2011. $20. Thank you so much, Nessie. Daryl Johnson, $4.99 super sticker. Thank you so much. Leaf G, 240 NOK. $24, $1 per hour. Hello from Norway. Thank you so much. Fiat, $20. I would love my family to get on carnivore, but they think I'm crazy. Thank you for making this documentary. God bless everyone. Well, God bless you, Fiat. Thank you. You are my sunshine, $20. Carnivore is life-changing. Lost 40 pounds, inflammation and snoring since April 1st with the Carnivore Quest Challenge. Now I'm lifting weights at the gym. Thank you, Carrie at Homestead Hal, and everyone involved in this community. Thank you so much. You are my sunshine. Okay. NBGS TV, $5 on carnivore for three months, down 22 pounds, and I'm concerned about vitamin C. What's your take on it? Amanda, you want to answer that?
Meat actually has some vitamin C, and then also Dr. Berry, Dr. Sean Baker, and them have talked about it, that when you're not consuming all the chemicals and stuff, you actually don't need as much vitamin C because your body is not wasting it. Plus, I do want to point out this. Every single one of the daily nutrient intakes that we need for vitamins were done on mice. And the way they did this is they literally starved them of nutrients and then would slowly increase until they saw a subjective change in their behavior. Mice aren't human. We don't eat the same thing.
Mhm.
So it's a best guess at that. So plus, I don't know of one carnivore that's had scurvy. They actually found that it was because they were giving them grains. You look back in the reasoning behind scurvy and vitamin C, it's actually the grains.
Oh, wow.
That's my
Wow.
opinion. And
Well-
I will say, I do take a daily high quality multivitamin. I agreed to do it because my doctor following me, but that's me.
Very cool. Do you have anything you want to plug before we bring on the next guest?
Nope. Thank you guys so much for having me. I appreciate it. And everybody that is thinking about doing carnivore is on the fence. If carnivore is too much for you, then think about doing ketovore or even keto heavy meat, something. Just step into it because you'll find, or at least I found, a lot of people go keto to ketovore to carnivore or somewhere in between. Your life will be different. Not being held to food controlling us. It is night and day. I don't think I even mentioned this. I've lost over 120 pounds so far from the start of my journey.
Awesome.
And it saved my life. That's one thing I didn't actually finish saying is it saved my life. I was on the verge of my body just giving up. And I went from using the walker to now I paddleboard. I can hike 8+ miles. You know, I'm walking 3 times a day, especially with this doggo that we're watching right now. Life is different and it can be different from you. You've never gone too far that you can't turn back. Thank you guys for having me. I appreciate you guys. And take a break, walk around. I saw Sean walking around a little bit ago. Give your booty some rest.
I love it.
Seriously.
Everyone check out
I'm glad
Amanda's channel too, Carnivorous Me. I got a link in the description below. We always appreciate you and love having you on. Thank you, Amanda.
Bye,
Thanks, Amanda.
guys. Have a good
Bye.
day.
Bye.
Bye.
You too.
Alia,
Walk
update.
around.
Yeah, okay, here we go. Here we go. Give me 1 second. I need to get this grid. It's all ready. It's all updated. You guys are amazing.
All right.
Everybody watching is freaking amazing. So look at this. $8,400 this morning. 2,500
Wow.
super
That's
chat.
awesome.
Yeah, this is amazing. GoFundMe is 5,400, water bottles 160, and the salt shakers are 36. But I need to
Nice.
show the GoFundMe. Let me see if I can. 1 second. I gotta show the GoFundMe because there's some people doing some amazing stuff inside the GoFundMe. Becky Troxel just donated $500.
Wow.
That's the
Amazing.
second person this morning to donate $500.
Wow.
Let me just, I'm having a hard time pulling up. So 1 second. I will just read it some names out here. Timothy Jones, 50, Becky Troxel, 500, Joyce Derrick, $100, Frederick, can't pronounce his last name, $100, and then tons of other ones. Sandy Mullins, $100, Cindy Beatty, $100, Barbara Collins, $100, Deanna Montgomery, $100. I'm going to find this other anonymous $100. It's just going on and on. It's like totally going crazy in the GoFundMe. So you guys are
That is
awesome.
awesome.
Thank you so much. We are going to take down this 50K.
All right.
There you go.
Thanks, Alia.
Here comes our
Yeah,
next
you're
guest.
All right. Hey, welcome.
Hello, I'm
Howdy.
not sure. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yay! I'm so excited to be here. Sean, Carrie, it's so nice to meet you. Aaliyah and Adam, this is my
Yes.
first time seeing you guys. I'm so happy to be here. Thank you.
Awesome.
I've
so
been
happy to
watching
have
all
you being
morning.
here.
I'm writing hi. This has such amazing energy. I'm like in the background, like cheering and clapping, and so cool.
Thank you. It's an honor to have both of you here. I'm so happy to have you. I wish we had a lot more time. That's one thing with this event, is just going so quick. But could you maybe give us a little bit of background on yourself, a little bit about your expertise and background?
Totally. I'll go first then, and then Emily, you can go.
Okay.
So yeah, I was an ex-vegan. So I was vegan for 6 years before going carnivore, and I had a lot of skin issues that I really wanted to heal. I thought that the vegan diet could help me with my skin issues. I had cystic acne, psoriasis, eczema, and rosacea, and a lot of those were autoimmune issues. They did not get better. In fact, they got worse when I went vegan. And my weight started fluctuating so much. By the way, hi, Steak and Butter Gang. I love you guys. I see the chat is going crazy. I see you. I love you. And then I found carnivore and I saw incredible healing. My period, which I lost on the vegan diet, came back within 2 months. My skin got better. My acne went away. My mood was incredible. And I just felt like my life was changed for the better. Also, I had severe anxiety when I performed. At that time, I was studying for a master's as a pianist. Every time I went on stage, I was so scared, so nervous. When I went carnivore, even that got better. So I had this carnivore confidence and I just felt on top of the world. So that's me. And Emily, introduce yourself.
Okay, I'm Emily Harbo. I'm 52 years old. I'm coming up on my 3-year carniversary. So
Awesome.
thank you. My background was kind of a mom life, morbid obesity, energy, mood. And so I came into a fasting keto type of a lifestyle when I was 46, but I had 4.5 decades of horrible habits, emotional eating, being in bondage, and just feeling like I couldn't be the wife and mom that I wanted to be. I have 4 kids and I gained weight with every pregnancy. So I started getting higher and higher. I'm 5'8". I'd gotten up to 300 pounds and I wouldn't lose the weight after the pregnancy. And so I was a grazer and I was into carbs and sugar, not really knowing what I was doing. So for me, the big win started with carnivore keto and started with keto fasting, ended up with carnivore with fasting. I still love fasting. The win for me was having energy to be the mom that I wanted to be, to do activities with my kids, and to just feel like I was going to be here for a long, long time with them and doing as much as I could do to change that future trajectory. Because when I was in my mid 40s and was 300 pounds, I had a hard time getting off the couch. If I exercised, I injured myself. I had a meniscus tear that landed me back on the couch. And I had anger problems with my kids. I had a lot of mood issues. And so it just made a world of difference for me, which has changed our entire dynamics and who I can be as a mom. So now I coach with Steak and Butter Gang. So now I just love being in the carnivore community.
Love it.
That's awesome.
I wanted to ask more about the Steak and Butter Gang. I have had several different people tell me about it, including a close friend who told me, listen, Carrie, I've been through every different coaching group, whatever has been out there. And he tells me the Steak and Butter Gang has been by far the best option for him. Like he doesn't think he would have been able to stick on carnivore without it. Can you guys tell us a little bit more about the Steak and Butter Gang?
I think I know who that is, but I won't say his name. That is always the biggest compliment, because I started the Steak and Butter Gang about 4 years ago, kind of the same time I put myself on the internet, on YouTube, sharing my carnivore progress. I created that group because I saw so many women at that time alone. And it was also during the pandemic. So all of these ladies who just wanted to lose weight, get healthy, and heal, they were so alone. And on top of that, they were depressed because the world was falling apart. So I said, ladies, come join the Steak and Butter Gang. It's off social media. I picked a platform called Mighty Networks. And to this day, I am so grateful I picked that platform because it is the best for community building. And it has grown exponentially. It is now 12,000 members strong.
Wow.
Emily is a superstar in there because she's like the mama bear of the family. Everybody looks to her for light, for hope, for advice, and for love. And we have Coach Raymond, who's kind of the papa bear, who all the men look for advice and inspiration and fire. And it's just a great place to block out the noise and just focus on supporting each other, getting to your goals, and receiving the support that you need to succeed. And Emily, I don't know if you want to add to that.
Of course I do. I could take 2 hours and talk about it. I joined as a member early in my carnivore journey in 2021, and I just immediately felt so connected and so enthusiastic. Part of that was because we do have a fasting curriculum, which I know that's not for everyone. And I came from that background. And so I was like, oh, somebody in carnivore that is fasting friendly, because that wasn't my initial experience when I came to the carnivore community. I was muted for talking about it. It became the F word of, the carnivore life. And so I was so happy that I'm like, oh, I can talk about my joy of fasting here. This is the group. But it was so much more than that. To me, it was seeing each other on the Zoom meeting, seeing those vulnerabilities. It was so real life, humble stories, real life mistakes. Like we were like, there's no failure. There is only keeping at it, sticking with it. But when you see that in a community, in people's faces, it makes an impact in your heart. And so to me, Carrie, it's just been like all of these different questions, and we don't have a one size fits all kind of an answer. I'm sure you don't either. And so we have so much, like, if you're dealing with food aversion, this is something you might try. If you're needing some recipes, that's what I love about our community too, is we can share recipes, we can share goals. And then Bella has such a great relationship with our leading doctors in the space too, that we have often, we'll have doctors there that your question can be answered specifically by Dr. Chafee every month, Dr. Hampton. So it's just this thing that makes us feel so known and seen, and known as very human, not as superstars, influencers that have this certain body or this certain look. It's just very humbling and connecting. So it's been wonderful, and I love being a part of it.
I absolutely love what you guys are doing, man. Like, honestly, a lot of people are doing a lot of stuff, but like one of the main things, and I mentioned it before, I'll mention it again. Like, I love when I first came into the group with Bella, and got that initial message, just the heart that was felt through that. It shows people what you're in it for. Because one of the things that I've asked everybody that I've interviewed since I started interviewing people in this space is, what drives you? What makes you do what you do? Why are you doing this? And what keeps you going on those days when you don't feel like it, when it's aggravating, when you face the same things that we all face? And it always comes back with Bella and the Steak and Butter Gang to the heart of the mission, which is to help see change lives, to see people make meaningful change. And those are things that I can always align myself with, and I love it every chance I get. So I appreciate you guys. I appreciate there's a bunch that aren't with you guys today, but I know you guys are representing them, and you do it well. So thank you guys for doing what you do, and I appreciate you guys for that.
We love you so much, Sean, and the Steak and Butter Gang. Every time you show up to one of the meetings, my eyes light up, and I drag you to the top of the screen, and we celebrate you. So thank you for those words.
Thank you.
We had a comment on the last video I did with Sean, and they said, this guy should be a motivational speaker. And I'm like, yeah,
Agreed.
You nailed it.
Well, maybe one day.
Right? Well, you're kind of doing it now.
That's what I'm thinking. I'm like, he is a motivational speaker, a motivational writer. He's in it.
Right. Well, to play devil's advocate, though, if I was being cynical, some people would be like, well, carnivore's just easy. You just eat meat and you drink water. Why would I need coaching? What do you say to that kind of statement?
I think that's a beautiful, powerful statement. It's so easy to do until you come across little hurdles, which are really inevitable, myself included. I am probably the most high willpower, if I make a commitment, I do it type of girl. And yep. I promised myself that I would go from vegan to carnivore overnight. I did it. Now, I actually regret that I did it that way because I had some extreme oxalate dumping phases, but I willpowered my way through that initial adaptation phase of carnivore. But I sure did have my hurdles that I had to survive, that I had to troubleshoot, that I had to kind of guess and be in the dark. And I wish I had a community like SB Gang, or I wish I had a team like Coach Raymond and Emily guiding me through it all, holding my hand and telling me, look, Bella, you're not crazy. You don't have to quit carnivore. These symptoms happen to the best of us. So this is why we started the group, and ultimately the 30-day challenges is if you do need that coaches support, or even just members speaking up to each other, like, hey, Emily, don't worry, that skin itching and getting worse is normal. It's probably histamine intolerance, is probably oxalate dumping. We kind of help you troubleshoot it so your life is easier. And you can focus your energy and time on other things that matter way more than eating carnivore. What's the next thing I need to figure out and troubleshoot? Emily?
Yeah, having that extra support on the journey is going to keep you in the journey. And so, of course, we want to get this message out there. We want people to be interested in an all meat diet and what that can do for them. But if they give it a couple weeks and then toss it because they're going to hit things that we can probably say are going to happen, that our community has seen happen, I think that it gives people a much longer chance of staying with it long term. I myself am not sure where I would be. I started with the 30-day whatever with Shawn Baker in January 2021, right? I felt so good. I kept with it. I found community at my 6-month point. That was when I found Bella and Raymond. And so that helped turn it into a long-term vision for me, which gave me so much more energy for the other things I want in life. Because yeah, once you get that carnivore dialed in, it is fairly simple. You can just get on with the other priorities that you have. So I think that it's just super helpful for people that want to stay with that long-term vision of it. We have so many people, we hear this every day, that have said, I've been carnivore for a couple of years now when I first heard about it, but I couldn't stay. I couldn't stick with it. And this was a crucial component, the information and the support to help them actually stay. And then I also love too that, we do, a lot of people come to carnivore for the weight loss, which, but I think that having a plan is really helpful. And so we do have some very specific plans that can help people with that aspect of it as well. Of course, our focus is always on healing. That's our number one win.
Love it.
Awesome.
I see the community side of it too. We had Rena on earlier from 5 Minute Body, and she mentioned this. And it was a really good point that struck home with me. It's like, you kind of want to surround yourself with people that you want to be more like. And living in my world I am now, it's, you go out in the grocery store, it's just sugar and junk food and everyone's eating sugar. And so to be able to surround yourself with other like-minded people and other carnivores, that's got to be a huge thing. Definitely got to help you to sustain that long term. Today's my 6th month on carnivore. And thank you. It's been so smooth for me, but interestingly, I was telling Shawn about this the other day, like 2 weeks ago, like a switch went off. All of a sudden, I just got ravenously hungry. And I was like, I thought this was just going to be smooth sailing from here on out, but it's something I definitely help with, where I could see coaching would certainly help with something like that. I'm eating a lot more, but it's a weird thing, because I was so smooth for 5.5 months and all of a sudden it changed. But I love your guys' story.
All the time. That we really do, and we have a very specific protocol that we teach that Raymond created. And so we have something that absolutely we believe in: overnourishing, priming, getting that it's always a safe idea to get back to that spot, especially when you're not feeling good. Right. And then you very naturally will adjust, and your hunger signals will adjust over time. But I think that people not feeling good on carnivore long term, what are they going to start thinking? They're not going to think feasting, priming. They're going to think, oh, maybe I need to add fruit. Maybe I need carbs. This is why I'm low on energy because of that. And that's not what's happening. And so I think that having support for just having a very specific way that we can get through those road bumps is super helpful.
No.
And I'm eating like it's my job since I got about my goal weight. Like that's what Raymond says, right? So you eat like it's your job. Mm-hmm. And I know you talk about 2 weeks. I got to get the schedule underhand that you guys teach, but like for 3, maybe 4 weeks now, I have been eating 3 times a day. Like if I want a snack, the whole thing about and it's weird because not gaining weight. Like I'm eating 4 or 5. Maybe even 6 pounds of meat a day, and I'm not gaining any weight. I'm not losing a whole bunch of weight, but it's slowly going down. But I don't care. I feel good, and it's maintaining that. It's just your body saying, hey, you're hungry, go get something to eat. Those are things that you learn with the coaching, with experience, with, inside those communities where, that you're not going to get other places. And there's always that experience level and what works and what doesn't. And there's a ways to avoid having to figure that out for yourself. But if it's that easy, just do it. Just do it.
Right?
Love it.
So Bella and Emily, you've coached and you've got groups and have a lot of experience with a lot of people. Are there any sort of remarkable examples or stories that you'd be interested in sharing?
Of course, we can go on for years just talking about these member successes we've seen. The most recent one, Lindy. She is known as Limitless Lindy on YouTube, on Instagram, on all platforms. And I recently posted a video of her speaking up about her 500-pound weight loss.
Wow.
Yep. I mean, I
That's
get
awesome.
goosebumps every time I think about it. And this is her first time ever turning on camera and speaking up. I know, Emily, don't cry or else you're going to make me cry. She was in the gang for like 3 years. She always turned off her camera. She never felt brave enough to even join the chat, unmute, raise her hand ever. And then she reached out for extra help. So she worked with Emily and Raymond quite closely for 2 years. That's when all of the true progress started happening. But honestly, 99% of their work was because she made it happen. She committed to carnivore and she put in effort every single day to get to where she is today. The extra cherry on top is just her reaching out to me and saying, hey, I want to tell my story on your channel. That's why my channel is there. That's really the purpose, is to spread the word and share these powerful stories. So she shared it, and that video is getting so much love. And Limitless Lindy is, I think she just reached 1,000 subscribers in just a day or something.
I
So
love that.
I just wanted to celebrate her. Yeah.
Just huge shout out to her too. I know who you're speaking about. We did the 10-hour live stream a while back, and she
Yeah.
popped on. It was very disorganized. We just had anyone jump in, but she jumped on. And when you said Lindy, I remembered it because I was like, "You're Lindy the legend. This is crazy what you've done. Amazing,
Yes. I love
amazing."
that.
We have
Yeah.
more adjectives: legendary, limitless, Lindy, and
Right.
the kindest, sweetest soul you will ever meet. Just phenomenal what she's accomplished.
Yep.
Like,
She's killing it.
that's amazing. Like, what bigger calling in life to be able to be a part of someone changing their life forever like that? It's just amazing.
Exactly.
That's kind of a good tie-in for this carnivore diet documentary. That's the whole thing. Here, I'll show you guys this real quick. This was my favorite. I was fortunate to have Dr. Kilt on, and this is just a two-second clip.
Documented stories
Yes.
that matter.
Oh.
Yeah, it's the documented stories that matter. That's the whole thing with the carnivore diet documentary, is documenting these stories and just sharing the examples. Not saying you should do carnivore, but look, here's someone that had mental health issues and they did carnivore, and this is what happened. So stories like hers are just amazing. And then Bill from Alaska and all these other stories that are coming in. You were talking about not starting to cry. I was joking before. I'm like, carnivores don't cry, but I think carnivores cry a lot more. We're more in touch with our emotions, or something's going on because
100%. Yes.
yeah. Yesterday I went through 2 hours and 12 minutes worth of, they're like 3-minute video clips, testimonials from individual carnivores. And I was like, I don't know if I'm going to be able to do this 24-hour live stream today, because I was just breaking out. It's just so touching. So many of these people too, they don't even have a YouTube channel. They just want they want to get their story out. This is what happened to me. People need to know about these changes and what happened. So we're sharing those throughout this whole event, and then at the end of it, I'm gonna show all 2 hours and 11 minutes just on hour 24. So
Grab our tissues, have a watch party, and we'll just bawl the whole time.
Yeah.
It's cathartic. Yeah.
We have once a week in our community, we have non-scale victory party. And it's kind of like that. I'm on the verge of tears the entire time because, it's people only have a minute or two to share what, went well, but they have a minute or two to say, oh, I used to be crippled and couldn't get out of bed, and now I can work full time. Carnivore did this for me. Wow. I mean, who's not going to cry at that?
Yeah.
Right.
Those ones get
It's
me.
emotion.
The mental health, overcoming depression. I suffered from horrible depression for years. I get that one a lot. And the other one I've been getting, I don't know if you guys get this in your group a lot, but just lately, I get so many messages from elderly folks in their 70s or 80s thriving on carnivore. And it's so sad to me that our senior citizens, they work their whole lives and they're retired, and then they're suffering and they have mobility issues. And from what I'm hearing, it doesn't have to be that way. A lot of it's inflammation in the food they're eating. And I get so many comments like that lately. I just every time I read one of those, it's hard not to choke up a little bit.
It's super emotional for me because like a year and a half ago, you see this couch right here. I know it's dirty, you can barely see it, but like this couch right here, that was my life. These pillows, where these pillows sit now, that's where I sat. That's where I laid. Like there was no hope. There was no getting out of it. I didn't have the money. I didn't have the motivation, and I didn't have the desire. I didn't have the know-how. That was a year and a half ago. But look where it's at now.
Unbelievable.
Not just is the weight gone, the depression gone, the health issues gone, but it's going through me and helping other people. It's reaching other people. It's helping other people who are on that couch in their house to find hope and answer. And that's what it's all about. The story's still being written. And no matter where you're at today watching this, next year you could be sitting right here saying the same thing. It's not limited to just me. It's not limited to just this individual for this reason. There's not a person out there that should go to bed tonight not having hope or understanding that there is a way to change your life.
That's what we talked about when I interviewed Sean, which I will be posting soon, is you just never know where you're going to end up a year from now if you just share your story online. I understand a lot of people are not ready for that. They don't want to put themselves out online to be judged, to be exposed. Just document it for yourself. If it means just creating a private Instagram account, a private YouTube channel, and just posting it for your own diary, journaling, do that. And when you feel like you're ready to tell your story, guess what? You just have a whole archive of videos, posts, photos to refer back to and to share if you want. So Lindy did not know that she would be that light she is today, but what she did well was she reached out to a community who made sure that she was on track, and she found some coaches who made sure that she made progress. So if you need help, we are here for you. Emily is so loving. She is always near her phone, ready to help. And I am too. Like, this is our career and our passion now. So just wanted to say, if you guys need help, check us out in the Steak and Butter Gang.
Awesome. Yeah. We were saying that earlier. It's like a passion turns into a responsibility when you have this information. It's like you gotta share it with people. So we've got a link to your YouTube channel. Is there anywhere else you want people to check you out?
Yeah, sure. So YouTube channel, check out Coach Emily. She is Healed by Meat, just spelled out Healed by Meat on Instagram and YouTube. And the community, Steak and Butter Gang, you just go to SBG Meat, as in fatty meat, meetup.com.
Awesome.
Yep.
Love it.
Great work, you guys. I am so excited about this project. Thank you to everybody that's contributing. This is going to make a difference in so many people's lives.
Yeah.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you so much. We appreciate it.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you guys.
Yeah.
Thanks, ladies, for coming.
Thank you.
Bye, Sean.
Appreciate you guys. Bye. We'll see y'all later. We'll see you
See you
soon.
soon.
Awesome. All right. Should we do a quick update?
Yeah, do an update, and I will twist my way back to my other house.
All right.
Where did the piano go? What's going on?
Let's see here. I want to show some of these, what is it called? GoFundMes. This is amazing. Haresh, I hope I don't mess up your name, but he's done multiple $20 this morning. Charles, 25, Holly, 100, Carol Jansen, 50. Did I read Judy already? 100, Timothy Jones. Yeah, I read those already. But guys, this is incredible. Look at this. $8,800 this morning.
That's awesome.
$8,800. Oh,
I can't believe
see
it.
that one yet. Let me show you that. Sorry, give me 1 second. I'm doing this as I go. 1 second. I want to show the grid. Share screen. Here we go. Look at this. $8,800, $2,500 in super chats, $5,600 in GoFundMes, water bottles, $160 in the travel salts, $387, but $8,800. That's a lot of very caring, beautiful human beings. Thank you
Awesome.
so
Thank you,
much.
everybody.
This is amazing.
Just amazing. Hey, I'm going to share my screen real quick.
Yeah.
We got to shut out the water bottles once. I didn't even show the screen earlier. Just 1 second here. There's the water bottles, and the link is in the description below. Some really cool designs. And again, it's $30, but it's engraved too. So this is custom for you. You can put your name on it. You can put your YouTube channel on it. Compassionate Carnivore. They've got the I Eat Only Meat design. And Carnivore Life, Run with the Pack. So you got a bunch of different ones to choose from. There's also a cool cutting board. And again, all customizable. So $30, and the proceeds, the profits, go towards the carnivore diet documentary. So
Absolutely. Carrie, I want to add too, these things are like super, super high quality.
Yeah.
I mean, these are every bit as good as a Yeti, in my opinion.
right.
And they don't cost as much, and they're custom. They're
Double
they're
stainless
really
steel.
nice.
It's very heavy duty. This is like
Yes.
definitely your last water bottle you'll ever need your whole life, sort of thing.
Yep. It's not an El Cheapo. It's very nice quality.
Right. So we have that, and then I was going to share my screen with one other thing here real quick. Redmond salt. Here's the Redmond salt. There's a link in the description below. It's kind of you get a different design. It's a random design. You can put it on your keychain. I'm telling you, I have mine. I use it all the time. So if you're out and about and you're going out to eat, or you're at a friend or family's house and you don't want to use the table salt that's bleached or who knows what's in it, you can bring your own Redmonds with. So
Yeah.
and the link for that is in the description below.
Awesome.
All right. Hey, it looks like we got our next guest on here.
Yes. You think we're ready?
Sure.
All right. There we go.
Hey, there he is. Dr.
Can you-
Sean Baker. How are you, sir?
Good.
How
Can
are
you,
you?
guys hear, can you guys hear me okay?
Yes.
Yeah, I apologize. I had to be in my car. I'm actually I had to go pick my son up from he's got a little lesson he's at. And so I was the only one that could do it. So it just happened that it was at the same time. So hopefully you can hear me okay. But thanks for doing this, guys. Appreciate it. And thanks for having
Thank
me
you
on.
for coming on. It's an honor to have you on here for sure. I think next week you're actually going to be on my channel. So I'm looking forward to talking to you a little bit deeper on that one. But I guess
Okay.
just real quick, on behalf of our co-hosts here, Alia, Adam, and Sean, we really thank you for coming on. Would you mind giving us maybe a little bit on your background and expertise just for our audience that might not be familiar with you yet?
Yeah. So my name is Sean Baker. I'm an MD. My specialty was orthopedic surgery. I got about, I don't know, 10, 12, 13 years now, maybe long. It's been longer than that now. 15 years ago, I got interested in nutrition for personal reasons, because I was kind of at a point in my life where, despite performing at a high level as an athlete, I just wasn't as healthy as I should be. And so I got into just, looking at diet more intensely. And then, long story short, about 8 years ago, I discovered this crazy group of people eating all meat. And I thought they were nuts, just like everybody else does, right? But for whatever reason, I decided to try it, and I was blown away by how much better I felt. And then as a physician, I had already been kind of playing with putting people on low carb and ketogenic diets and seeing pretty good results. And so I went on to write a book called The Carnivore Diet, which some of you guys may have seen or read. That was kind of, in fact, the carnivore diet, I was the first guy to call it the carnivore diet. I mean, people were calling it prior to that zero carb. And so I kind of came up with the name. And since that time, I've been, pretty much a pretty vocal advocate of, meat-based diets for what they can do for people's health. And I think some of you guys are aware of that. Personally, have experienced that. I was, fortunate to get on Joe Rogan's podcast to talk about that. And that kind of propelled more sort of awareness about what's going on. And since then, I've subsequently gone on to what we're doing right now. We formed a company called Rivero, which is a digital health company. And we're going to be using diets, nutrition, to include carnivore diets, to help people with their diseases and get them off medications and, treat the root causes. And so a lot of people are frustrated because they go on these diets and they don't have physicians that will support them in a way that I think they should. And so we're going to, that's one of our missions, is to support people as they do these different diets that may not be approved by some other physicians. A lot of people push back, oh my God, you're eating, meat, how dare you, type of stuff. So that's kind of my background. I am, I've got obviously several social media platforms that I kind of participate in. I try to, sometimes it's goofy stuff. Sometimes I've discovered that if you're not able to entertain people, then no one's going to watch. So you got to kind of do some of the goofy stuff to get there. But at the end of the day, the message is really just about, empowering people to take control of their own health, and then, showing them some things that they may not have thought of that tend to help. I'm trying to get, I've helped to get studies done, like the Harvard University study and several others. I've had a fairly significant role in getting those done. I'm working to get more actual clinical trials and clinical studies done with this, and our company will do some of those, once we start getting our patients going, which will happen very, very soon, within a month. So anyway, yeah, that's me. That's kind of me. So, and I eat a lot of meat. I'm biased. I eat a lot of meat, and I support ranchers, and I think that they're a national treasure. Or if you're outside of the United States, we need to keep those guys in business. So, the way to do that is to, of course, buy meat, eat meat, do those types of things.
Love it. Yeah, I think I mentioned this to you before, but I got my big cutting board now, and I eat all my meals on it. And my wife came in the other day. I was watching one of your videos, and she's like, "He's copying you." And I'm like, "Oh no, honey, it's the other way around." So I got the Dr. Baker cutting board, but I got your book here, and I've been reading it, and it's amazing. What's so fascinating is your whole background and your initial story. The first chapter or so talks about your background. And I was like, wow. So you did rugby, you served in the Air Force, practicing medicine, saving people over in Afghanistan. I'm like, this is just the beginning before the carnivore part. So I've really been enjoying your book for sure.
Well, I'm glad you're enjoying it. Yeah, it's kind of funny, that chapter, my autobiography. I had no intention of writing anything about me because I didn't think anybody would care. And the publisher said, "Hey, we need you to put your story in autobiography." So I ended up, and in fact, the initial draft that I sent them, I included a whole bunch of stuff that didn't make the cut because it was too, I guess, it was too unsettling. Some of the crazy stuff I saw in medicine, and some of the war trauma stuff. So a lot of it was cut. But anyway, I'm glad you're enjoying it. And I think I wrote that book for kind of like the everyman audience. I didn't write it really super technical because I felt that a lot of people wouldn't really enjoy that. So hopefully it's written to a level that it makes sense for people. There's enough science in there that kind of backs up what we're talking about. And it's because I never wanted to be a writer. I mean, I've never had, in fact, when I was going to school, I hated English. I hated grammar. I hated literature. I hated those classes. Like, this sucks. I was more of a math and science guy. And so, this is funny that I wrote a book. I still think it's funny to this day. And so, but anyway, appreciate that.
Yeah.
I definitely appreciate the fact that, the stance that you've taken for a long time, the effort and everything that you put in. Not only are you putting in the work, but you're living this as well. It's not like you're saying, do as I do, do as I say, not as I do. You're setting an example. You're setting the bar high, and I appreciate that, and it means a lot, and it's influenced. There's no telling how many people you've already impacted and changed their lives. So I definitely want to say thank you for that too.
Well, I appreciate, like I said, likewise, and I've said very beginning, you can't just depend on one people. And I'm so glad that everybody else has got their social media channels, and they're getting out there. And this movement, if you want to call it that, has expanded, and it is expanding rapidly. I mean, every day I put up one post on social media, I get hundreds and hundreds of responses in the affirmative that things are going well and we're doing well with this. And so, just as much everybody else deserves credit, and I think we need to do that. And this is something that I need to make a video of this for my YouTube channel. But as you guys know, I mean, some of you guys may follow guys like Eric Berg or some of the other ones, and they're seeing that the policies, we saw that through COVID, where they sort of suppress information, and they're going to start doing that around things like ketogenic diets and certainly carnivore diets. And, so this message is going to get harder to get out there because of that. And I think we have to respond as a community by demanding it? Like, and how do they know you demand? Well, you like the channel, you comment on the channel, you share the channel, you watch the stupid ads that they make you watch, because that tells them. I mean, I know it's sad because sometimes I get Beyond Meat ads on my channel. People tell me I'm like, this is so stupid. But I mean, I think as a community, what small thing can I do? Because all of us acting, doing just little small things can make a difference. It's not a big sacrifice. No one's asking you to move the earth and move mountains. But if you just hey, I'm just going to watch this stupid little ad before the video, because that sends a message to their sponsor that this channel, this message is something that people want to see. And I know it's I had it's interesting. I was just back over in Europe a couple of weeks ago, and I was there with Dr. David Unwin, who's just a wonderful, wonderful man. He is just and his wife Jen. They're wonderful people. They're low carb. His wife Jen is mostly carnivore anyway. They certainly do that. And David's big thing is he's been promoting low carb diets for diabetes. And one thing that he pointed out to me, he says, I've got a journal article that is the number 2 journal article of all time in the British Medical Journal of Nutrition, right? And I said, it's number 2. I said, well, who's number 1? And it turned out it was a vegan article, a vegan COVID article, right? And I said, well, that can't fly. Let's fix this, right? And so what I did is I put a series of tweets and Instagram posts and YouTube videos saying, hey guys, everybody go in and just share this link, make a comment on that, and guess what happened? It went to number 1. And I mean, that's great. That shows the power of the community. But why is that important? Because that's the number 1 journal article. So guess what happens? The next time he wants to publish a study, guess what those journals are going to do? They're going to beg him to publish studies, right? So little things like that can make a big difference. And this is how we change the world. Because as you guys know, this is an uphill battle. And there's people that don't want this. There's a lot of people that lose money when you get healthy. They lose money when you stop eating their garbage, right? So, and we're talking companies with a collective combined incomes of trillions of dollars in assets that are opposed to what we're trying to do. So this is like a little war we're in. I mean, I don't need to make this a heavy topic, but we literally are. We're at war for the health of our future, for our children's future, for our food sovereignty. And I mean, like I said, I don't know how many people are watching this, but that's something that, we have to band together, and just say, look, what can I do as, maybe I'm not a doctor, maybe I don't have a big YouTube channel, but what can I do to make a difference so that my kids are not eating friggin' bugs, or whatever kind of slop they were. So anyway, I don't mean to be on a soapbox, but I think it's important, and I appreciate you giving me a platform to talk about this. And if there's somebody has a question or something more lighter you want to talk about, of course.
Yeah.
Again, the movie that you guys are doing, Carnivore Diet movie, again, that's going to be another opportunity to further this information out there. Because here's another story I'll tell you guys. So I'm trying to get a study funded and done with carnivore versus diabetes. I mean, as you guys know, some of you guys are diabetics. It works really, really well, right? And so the U.S. Cattlemen's Association, the former president, Brooke Miller, MD, asked me, he said, hey, man, can you help us get this study done? We're going to approach the National Cattlemen's Beef Association, literally the beef industry, for funding, because they've got like $40 million that they're going to spend on various things, beef promotion and doing studies and things like that. And so I put together a team of researchers, really high quality researchers that are interested in doing this study. I got some ranchers that said they would help to donate some meat. We went to the National Cattlemen's Beef Association this September, a few weeks ago. The researchers presented an excellent, well-designed study that they're very well capable of doing. And they said, well, we kind of think lean meat and this, that, and we don't want to fund it. This is the beef industry, mind you. And why is it? Because the beef industry is captured by the USDA, which is captured by, the food companies. So it really frustrated me that this is sort of thing. So we're on our own, literally. Even the beef industry itself is like, So anyway, I'm tempted to go out there and sort of shame people publicly about that whole process, because I'm like, what, are you kidding me? You know, this is a group that is the Beef Promotion Committee. I mean, it's a Beef Promotion Organizational Committee or something like that. The BPOC. These are cattlemen ranchers that are tasked and given literally millions of dollars to promote beef. And I'm like, you know, what could be better than showing that, you know, an Omi diet beats diabetes? I mean,
Cures, yeah.
Anyway, so there's a little frustration on my part. I don't mean to be a downer, but the movie, again, I'm glad you're doing the movie. And if I can help in any way, let me know. Of course, I think if we mentioned that before, I'd be happy to talk at length. You know, so anyway.
I appreciate it so much. That's the biggest thing, I think, is sharing these real examples. They're so powerful. When you see story after story after, some people are like, oh, that's just an anecdote. And then, well, there's like 10,000 of them and they just keep going. It seems like everyone that's doing carnivore, whether it's diabetes or depression, anxiety, or whatever, the results are just amazing time and time again. So that's kind of the idea with the documentary, is to share some of those more real examples with people. I just had a question, Dr. Baker. So like, a lot of people go into healthcare and medicine because they want to fix people. You did a lot of that. You've done surgeries, trauma, Afghanistan, things like that. Was there a certain point where you're like, I think I can help more people with nutrition versus surgery and kind of using your hands? Was there like a point where like the light switch went off and you kind of wanted to switch gears?
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. This was I was one of the busiest surgeons in the entire state. I was on billboards, voted best doctor in town, had great, I was literally, the hospital loved me, right? Because I was bringing them lots of surgeries, lots of money was being generated, on and on and on. This is the way it works. And sure, I mean, I was helping people. I was fixing their broken bones. I was giving them new knees and new shoulders, new hips, and so on and so forth. But then I got to a point where it was kind of a funny story. So as a community of orthopedic surgeons, we realized that if we kept operating on these people that had pretty significant obesity, our complication rates were higher, right? We wanted to be this center of excellence. And so we said, we are going to insist that our patients get below a certain BMI before we would offer them things like a primary knee surgery, a knee replacement, right? And how can you do that? How do you get people to lose weight so they do that? And it's hard. And so some people would say, we're going to send them to a bariatric surgeon so they can have their stomach, rearranged, basically, the bariatric surgery stuff that they do. And I started at that time, just out of luck, I was doing a ketogenic diet. And I said, hey guys, I say to my overweight patients that were waiting for knee surgery, I said, hey, we need to get your BMI below a certain point, below 35. This is the way I suggest you do it. Now, a lot of people would say, wouldn't do it. There's still people that are not going to do it, but some did. A few would. And what really struck me as interesting was I would see them back, because I would check them out. I'd say, here's a diet, try this. I'd see them back in 2 weeks. How's it going? And very often 2 weeks was not enough time for them to lose significant weight. They may have lost a pound or two, maybe some of them lost 5 or 6. But the thing that was shocking to me was like they would say, hey, doc, my knee really doesn't hurt anymore, which to me was an aha moment. It was like, wait a minute, you have bad arthritis in your knee. I've got you on the schedule for surgery, and you're telling me your knee doesn't hurt anymore? Well, then I don't need to do surgery on you, because that's the whole point of the surgery, is to fix the pain. And so I started to delve more into this. And then as I got to realizing how nutrition impacts not just how much we weigh or diabetes, but all of these other conditions, I call a lot of the arthritis and tendonitis and some of these sort of orthopedic manifestations of metabolic disease, right? This is what I've come to discover. And I think there's a decent amount of research now that supports that. So I, as I, got frustrated, I said to my hospital administrators, I said, hey, look, I'd like to spend a half a day a week doing a lifestyle clinic, right? Because I felt really strong about that. And the answer was, no, we don't want you to do that. We want you to keep, basically cutting people open and making a lot of money for us, right? That was, so I started to become a little bit jaded about that. And so I persisted with this for about a year before I finally said, I'm going to do it anyway. And then I, ended up getting in a fight with the hospital, a long legal battle, left clinical practice, started doing just lifestyle-based stuff. And at this point in my life, I've, as you mentioned, and fortunate some of it's luck, but I've been able to help literally orders of magnitude more people than I could have helped as if I would have kept just operating on, the whatever 15, 20 people a week that I was operating on. I've now that those numbers are into the many, many thousands. And hopefully as we, develop Rivero to the extent that I think we will, that number will be in the millions. And so, I mean, to me, I'm happier. I'm very happy. And it was kind of like the silver lining in a cloud. It's just like that was a good part.
Right. Well, and then there's that ripple effect too. So you help one person. Like when I found carnivore, now all of a sudden both of my sisters are doing it, my mom's doing it, my stepdad's doing it. So it's like every one person, it seems like it's just going like wildfire now. I'm hearing more and more people coming out and saying, "Oh, I'm a carnivore too." That's crazy. It's like really starting to spread. So
yeah, and I don't. Some of you guys may be old enough to remember there used to be like a shampoo commercial. I think it was like Breck or something like that, or something. It was like, if you tell two friends if you tell two friends and they tell two friends and they tell, and the screen would just, you see how rapidly, it's like, 2 to the third power, 2 to the fourth power, 2 to the fifth power, boom, 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 boom. Suddenly you've got a wildfire of people doing this. And so this is what I tell people: get out there, put your own channel together, get the message out if you can. I mean, not everybody has the personality they want to do that. But the interesting thing about going carnivore is it often makes you a more confident speaker, causes less anxiety. A lot of people will tell me I had a fear of public speaking, and now since I've changed my diet, my anxiety's better, and I feel more comfortable speaking to audiences, speaking to other people. And so, I think it's important. And so you're absolutely right to grow this. So sorry, my son just arrived from his anyway.
Yeah, you're absolutely right on that one. There's 1,900 people on at this very moment, and
Wow.
prior to carnivore, I would have any excuse to be the heck out of here right now. not talking in front of people. Everything changes that way for sure. On the Rivero front, is there anything people can do now? Like I noticed on your site there's a wait list or any sort of call to action for Rivero at this point?
Well, I mean, like I said, if so, let me just describe what we're going to be. We are, we're going to start out with people with cardiometabolic issues. So that's diabetes, obesity, hypertension, metabolic syndrome, so on and so forth. That'll be our initial cohort, and then we will go on to the autoimmune conditions, and then probably mental health. And so we'll be fairly comprehensive for everything you can do on a digital platform. Obviously, if somebody breaks their bone, you don't get on the Zoom call and say, "What I'm doing," you go to the ER, get taken care of. But I think that, obviously, if that's something that interests you and you're looking for a physician or healthcare that is aligned with what you are wanting to do with nutrition and the type of diet you might want to eat, then get on the waiting list. If you know people that think might benefit, have them sign up for the waiting list. And then once, and again, it's the same things, word of mouth. This is how, the reason we're able to even have a company is we raised, $3 million in crowdfunding last year because so many people are interested in this type of thing, exactly this type of thing. And so word of mouth has allowed us to form the company, and then word of mouth is going to be how we grow. And so let people know, hey, this company Rivero is something that might benefit you, and you may want to look into it. Just share it with you, because a lot of people, and again, I will be fully transparent on this. We're not 100% carnivore in that company. I mean, we will use carnivore diets when necessary, but some people go on a ketogenic diet. Some people go on a low carb diet. Some people, it's mostly going to be a lower carb stuff. But the people that you think could potentially benefit from, your mother, your sister, your aunt, your uncle, your coworker, you may want to let them know that, hey, this might be an option, because so many people are frustrated, with the way their healthcare is. They go in and, they go to doctor after doctor after doctor, this pill, this drug, this test, that test. And when a simple dietary trip, I mean, how many of you guys in the audience spent years trying to solve health problems? And it was like, man, it was just as simple as just cutting out the sugar and the grains and the crap and eating some more meat. I mean, it's amazing how simple it is, but we have this $4 trillion a year industry we call the healthcare system that can't figure that out, or won't figure it out, or is disincentivized to figure that out. And so, instead of just talking about it, I'm trying to do something about it. And like I said, whether we're successful or not, I really hope we are. I'm going to do everything I can, but it's something that, it's something that I think it's going to require the support of the community to get it off the ground and get it going. And then my sort of imagination is 10 years from now, this will be either our company or something similar, or a bunch of companies like ours will be the norm for most of the way we do healthcare, because we're at a breaking point in the United States. I mean, if you look at, we're 20% of our GDP goes to healthcare, and we don't get anything for it. Life expectancy is going down. More and more people have chronic disease than ever. And this is, like I said, instead of just bemoaning, because we talk about it, we complain a lot, but what are you going to do about it? And so, like I said, but it takes a lot of work. It takes a lot of effort and a lot of time. And, but anyway, that's the Rivero thing. I would appreciate for people, go in, sign on the waiting list, share it with other people. Be aware, and we're still over the next month, a year, it's coming. It's coming. We have to, anytime you start something new, there's going to be, roadblocks and hurdles and bumps, and we have to react to those things. So we're going to start with 10 patients. I mean, it seems like small, but we've got to make sure all the software works like we want it to. Make sure the process works. And then probably within a month, we'll expand that to a few hundred, and then we open it up, because we have, I think, over 1,000 on the waiting list already. But a good signal is to say, hey, we've got 5,000 people waiting for this. And why is that important? Because then, as we seek to get more funding to expand this out to a really huge presence, it's very easy to get investment capital in that, so we can then do all the great things that we need to do. So anyway,
I love that you're doing that. I'm 100% behind it. Anything I can do to support it. I'm just showing these because it's exactly what you said. All of these pills were just nutrition. For years and years, going to the doctor over and over again, it was just simply nutrition. Someone asked me, I'm working with this really good documentary filmmaker.
Can you guys still hear me? I don't know if I can. I can't hear anybody else talking. So.
Yep. Can you hear me now?
Looks like I can't hear you guys.
Anyway. Oh, I'm still here. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yep, I can hear you.
I can hear you.
Oh, can you hear us,
It may have killed the.
Unfortunately, I don't be able. I don't seem I don't think I can hear you guys anymore. Unfortunately.
Okay.
So.
We can hear you.
Anyway, I'm not sure how long I'm scheduled for either. So.
We can hear you.
Was it a 30-minute slot? I can't remember, guys. I think so. So I'm good. Okay.
Yeah.
I will. Thank you guys so much for doing this. Thanks for making the movie and doing this. And like I said, if there's anything I can do to help with the movie, please let me know. I'm happy to participate in any way I can. And like I said, we're all in it together, guys. This is literally kind of a war, and we need to fight. So thanks for being warriors, guys.
Absolutely.
Thanks
for being here, Dr. Baker.
Bye now.
Absolutely. That's amazing, man. And I think the community is going to come in behind him and that Rivero, and I don't see why they wouldn't. I mean, it's literally the people at the top putting action with their words and bringing about those changes. I think that's huge, and I can't wait to see where it goes.
Likewise. Yeah. I was just going to say, at the end of the documentary, if we get nothing else across, I wanted it to be that message that most of the things people are going to the hospital for are nutrition, but they think they're medicine, and you end up with a bunch of pills like these when you don't need them. It's just simply nutrition. So, Alia, what do we got?
I got to do a last-minute update of something amazing that just happened. 1 second. Oh, by the way, I get to ask Dr. Kiltz the first question. It's the most relevant.
Yes. It's your birthday.
Okay, so Anissa, I hope I'm saying her name right, literally just donated $1,000 in the GoFundMe.
Woo!
Oh,
wow.
You are amazing.
Awesome.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Anissa.
So that brought us
Very
to
generous.
$10,000 for the morning.
Wow.
Amazing.
Wow.
That's awesome. Thank you. Everyone keep donating. We got 1,800 people watching. 1,800 times $100 is 180,000. Let's go.
Nice. All right, let's get Dr. Kiltz on here.
The man, the myth, the legend, Dr. Robert Kiltz.
The team in the house. How's everyone doing today?
We're doing.
I love me some Dr. Kiltz.
I'm going to put in $1,000. I haven't pushed the button yet, so you'll get it sometime
wow.
today.
I'm gonna cry.
Thank you so
I'm
much.
gonna cry. Thank
And I
you so
got
much.
to tell you, this is such an important thing. And I just got a little bit of Sean there. You know, he's a rock star. Has really been leader in this, and so many more people are joining in. And carnivore is the most kick-ass amazing thing. I was in clinic this morning talking to patients all around the country, and they haven't heard this story, and they're suffering from the exact same thing that we're talking about. Is a standard practice of medicine is leading people to slaughter, and we got to stop it.
Absolutely.
Yep, that's right.
All right,
I'm
so
so
I said
thankful.
I'm asking the first question, remember? Because I'm the
Yeah,
female
Alia's
here.
got the first question. I was just going to say real quick before Alia does it, I'm so happy you're here, Dr. Kiltz. We're really thankful you're here. And I hope you don't mind, but I got to show you this real quick.
Documented stories,
Yes.
that matter.
I've played that like 20 times today. That was when we spoke last time. You said it's the documented stories that matter. And that resonated with me so well, because that's the whole thing with this carnivore diet documentary is documenting the stories. They're so powerful and sharing them. So I thank you for that. If I had to pay you a licensing fee for using that, I'd owe you a lot of money now, because I kept playing it over and over again. Showing people. It encapsulates everything we're trying to do with the documentary. So thank you so much for being here. I know we have limited time. Alia, 40th birthday today, has the first question for you.
Happy birthday.
Thank you. So it's an important datum that will tie into my question. So 6 months ago, more or less, I started eating this way. I would say I'm pretty much like 95% perfect, but it's changed everything. Within like 3 weeks, my period was normal, and I experienced no pain, and I've suffered from endometriosis. It got a lot easier after I had babies. But it was terror for years. I did get pregnant very fast 2 times. Like within a month of trying, I got pregnant twice. So if you would have asked me 6 months ago, do you want to have another baby? I would have been like, no freaking way. No way. No way am I ever having another baby. Pregnancy sucked. It was terrible. 2 C-sections. So here's my question. Within like a month and a half on carnivore, my sex drive went through the roof, and then the baby drive went through the roof. Would it be safe for a woman who's 40 years old on carnivore to have another baby? What do you think of that?
All day long. The age is a number. The feeling is in the mind. And when you are carnivore, you get back to our ancient nature as hunters. We were in the caves, and we didn't have all the stress and struggles of devices and vices. We were living on the land in the way we likely should have lived. And we were focused on feeding and making love and making babies and building families. And we've lost that. And I talked to today, I had a couple high BMI over 55, considered morbidly obese. They won't take care of her because she's too overweight. They won't help her. And no one has given her the answer that her only problem is that she's eating a plant-based, low animal fat diet, and that's the problem. And when you go carnivore, it's true, your sex drive goes up on both sides, by the way, and you realize that you're flattered, fed, and made love to, and what more do you need? And babies just show up, because the family is ultimately the only reason we're doing any of this.
Right.
Oh,
I'm not sure if it will happen, but it's definitely, we're not trying to do that at the same time.
Yeah.
Well, the universe didn't say you had to try. I always say try. I mean, our sensuality and sexuality is being deformed because of the non-proper human diet, and that's is it. Plants make all the chemicals to make us a little crazy. Plus, the sugars damage our reproductive organs right away. And the abortion pill and the birth control pill are made of plants. And so there's no wonder everyone's miscarrying or infertile, and don't feel like that they can have a sensual relationship with their partner anymore.
I do want to make mention to the patient, whoever that might be that you saw this morning. I started out with a BMI of 67.9. So, and now I'm at like 28-ish BMI, something like that, something in the 20s. Okay. So there's hope for you. If you get on this and try this out, it could radically change your life, and it doesn't take forever. It just takes it one little choice in the right direction, one foot after the other. And also I want to say thank you dude, you're always the most positive guy in the room, and it is so inspiring, and I thank you for that.
Well, Sean, listen, I think this is one of the most important things, because I always focused on mindfulness and positivity. I read The Secret years ago and I was like, okay, that's the focus. But Jesus Christ actually taught this to us like a couple thousand years ago. And when we realize that everything happens the way it's supposed to, and we can use the struggles and the challenges as our training grounds to improve and live a better life, and recognize we all have problems. It's the nature of life, and they're there to build us in a better way. And so the sharing the carnivore idea is something that it's supposed to be hard. It's supposed to be a struggle, but the last I looked, eating steak and eggs every day ain't so bad.
Absolutely. Amen.
And interesting, one thing I tell everyone, being obese is not the cause of any disease, and adipose tissue is actually the healthiest, most important tissue you carry on your body. We've been maligning fat, but if there's a famine and you're skinny, you're fertilizer fast. And ultimately, it turns out the adipose tissue contains all the minerals, all the vitamins, all the amino acids, and all the simple sugars, along with all the fatty acids that are required in your survival and in creating a baby. And so when people just, again, science says obesity is the problem and being fat is the cause of all disease, they've just got it all wrong. It's the food we recommend that sits in the bowels and that it's secreting sugars and all the toxins and the antigens and the fermentation that's damaging our bodies, not the fatty tissue at all.
All that is just a symptom of the problem. The problem is shoving our face with all that stuff it was never intended to have.
It really is Occam's razor. Simple answer is the one. And this is simple. And the more and more, and I see carnivores growing. I don't know how many carnivores were here 5 years or 10 years ago or 20 years ago, but we know that how many people are joining the ranks. And when you hear the story in a way that is not difficult, it's like, it's so simple. You can't have boyfriends and girlfriends along with your husband or wife, or your boyfriend or girlfriend. You can't have variety. That's the biggest killer for all of us. We need to narrow it down and focus on what we are, and that is lionesses and lions. And when you do that, you're like, wow, it's like, this is easy. But the paradigm, the brainwashing, of vegetables are good and fruit is good, and you know, it's the green brainwashing that we've been doing all around the globe for thousands of years. We got to change it.
I completely agree. I thought you was gonna say something, Kerry.
Yeah. So, Dr. Kiltz, if there's a young couple out there and they want to start a family, and they of course they want the baby to be healthy, they want the whole family to be healthy, but this whole carnivore thing, proper human diet thing, is just insane to most people. What advice do you give to a couple like that?
Well, it's an easy one, but it's hard for those listening. And I asked the simple question, is sugar good for you? And the answer is no. And then they say, well, I don't eat any sugar. I said, fruits, fiber, and vegetables turn into sugar. Did you know that? Gee, I didn't think about that. So ultimately, the sugar diet is what we're eating because we're eating a plant-based diet. And just, you don't even have to worry about all the plant chemicals and all those other things. Even the sprayed on stuff, you don't have to worry about it. But I always start, I try to get their story, how long they've been trying, have they in pregnancies, any miscarriages, any of the medical disorders. One gal today had history of ectopic pregnancy, irritable bowel syndrome, and she had part of her colon already removed. And so, I dig deep, but it only takes a few minutes to get their history. I ask everyone what they eat, and it's usually clean, organic, healthy, you name it. That's the story, but I'm no exactly what you eat. And it's always fruits, vegetables, almond milk, oat milk, and lean meat, which I go right down to it. And I said, you're eating a deadly diet. And it's silence. But I don't let go. I write books on it, but I keep talking about it. And I'm slowly simple. what you're doing isn't working, and the doctors keep telling you to continue to eat plants, but they break down to sugar. But fatty meat contains all the minerals, vitamins, and nutrients you and your your children and your eggs and sperm and embryos need. That is what you need to do. And I call it the baby's way: bacon, eggs, butter, beef, Kiltz's ice cream from time to time. I think it's okay, and salt, and it just clears the mind of all the messes. But you have to do it. It's so opposite. And like anything else, we've got to just do it. Do or do not, there be no try. Well, my doctor says it's bad. I say, well, what he's doing or she is doing making you pregnant yet? No, they won't even touch you because you're too fat. And they don't even know the number of overweight women have babies naturally all day long. Why you? I got plenty of thin people don't have babies all the time. And so I really just hone on the fact that your body never has to eat a plant. It's never required. And it's likely the single leading cause of every disease we suffer from. And if you want to keep doing what you're doing, thinking you're going to get something better, you could pay me a lot of money. But I also have a lot of people on our blogs, 44, 48, getting pregnant on carnivore diets. So amazingly simple. It's radical. And people think, well, I'll never get pregnant. I'm saying, well, number one is don't think that way. You gotta think as if you are, and you will get there, and never give up. And if you do, give it up to God and have faith, and just, visualize the baby in your arms, in your life, and in all ways. And I think that's the best way. But it sounds, you tell the story as a physician who, diet doesn't matter, or Mediterranean diet. And the gal who was a gastroenterologist telling her diet doesn't matter. She's got IBS, and diet doesn't matter, and eat Mediterranean. And then when she hears the story, she goes like, they're lying to me. And so again, I specialize in fertility, but so many patients, they're suffering from all the other diseases. And in literally 2 to 4 weeks on carnivore, at any weight, they'll suddenly feel like, wow, I feel amazing. And then they look at their partners, and the partners look at them, and they're like, okay, let's do it. Let's get it done.
Pretty simple.
Right.
It's all
Having
it
a
is.
family and having children and starting a family is obviously, without saying, one of the most important, beautiful things for people. What is it like for you as a doctor to be able to be such an integral part of that? And I'm sure over the years you've had so many stories where maybe people were hopeless and now they have a thriving family.
Well, I feel very, very blessed to be able to be in this space to help people. The greatest hardship is, I believe, infertility or pregnancy loss or miscarriage, fetal demise, or any of these things, because ultimately reproduction is what we're here for. We're not here to be doctors. We're not here to do anything else other than build our families and then take care of our families in ways that we're meant to, and share a faithful existence, and also the right proper human nutrition, which is fatty meat, salt water, throw in a little Kiltz's ice cream from time to time, and that's all you need to do.
And share the love.
It's sharing love every day. And I feel blessed. It doesn't work the way we hope sometimes, but I always say God is a mission that we just have to be patient with and have faith and never give up to it. But I'm 67 and a half, and I've been doing this for a long time, almost 40 years. And I just love it every single day. And I can't imagine doing anything else but this.
Wow.
Awesome.
That is awesome, and thriving. I love the message. I love the way you present it. I love what you're doing, and I appreciate you so much for it. I read a quote this week. It says, "Too many of us care more about how our lives look rather than how our lives are." And I think you touched on that perfectly. We have to do it. That's the main takeaway that I got from today. We have to do it. Put that choice in one step at a time. If you can't walk yet, crawl. I mean, you don't have to do it perfect. Just do what you can do with what you have, and we'll figure it out together. How about that?
That's absolutely so true. And you, even if you are locked up in a bed and you can't move, or a wheelchair and you can't get up and out the way you used to, and I see so many people that are inhibited in their physical, but they still have their mind. And the mind is the real master. And that's why I think listening and reading positivity, love and forgiveness, gratitude, everything I listen to from everyone here, I've listened to you many times, and it's always a positivity. We're listening to all those that are suffering. And suffering is the sort of the flare that is looking for another flare out there to bring the light to each of us. And I know for myself that sometimes you get caught up in like, hey, I know the answer. More and more, I'm realizing I have to listen more. Listen to the stories. And as we said, it's a story. And then we connect because we've all been through some of it in one way or another. And that's the part I think that's critical. Tell your story. That's why the movie is so important. And I've even inspired by you guys to inspire my Kilt's Mighty Tribe that we're going to do a KMT movie. We're going to all shine the light and put this out there together and inspire people that are suffering, whether it's you feel as if you're overweight, you can't move, you're depressed, you're down, or you have a myriad of all the diseases that we've lined up as your problem, but you only have inflammation that shows up as different diseases, including depression, anxiety, suicidality, criminality. I'll go down the list. Inferiority, fearfulness, it's all of it. And we in medicine think it's genetic. And I talked to a young gal this afternoon that was like, all these diseases are life. It's for life. PCOS, polycystic ovarian syndrome, is a life sentence. Type 2 diabetes is for life. And so it's imperative that this story gets shared more and more. And the beauty is, as a carnivore, you're like the gladiator. You're the warrior. You don't care. You're going to go out there, and if they're going to cut your head off, albeit we just get back up and keep going.
Yeah, that's right.
That's right.
Put me back in the game, coach. That's all I need.
Right? That's it. If you look at the Mongols or the Vikings or the barbarian, I mean, they're meat eaters.
Mm-hmm.
They're meat eaters, and they know how to keep going. And we're not here to listen. I don't fight against anything. My intention is to work for it. And by sharing the stories of those people that have succeeded, like I know everyone here, it's like, wow, there's someone just like me. Size, shape, age, weight, gender, color, doesn't matter. Politics, it doesn't matter where you are in this world. The story is there for all of us to realize that we're all the same.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely.
Yeah, you can hold to your beliefs, and it is what it is. But the more we work together, the more we come together, the more that we help each other out, encourage one another. You can focus on the positive, or you can focus on the negative. Everybody knows those people who are against things, like you said. You're going to get a lot further. You're going to be a lot more peaceful and a lot more happy when you focus on the positive and what you can come together about. And I think that's a very, very big point.
And struggling and suffering is part of the game of life. And you got to embrace these things. But what you need to do now is reach out. And that's why I love the struggling team. It's a team of strugglers. The misfits in some way, if you think about it. And being a misfit is like the best fit of life, because as an outcast, you're able to see things most people aren't seeing, but someone will show up to help you and guide you on the way. That's what I know.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I love that. That's the thing with all carnivores. We're all misfits, or we're a little weird. Or I said it earlier, you got to be kind of brave to be a carnivore, because you're sort of going against everything you've ever been told. But I think that's why it's such a strong community too, because we all kind of need each other, and it's nice to have each other, and definitely see things differently living this way for sure.
Yeah.
I went to a polycystic ovarian syndrome conference a week ago. It was great people doing amazing things, helping so many people suffering from polycystic ovarian syndrome, which is really prediabetes. It's a metabolic syndrome, but I call it plant-caused ovarian sickness.
Mm-hmm.
That's all it is. And everything we're suffering from is plant-caused. Just throw PC, whatever you want to do. And the dietitian and the therapist and some other great, amazing people, but my words were like never heard before. So I was in like enemy territory in a sense. And wow. But the dietitian, we differed in our opinions, but we graciously listened to each other, and I found it very, very inviting. And that's where we need to be. We need to be in territory where words haven't been heard. And that's where I think the gospel needs to be spoken. And again, this isn't a religion. It's a life practice that brings back to the lion's way. You are what you eat, and lions we be.
Absolutely. It's not a religion, but it sure does help to have one and tie them together. I mean, you know, they go hand in hand. You can't separate the mind, body, and soul. It's all one, right?
It's all one. And it's community. And again, whatever your religious belief systems, that fasting and eating fatty meat is still part of that. And I think that is something quite amazing. You know, I talk a lot about keto because I want to invite people wherever they're at. And as a keto, it's high fat and eat less frequently, and you'll feel better. But carnivore will be like, you're looking around, is like, does anyone else know this secret? It's just
fair.
Like, is it just me that feels like the most awesome human being ever created?
I've said that in a couple of videos, Dr. Kiltz. I'm like, you deserve to feel like this. Just for one day in your life, you're missing out. No inclination whatsoever. I feel amazing every single day on carnivore for 6 months now.
I'm a broken record. I say the same thing all the time. It's eat fatty meat and repeat, right? And you can occasionally have a cookie, cake, or ice cream. But if you're one of those people that still uses the words "I'm addicted," don't ever use those words, by the way. Then give it a little time, and again, from time to time. Interesting. Most people don't know that amino acids from proteins are converted to sugar before they become fat in the liver. So amino acids and sugar are actually metabolized the same way. So a high protein diet is deadly for us. It is a high fat, medium to low protein, and low to no plants. That's my basic way. And I do eat some French fries from time to time, and I do occasionally have a cookie, cake, or ice cream, but that's a treat, and I never cheat because Tia would be mad at me for cheating.
Real quick, Dr. Kiltz, there's a question for you here.
Oh yeah, Adam, please. Thank you.
Yep. Love this. I saw improvement and want to continue, but have dental issues, so struggling to chew steak. Allergic to dairy, fish, seafood. What do I eat?
Well, you eat beef, and you ground beef is great, and even raw ground beef is the best. And throw an egg in there, and forget fish and dairy. Number one is the problem with dairy. It's not from a human breast milk. It's from a cow's. Some people are more allergenic to cow's milk because it's foreign milk. So you might try goat milk or goat cheese or butter, but I'd say once you heal the glycobiome, the glycocalyx is the sugar layer that protects the skin on the outside and the skin on the inside. Every cell is coated with a glycocalyx. And tomorrow, with Stephen Thomas and Richard Smith on UK Carnivore, I think that's it, their show at 2:00, I'm going to talk about the glycobiome and the glycocalyx. But fish, I don't touch fish very often. It stinks. And fish is evolves in the oceans of the world, and the oceans of the world are highly contaminated with whatever we consume, and we piss or poop, it goes in the waters, and then all the stuff we dump in there anyway is not good. So I don't touch those anyway. Fatty meat, salt water, raw is very best. If you haven't read Pottinger's Cats, you got to read Pottinger's Cats. Pottinger did a really great study where he cooked the meat and pasteurized the milk, or it was raw meat and raw milk. the cats that were fed the pasteurized milk or cooked meat were harmed. Their current generation and future generations. Those animals that ate the raw, they were healthy and well. We're likely meant to eat raw meat. You're better off getting some really good fatty meat and grounding up yourself and putting in some eggs. That's what I would do. And don't forget, salt it up with some good either Redmonds, Malden, Himalayans, and there's so many great salts out there. I think it's the best. And then I add butter. It's salt is the spice and butter is the sauce. I don't use anything else on my meats. Okay, that's a lie. I do occasionally blue cheese melted from time to time.
I love that. We have another question here. I'm in a plasma donor trial to see effects of donating every 2 week 2X in now. If I start carnivore now, are supervisors likely to see shocking effects in blood samples and have questions?
Yeah, they'll think you're a lion. They're like, oh my God, it's got blood of a lion. I haven't seen this before. I don't know that answer, but all I can tell you is that you'll feel better, and you'll be donating blood to those that are going to get the very best blood samples, plasma and RBCs, red blood cells packed, for sure. They might. I mean, your cholesterol goes up, and all those things that they say are signs or indicators of disease might show something, but I don't believe they're true at all, actually.
Awesome.
And let us know. See what they say. I'm interested. Right?
For sure.
Before you have to take off, what's some good stuff that you're reading right now that might help us out?
Let's see. Well, I'm just finishing up. Let's see. It's White. Oh my God! It's Dead White, and it's by Pure White and Deadly by John Yudkin. But I just pulled a book out about sugar by James Walvin. I started listening to it. We've got to learn about the actual history of the production and manufacturing of sugar around the globe and how it's evolved. And basically, it's the biggest drug, and still today it's the biggest drug. I'm reading that, and we're going to get to Ravenous again. Ravenous by Sam Apple, which is about Otto Warburg's work, and always read the Bible every day, or some excerpts of the Bible. That's really helpful.
Absolutely. Awesome. Thank you, sir.
It's my pleasure, you guys. No, thank you for what you guys are doing.
Carnivore Scott says, thank you, Dr. Kiltz. Let's see.
My pleasure. Again, yeah, go ahead. I'm time. Kiltz's ice cream. Oh, yeah.
$5 for a Kiltzy ice cream.
and remember this. This is why it's so important that people have to understand this. Plant sugars are not killing you. Excessive plant sugars and low fat. That's what the deadly thing. And eating 3 to 6 meals a day. We're meant to eat 1 meal a day or less. And look at drkiltz.com. We got a lot of stuff there for free, by the way. And don't forget to donate to Carnivore Diet Movie. Really important. I'm putting $1,000 in, and let's meet that and do better. And let's invest in everyone's health and wellness around the globe, because we're killing people globally on a plant-based, low animal fat diet. Done.
Yes.
Thank you so much, Dr.
You're amazing.
You're too generous, and we're so thankful to have you here. I really appreciate you.
Absolutely.
Thank you so much.
I love you guys.
Love
you too, brother. Appreciate you. Love you, brother.
Have a great day.
See you
Press
guys.
Press that button.
Press that button. Press that button every day.
Right.
I gotta find it.
Right. That's right.
You guys,
See you.
it's coming. I love you guys.
Love you too. See you soon, brother.
All right, bye everyone. Take care.
Bye.
Bye. Awesome.
He's the best.
I love him.
The last time I spoke to him too, he told me, he said it shouldn't be called carnivore, it should be called fativore. I was like, ooh, he got over all that. I was like, I kind of got away from that a little bit, and I shouldn't have, but
right.
That's awesome. Let's see. Should we do an update? I was gonna say too, so my mom and sister is coming on next. And so that's gonna be awesome. But if anyone needs to jump off and take a little break,
Who's going to take a break when we get a chance to get some inside scoop on Carrie?
So should we?
We need to do an update. We need to do an update. All right. Hello, everybody. I'm going to share this screen. Every one of you is amazing. Every single person that's here. We have $11,200, and then the thousand
Wow.
promise from Dr. Kills. They'll bring us up to $12,000. That's
Wow.
awesome.
Awesome.
The donations just keep coming. I'm trying to put everybody who's donated to the GoFundMe into the chat so people can see who's doing that there. Keep the donations coming. Keep them coming.
Absolutely.
We almost have 1,900 people watching. Guys, we can make $200,000 today. 100 each, $200,000 in the bag.
Yes.
I will let
Yes.
our next guest speak.
I want to do a quick shout out though. Alia Wells, happy birthday. Alia Wells 955. Link in the description. Go subscribe to her channel. She's killing it over there. And it's her birthday. And
Yes.
there's 1,958 people on here, so we could get her almost 2,000 subscribers. And the same for Intentional Carnivore. Sean, if you guys aren't subscribed already, shame on you. And shame on you if you're not subscribed to Adam at Carnivore Today. Those links are all in the description below. These people are the best people in the world. None of this would have been possible without them. Alia's idea, so much work put into it from Alia. Adam's just an incredible amount of work. And you do photography for a living. You're like a web dev guy and you're working on 60 things at one time. You're a true carnivore. Really good friend. I can't say thank you enough to all of you. So I really appreciate it. And you guys are just doing a great job. You guys are doing a great job. Look at this. What are we? 6.5 hours? 6.5 hours?
Wow,
How you
that's
guys
amazing.
feeling?
That is amazing.
A little sore back yet or no? Nothing?
Nope, we're good.
Carnivore power. 4
That's
hours.
right.
Sleep. All right. Should we bring on my mom? Let's get some dirt and my sister.
Oh, okay. Doesn't move.
It
There
does,
we go.
but
Okay,
wow,
don't.
one more
Oh,
click and it's
So
going to go too
please.
far.
Oh, okay.
Mom, you're on.
Could I take? There's somebody
Mom,
else.
you're on.
Probably's on.
Hey, Holly, how you doing?
Could you?
Can anyone hear me? Mom, you're on.
Mom, you're on.
Holly.
Oh, I need the
Can you
volume.
hear
I
me?
can't hear anything.
Yeah, so hit that start button.
Mom, you got to turn the volume up. Turn the volume up.
Yeah, so hit that start button.
Mom,
Oh, I hope I'm on now.
you are. Mom, turn the volume up. Oh, wow.
Do you
I
want me
don't
to-
have time, guys. Let's move on to the next one. Holly,
Just
can you hear
telling
me?
you.
Mom, turn the volume up. Oh, wow.
Do you want me to-
I don't have time, guys. Let's move on to the next one.
Hit the start button.
Holly,
Just
can you
telling
hear
you.
me?
Hit that arrow.
I'm going to mute them for a second. Holly, can you hear us?
Yeah. Can you hear me okay? Or is it too
Yeah.
quiet?
Thank you. Mom's
great.
having some technical issues. Everyone, welcome my sister Holly. She has a YouTube channel at Life and DIY. She's been
Hello.
doing YouTube videos for a long time. She's been my
Hey.
sister for as long as I can remember, a couple of years. She lives way up north in Wisconsin, and then she recently told me that she decided to do carnivore, and she didn't tell anyone. And yeah, so how's it going, Holly?
It's pretty good. I've never done a live stream before.
That's all right. We don't. You're just following Dr. Baker and Dr. Kiltz, and
Oh
Dr.
my
Baker's going to jump on any second now. So no pressure. There's 1,947 people watching right now. You'll be
Oh
fine.
my gosh. Okay, now I'm scared.
So if you could, well, on behalf of my co-hosts, Adam and Alia, and Sean just stepped out for a minute, could you give us a little bit, tell us how you found carnivore, your carnivore story?
Okay, well, obviously, I actually found it from you, but for just a little of my story, like I started having health problems. Oh gosh, in like 2010, I had carbon monoxide poisoning at a house that I was renting, and then just after that, I just started developing like tons of health problems, and during that period. And the biggest issues were like chronic fatigue and severe pain, and then like pain with my shoulder, my arm, my knees, my wrist, like carpal tunnel. And then I had like severe stomach issues for a really long time. And then also a thyroid problem, Hashimoto's. And so since that time, sometime after that, I started adjusting my diet, and I initially like got rid of gluten and dairy, and that made like a really big difference. So for me, everything has like progressed over the years, and then I ended up noticing that I was feeling like better and better the lower carb that I got. And then after hearing about what you were doing, as you know, I've had like some addictions to like a couple little things, but I finally got rid of those things.
Yeah, you were always like, I eat pretty much only meat, but I still have to have an avocado and like a little fruit cup. I was like, you're pretty much 99% there. Just stop the avocado and the fruit cup and you'll be good.
Yeah.
But you've
Yeah,
since done that, right?
Yeah, I've done that.
So how long have you been carnivore now?
Like 2.5 months.
Wow.
Awesome.
Yeah.
So what kind of things have you noticed in the 2.5 months?
For me, it's a little bit subtle because I was already, I don't know, like a lot of the changes have happened over time. But I have noticed something really interesting is that I used to think this was normal, that when I would wake up in the morning, I would be like coughing excessively and like I barely had my voice in the morning. And that's completely stopped. It took me a while to realize, like, notice that it wasn't normal. So yeah, it sounds like something very subtle, but still.
What about like your energy levels?
Yeah, I noticed like a slight improvement in that. I do have some issues like with the lack of energy. That's what I really want to have improved. Because like in addition to having the thyroid problem, I also have supposedly was diagnosed with narcolepsy. So having like fatigue is an issue for sure. But I have noticed some improvements, and I've actually cut down my thyroid medicine to like half the dose. And I'm working on, I was like, I want to get off of it completely.
That's awesome.
Yeah. And I sometimes notice like after eating that I have like a lot more energy, and that's usually the opposite for people.
Yeah. I noticed that too, particularly when I eat a very fatty meal.
Exactly. Me too.
So as Dr. Kilt said, it should be called fativore. You got to get more fat. I started doing it recently.
Yeah.
I cut up ribeye fat into little chunks. I put it in the air fryer. Now I don't eat a steak unless I have some of that fat. Actually, Jen and I did a video the other day where I put beef tallow, fat, and butter in a cup and melted it, and I just took a drink of it.
Oh my gosh, I would do that. I've done stuff like that.
I was worried I'd get a stomach ache or something, but it was just like you described. I got an energy boost afterwards, so it's my new go-to move.
That's awesome. Yeah, I need to do something like that, because for me, I can't have dairy, so I need to work pretty hard.
I don't know how I did Lion for a while, but I don't know how I could start carnivore without doing dairy. That's got to be tough.
Yeah, it's fine. Like I'm used to it, but I do have to like really make an effort to have more fat.
So what are your plans? Are you planning on just doing carnivore for a while and reintroducing food?
Maybe. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure yet. But I've tested it very slightly. Like I've tried introducing a couple of things and it didn't work at all. So not that long ago, within the last couple of years, I was diagnosed with SIBO.
I don't need to use that. Something.
Oh, I hear Mom. Yeah, so this is like a really good cure for SIBO, by the way, but it still takes a really long time to heal the stomach. So I need a lot of time, I think, if I'm gonna try to do that.
We had Dr. Wiedemann on earlier. I don't know if you saw that part, but she's great. She's been doing carnivore for how long was it? 15 years, I think she said. And she was talking about some people will come to her and say like, well, I got this condition or that condition. She's like, yeah, but it took you 40 years to get that condition. So it's going to take a little while longer than a couple months to overcome it. Some of these things she could say take a while. She was saying, I never heard this before. I know how horrible seed oils are. She was saying those can stay in your body for years. Did you ever hear that?
Yeah, a lot of people don't know about how bad those are, and they're in absolutely everything.
Mm-hmm. It sounds like you're describing sugar. So now we have two things to worry about: sugars and everything, and then if seed oils and everything else, including.
Yeah, that's the problem.
Mm-hmm.
Or should we try to bring Mom on here and try one more time?
Yeah.
Give her one more chance.
Yes, give her a chance.
Hey, Mom, can you hear us now?
Yes, I hope you can hear me.
Yes, we can hear you loud and clear. Awesome.
We got it fixed.
Awesome.
Oh, one comment about Holly didn't mention that she noticed in an airport. Holly, you got to mention that.
Oh yeah. You want me to tell them that?
Yes.
Okay, yeah. I was traveling recently and I didn't prepare properly, so I didn't bring like anything, any snacks or whatever you want, any meat or anything. And this was the Minneapolis airport. I couldn't believe it at this one shop they had. The very first thing that was on display, which makes me think that carnivore is becoming like way more popular. Like the most important display area, they had stuff that is carnivore. So they had chicken skins in a bag. It was like $10. I was so happy. And then for people who are okay with
Please don't touch
like
it.
some seasoning, they had biltong. And if you haven't had biltong, it's a great option. It's not like high fat in any way, but
So for people that don't know, what exactly is biltong?
oh gosh, I believe it's like a South African style, like sort of like beef jerky, kind of. It's very different.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it does have like some seasoning usually. I don't know if they all do. They probably don't. But yeah.
They just had this stuff in the airport. That's kind of crazy. I hope to see
Yeah.
it. I hope to see it around more. You can go to the airport, or you can go to the world famous Montello Theater. We got pork rinds and beef sticks now. We're trying to build up some stockpile of carnivore food. But
Yeah, the chicken skins are like so good though, because I'm kind of sick of pork rind. I don't eat pork rinds that often anyway, but
Right.
and then I noticed White Oak Pastures, they sell just the chicken skins. Like you can buy like a pound or however many pounds of it. So I'm probably gonna do that.
yeah, I know Dr. Barry's wife Nisha has done a couple of videos with the chicken skins. Those are supposed to be pretty good.
Yes, they're very good. The air
Um,
fryer.
Real quick before we jump back to mom, what do you think our childhood eating screwed us up at all?
Oh my gosh.
No offense, mom, while you're on mute.
First, let's say it. She's an excellent cook.
Mom's an excellent cook. I'm not saying that. I'm just thinking of all the gas station food we used to eat when we
Yeah.
were
Oh my
teenagers.
gosh. We had such bad habits. Every single time we went anywhere, we had to get candy from the gas station. That was
Yeah.
like was a requirement. And
Something
then,
unmuted the mic again.
oh gosh, I can hear.
Hey,
I
man.
lived on candy for a long time. Like when I was 12, I remember that going to the gas station and that's all I ate. Besides, we had chips and dips sometimes at home.
Don't.
Yeah.
We had some difficult periods.
I was thinking of one in particular where I think I brought home some fast food and you tried to take one of my breadsticks or something, and we got in a little
Oh my
tussle.
gosh.
It was brutal back then,
I
man.
was
Every man
hungry.
for himself.
We were hungry.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we had some difficulties. I took a bite out of your Rocky Rococo's breadstick, and
That was the
then
end of
what,
it.
what happened, Carrie?
I think I pushed you or something. I don't know. I
No,
got
I
mad.
I flew across the kitchen.
Don't mess with me. Don't mess with the fat man breadsticks. So, mom, I think we can hear you now. Okay, you dropped off a couple times. Are you on?
I hope so.
Okay, good. Could you tell us your well, first, real quick shout out. Holly and my mom are both carnivores, and my stepdad, and they both have YouTube channels. I've got them scrolling on the bottom of the screen, but the link is also in the description. So go check them out. Holly's been doing YouTube for a long time. She's got some really cool videos doing like biohacking and skincare, and now she just recently did her carnivore video. And as you can see from my mom, traveling carnivores, they're traveling carnivores, and they're putting on some really awesome videos. So, mom, could you tell us your carnivore story? How long you've been doing it? What you've learned? What's changed?
I sure will. I'll first start. I'm retired 4 years. I've been in the travel business about 45 years. So that's part of the traveling, but now we're seeing the U.S. About getting into carnivore, I first was into keto, and I wish I would have marked the calendar, Carrie, because you mentioned keto to me about a year ago, and I was on that at least 4 to 5 months, but it was not doing good because I bought all that processed keto junk that they have at the store, or I made keto cheesecake and quiche, and even using it, were all the fake sugar, the monk fruit. But anyways, about 4.5 months ago, I think you were on carnivore for a month, and you told me about it, and that's when I started it. And so I'm going on 5 months. What it did for me is I did lose weight, but more importantly, health issues. I could go on to so many. I just noticed couple of weeks ago. I used to have to take just an example, antacid every single day because of heartburn. That's minor compared to 20 years ago. I was diagnosed bipolar 1. I was on so many medications for that, clinical depression. I had alcohol problems.
Oh no.
Uh-oh.
We lost Mom again.
Oh no.
Oh, well, hopefully she'll jump back on. Oh, there she is.
I don't know why it keeps going off.
You're back on now. You're okay.
I'm not sure if you heard everything I said. The bipolar 1.
Yes.
I've been at so many medications. Stress, alcohol. I had panic attacks. Now it's such a different lifestyle, and it's so nice not being on statin drugs that I'm constantly was put on. My blood pressure's fine. My what's the other thing? Blood pressure and cholesterol with the statins. Off of all that. I do take magnesium citrate at night and D3, listening to Dr. Barry. I'm sleeping well, and I feel wonderful. I just need more exercise. I probably would like to lose maybe 3 more pounds. I did lose 32 pounds, I think, and I feel great that way, but it's more of on the mental side and than the physical. Right. Although I do try walking, and I'm doing weights now too, being 67 years old. And thanks to Carrie, both Bill and I are both this lifestyle now.
Yeah, so that's awesome.
Is it a forever thing for you?
Pardon me, what was that?
Are you forever carnivore now?
Yes. I gotta admit, I cheated a few days ago. I was dying. Maybe I mentioned this at another video. I needed a piece of bubble gum. It sounds stupid. I had 5 carbs of sugar. I know it was.
Did it
the double bubble.
Were you able to just have the gum and go back?
It was hard because then I craved sugar later that day. But I ended up eating bacon instead at about 7 o'clock at night instead of the sugar thing.
That's good.
What else? Carrie, what you mentioned of your videos showing the different people that, because you wear that shirt, mention what is it? And we had a similar thing when when Bill and I both did our video, our 5-month one, out on a deck by our RV resort we're at. Right. A motorhome saw us, and they're looking out their window, and they asked us the next day, "What are you doing? Are you making a video?" And then I told them, and I go, "Tell us more about this carnivore." My husband's got, or John, had celiac, and he can't eat eggs and all this. And I referred them to Dr. Barry, and I showed her the picture of the before and after, which I don't have here, of us. So you can make an influence. People do ask. And I think those t-shirts really help.
Yeah, it's been fun. That second video I did was just, it was literally, I put the shirt on, and Jen and I went into a Target. And it was the first interaction we had that stopped with someone. He asked, he's like, "What's that shirt?" And you know what you say to him? I just tell him the truth, but it's not from an obesity perspective. I just say, I did this. I eat only meat. I've eaten only meat for 6 months now. It's gotten rid of my depression, anxiety, arthritis. I had bad inflammation. I had a sore back. Everyone you tell that to, I swear, everyone I've told it to, they'll all say the same thing. I have a lot of those things too. And then they want to hear more. And then someone suggested this. It's probably hard to read, but I made this little card up I give people, and it just says, like, if you want to do carnivore, it's 3 simple steps. You need to take control, be the captain of your own ship. You need to know your why. And then number 3 is you need to do your research on YouTube. And then I've got Dr. Ken Berry Carnivore Diet, Dr. Chafee Carnivore Basics, and some YouTube things. So the guy at Target, he's like, "Do you have any more info?" I was like, "Well, actually, I do." And I pulled the card out. So yeah, that shirt's been a lot of fun, actually.
Yes, I saw that. I saw that video. That was awesome. And that's what brought me to mind about this neighbor down the road here and other people. But Bill's got a few things to say. I'm just going to move the camera.
Carrie, Holly.
Hi. You can turn the camera horizontal if you want.
And what?
You can make it horizontal if you would like.
Okay, go.
Then you guys can both be in it.
Well,
That's okay.
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 Never mind.
Let's just leave it at this. Anyways, one thing I'd like to clarify that Liz said. You know, she's a great baker, and when she mentioned cheating, I consider it more in the line of medical research to discover the effects of sugar added in when we're on this diet, and
Right.
some of the bad effects of it. You know, anyways, yeah, from your inspiration and through your mom, I started the carnivore about 4.5 months ago, and I was hoping to lose 15 or 20 pounds, and I've lost about 35. So I'm happy with that, and I just want to stay on the diet, because from the research that from the discovery that I've done, and from listening to the presentations that you put on, Carrie, I've learned a lot about the effects of all the other stuff we've been eating for many years.
Yeah.
And a lot of the benefits of cutting out the sugars, and along with a lot of other things. Now I can justify the fact that I've never eaten salads. Now I can finally justify that it's something that that I should have been doing all along, not eating salads.
Right. You're ahead of your time.
That's right. I subconsciously, I was aware of this since I was a child.
Right. That's great. You guys are both looking great. Are you encountering other people? Because you guys are traveling all over the country. Have you had any, my mom mentioned a little bit, but have you had any other encounters or neighbors or anything like that you've had carnivore conversations with?
A few. We're getting more into it, and we can knowing more information and what we know now. We can start trying to break the ice with people.
Yeah. That
we talk to, and break the ice and get them talking, and a lot of the other people are we see them all around. So many of them are or they could stand to go on the carnivore diet also, put it that way. And if when we talk to them, if we can break the ice, some of them have seemed very interested. So it's just a matter of getting started talking. But like you did with the T-shirt, just come right out in front and say, "Here it is, carnivore forever."
Yeah. So you've lost a whole bunch of weight. Mom's lost a bunch of weight. What other sort of off-scale things have you noticed?
I guess I've had arthritis problems in one knee that I've noticed. I haven't noticed the problems in a half a year now.
Look at me.
And then I think actually at times when I start eating a little too much sugar, that's when some of these effects start coming back. Some of the arthritis seems to come back, and I don't know what the true reason is, but it could be just some of the experimentation I'm doing with the sugar.
Science experiments? Yeah.
Inflammation.
Yeah.
Right.
So
yeah, I had that before switching to
we don't have a
carnivore.
ton of time left. I was going to ask both of you, Bill, Mom, and Holly.
Yes.
Dr. Barry might be jumping on the call, possibly. And we're going to just have a limited time with him because he's at a thing in Poland right now. If you could ask Dr. Barry one question, what would it be?
I know what mine would be.
Yeah.
I think I messaged you it, but I don't have the statistics on it. I have scoliosis. My back is really, I lost an inch. I have severe back pain. I didn't even go into any of that, but it's all gone. My knee is gone. I'm curious. I know that's from the inflammation and arthritis. That's why I don't have it, because I'm on this carnivore way of life. But I've seen a post from somebody, and it sounds like it's unreal, that He showed a before and after of his MRI. I have an MRI of the before, and I'm really tempted in the next couple of months to have another one. I can't believe it's straightened out, but anyways, I'm happy without that pain. I'm just curious about that particular inflammation on the back. And I also was supposed to almost need a knee replacement 6 months ago, and I have no pain in that knee anymore. And it was bone on bone with a lot of arthritis also.
Wow.
And a question I have is some of the effects that we notice from the carnivore diet, how much of it can truly be said to be an effect of carnivore diet, or can it have something to do simply with mind over matter?
Right.
Positive thinking.
Oh, no, I don't believe that.
Just a thought.
Yeah, love it. Thanks. Holly, you got anything for Dr.
Yeah,
Berry?
I have a very specific question I thought of. Okay, I'm glad you asked this. So there's like a community of people who are into longevity, like really specifically, and taking supplements to help you live longer and stuff. It's very popular. And the only thing is, some of these people who are really into it, especially this one scientist who is very popular, he's become vegan or vegetarian because of his new girlfriend. But with that aside, well, kind of because of that, he's had a big influence on a lot of people. And I even know people personally who have become vegetarian, and they kind of just follow what this guy does. So his reason, he says, is that when you eat too much meat, you're over activating something called mTOR, like mTOR. And I'm just curious. I'm assuming Dr. Berry would be familiar with this. I'm sure he's heard about this before. So I'm kind of curious about like what he would say about that.
Yeah. So it's mTOR, mTOR.
Yes.
Cool. I'd love to ask him that too, because I have yet to see him get stumped on thousands of questions. I always watch his Q&A. And that's not one I've heard before. So.
Okay. I know it's kind of weird, but I'm very curious.
All right. So let's see. We're almost out of time now. Holly's at Life DIY. Link in the description below. So you recently did your carnivore update video?
Yeah, I did a video.
Carnivore videos?
Yeah, I'm gonna do more. I'm afraid I didn't really explain here too well, so if people want to watch it, that'd be great. But I have had like tons of benefits from changing my diet, and I was like disabled before, considered like disabled, on disability. I was so unhealthy, so I feel like I'm doing so much better.
That's great.
Yeah,
it's funny when you list your stuff. I'm like, I had so many issues too before carnivore, and people from the outside are like, man, these people are messed up. But you did a laundry list of things you had wrong with you, and same for me. Mine were all different than yours, but
yeah, it's almost embarrassing. I was like embarrassed, but I'm like, no, share everything.
Right. All right. Let's see. And so, Mom, you and Bill are doing traveling carnivores on YouTube, sharing your story. You've done a couple of videos now, right?
Yes, and we plan to do more. I've just got to learn more YouTube lessons.
Yeah,
but
I'll
it's
help
one.
you.
I know, and I'm thank you for that, especially the banner that's on there today too.
Oh
Right.
yeah, no problem.
Awesome.
And I want to wish Ellie a happy birthday too.
Thank you. It's a very fun birthday.
Someone said in the comment, what's Holly's channel? The link is in the description below. It's at Life and DIY. And then my mom and Bill are at Liz Bill Traveling Carnivores. Both of those are in the description below. All right. Yeah, unfortunately, that went by so quick. I think Bill's coming on shortly. So we have to say goodbye for now.
Okay.
Bye.
Bye.
Say hi to
Thank
Bill.
you. Yes. Yeah, watch. And I know Mom and Bill, you guys love Dr. Chafee. He's on for a couple hours later tonight. So
I already got it marked, and we're on Pacific time.
everybody's got Dr. Chafee marked out. Everyone that's watching too. We got Bill coming up next, Dr. Chafee later. We got Kelly Hogan, a whole bunch of amazing guests still. So,
Nice.
all right, Mom, Bill, bye. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Bye.
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 Bye, everybody.
Bye.
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 All right.
Very cool.
Yes.
Carrie
So
making ripples in the entire family. That's awesome, man. I love
family's
it.
rippled up. That Holly was a surprise for sure. Because she didn't tell me till way after, and we were talking too. She's like, "Yeah, I'm just kind of thinking about it." But so up next, well, let's see. We should do some updates quick.
We need to do some updates.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm gonna do one more quick, Alia. While you get that ready, I'm gonna shout out one
Okay.
more time.
Sure.
Johnny, our carnivore diet. These things are
Yes.
awesome. The link is in the description below. They're fully customized. These are some of the best water bottles you can get. Stainless steel. It's a carnivore run business. The guy's awesome. He's given us like all of the proceeds for these are going to the carnivore diet documentary. So you can donate to a good cause and you can get a really cool water bottle that's going to last your whole life. We got I Eat Only Meat, Ask Me Why, Compassionate Carnivore. They're $30. There's also a cutting board for $30. You can get it in different colors. And the best part is it's completely customizable. So he'll put your name on it. You can put your YouTube channel on it, whatever you want on the side there. So huge shout out to Johnny F. And that link is right in the description below, along with, we mentioned earlier, but this, I was having a lot of people because I showed this on an earlier video. And I'm like, you got to wait for the live stream, but you get your travel size Redmond salt and you get a little container, and they sell these on Amazon. So you can always get refills. I just refill it myself. This unscrews. So these are individually sealed. And then when you're going out to eat or you're at your friends and family, you'll have your own little special thing of salt. And everyone will look at you like you're a little crazy, but we're carnivores, so we don't care.
Awesome.
We don't care.
Yep.
The crazy part was Jen said this to me the other day, and it was true. I had a steak. You guys are going to say I'm nuts. I used this entire thing full of salt on one steak. And
oh, wow.
I'm still getting my blood work back. I did my blood work back, but my sodium came back, and my sodium was low. And Jen was like, there's no way. I take it on. I use an incredible amount of sugar in my
salt.
Sodium.
Hey, Carrie, I'm going to try to share my screen for just one photo real quick. If I can figure this thing out. Let's see.
While you're working that out, I'll just show this. Here we go.
And we just hit 7 hours.
Here we go.
Yeah, we just hit 7 hours, and we are at. Oh, he's showing his thing. Yeah, exactly.
Is that seeing it?
Oh, yeah. Wonderful!
He's already got some of these orders already made today. So that's Carnivorous Grandma Robbins.
She's the best too. If you haven't subscribed to her, we have her testimonial video coming up too. I should show another one of those after Alia does her update.
Yep.
Okay, so here we go. Oopsies. Who wants to add it? I'll add it. Okay, $13,540 so far today.
Wow!
Yeah.
And,
thanks, everybody.
Dr. Kiltz's donation, he did that about 15 minutes ago, so that's in that total. So look at that, the GoFundMe, $10,000 in the GoFundMe. That's amazing. We will take donations in any sector, but we definitely love the GoFundMe.
Wow.
And we have almost 1,800 people watching. That's amazing. Let's get those likes. Let's jam some more people in here and get some more flowing towards the documentary.
Yes,
absolutely.
Thank you, guys. Awesome. Hey, this is going to be fun. We have another individual story testimony, and this is from our good friend, Primal Mike. Friend, family, brother. He's the best. I really enjoyed watching this one, so I'm going to share this one with you now. Primal Mike, here we go.
Hi, Carnivore family. I'm Mike, also known as Primal Mike on YouTube. I have been on carnivore lifestyle for over 4 months now, starting on May 1st of 2023. I had previously been on low-fat, high-protein diet, eating vegetables as my source of carbohydrates. I was a victim of mass media propaganda that assured that this type of diet is healthy, it's protective against infectious diseases, and would eventually lower my chance of severe complications if I ever catch the C virus. Whether the latter statement is true, I'm not sure, but the first part for sure was not. I became malnourished. Most of my hormones, were out of balance. I went from near 180 pounds of athletic, yet puffy look on standard American diet to below 140 pounds, losing significant amount of body fat and muscle in the process. Eventually, my whole body was hurt. My soul was hurt, and I was a wreck. In April of this year, I decided to go for a pilgrimage trip to Mexico, hoping that I will fix my soul that was damaged. And yes, I have. After I came back home, after 10 days of amazing experience, I decided to fix my body, mentally and physically, with the carnivore lifestyle. And I am thriving like a wild animal. My hormones start to improve, and I gained about 12 pounds so far, mostly muscle, but along with body fat, which is equally important for humans. I am getting stronger, much stronger than ever before. I work out like an animal every single day. I eat like an animal every single day. And I feel like an animal, strong animal, every single day. And the best is still to come. I love each and every single one of you. That's why I call you my carnivore family. I'm always here to hear what you have to say and support through your journeys. I love you guys. Thank you.
That's our good friend Primal Mike. He's awesome. He's on YouTube. Link is in the description below. Thank you so much, Mike. So I think next up, Bill's going to drop in here sometime soon. I think Bill's next, right? Yes. Yep. Maybe in the meantime, do a quick shout out. I mentioned this a couple hours back. Bison Liver Crisps. This company, at 10 o'clock tonight, we're doing a power hour, and they're going to match dollar for dollar every donation we get for 1 hour. So these are the Bison Liver Crisps. It's from Nose to Tail Provisions. And you saw my friend Sean. He just got his, and he ate the whole thing in like 1 day. So it's a great way to get that organ meat and not have to cook up some liver from scratch. So I'm just going to roll this real quick. Everyone, is Carrie, and if you're like me and you're following the carnivore diet, you know how important it is to get liver and organ meats. And if you're like me, you're also a little grossed out by cooking up liver from scratch. There's only that or eating desiccated liver pills, which doesn't sound very appetizing to me. That's why I was so happy to find this company, Nose to Tail Provisions, and they do these Bison Liver Crisps. I was thrilled to discover Nose to Tail Provisions, and we've since partnered with them, and they are supporting our carnivore diet documentary. They offer these grass-fed, grass-finished, regeneratively raised bison crisps. Just look at this, a thin, crispy, salty, savory snack that just so happens to be liver. Grass-fed bison liver and sea salt. That is all. And the best part? Free shipping for domestic orders. Check out Nose to Tail Provisions. Their website is www.nosetotaleprovisions.com to place your order. So huge shout out. Thank you to Nose to Tail Provisions. We really appreciate it. We have Bill's coming up here in just a minute. He was having trouble with the link, so I resent it to him. But I want to show you guys one more of these real quick. This one is amazing. Hanging with the Browns. And they're the ones that fired us all up for this whole thing. They did theirs, and I was like, this was so good. We got to do some more. So I'm going to share this one with you. It's their quick testimonial, Hanging with the Browns.
This kind of stuff you do when you lost weight. Did you catch that?
I did.
Hey, honey.
Hey.
Come on in and sit down. Carrie from Homestead Now.
Ooh, Mr.
How?
Carey.
I don't know why I always want to say is now, because it is a right now.
Yeah.
Yes, he invited us on his 24-hour live. So we're going to do a little recording real quick and tell the people who we are. All right. So, hey, everybody. My name is G Brown, G Brown, the Lifestyle Changer. And this is
Frederick Brown, the husband.
And this is Hanging with the Browns.
Yes.
So we have some specific things to share. And I think one of the most important things is letting everybody, first of all, know I'm a carnivore. And
so am I.
All right. We're carnivores. And we are 106.
106 days.
And I'm 104. We
Yes.
did not start on the same day. Tell you about that later, y'all. Share our why.
Well, the why specifically for me dealt with pain that I was experiencing and had been experiencing pretty much all my life. But recently, in the end of 2022, I had severe case of gout, inflammation in my body, in both feet, toes, ankles, knees. It was horrendous, and honestly, it was debilitating. One of the things that I experienced is there were times when I would alternate between a cane and my mother-in-law's walker, right, to get around. And my wife had actually recorded me trying to get to the bathroom one night, unbeknown to me, and she played it for me later. And when I saw it, I'm glad she did it. But guys, I was in so much pain. It wasn't even funny. And that was my end point when I was just sick of being sick of the pain. And I had gone to rheumatologist, and he didn't know exactly what was going on.
He was supposed to be one of the best ones in town too.
Yeah, absolutely. And couldn't figure out what was going on. In the meantime, he was prescribing me medication after medication after medication, a series of medications taken at various times of the day, various times of the week. And all he kept doing was shaking his head. Well, let's try this, let's try that. And I was looking at my wife. I was really getting really angry, at the whole process. And never once did he ask me about nutrition. Did we even talk about food?
Yeah, were you having an allergic reaction?
Yeah, never once.
No.
And I had given him my background, my history of some of the experiences that I've had in terms of my body's pH being off, very acidic, which I thought may have had something to do with it. But just kind of brushed it off and just wanted to keep going down this path of medications. And that was my reason why. I mean,
wait a minute. You were reduced to chicken Caesar salad.
Well, yeah, that was in my quest to find out what was going on. I had eliminated everything except for chicken Caesar salad. Unbeknown to me, that even the dressing and if I ate a salad that wasn't romaine lettuce, that would kind of trigger me as well. So I was trying almost everything and eliminated everything from my diet, and it was frustrating. I did this for almost a solid month, and I was still having pain, still going back and forth to the rheumatologist, and not being able to figure out what was going on. And enough was enough, and until my brother-in-law, my wife's brother, introduced it to us at the same time, right?
Now, what I like is the fact that once you heard it, you hadn't done any research.
No.
None whatsoever.
None.
It just clicked.
It clicked. And the thing that clicked for me, I think the most was I was excited about being able to eat again, because this chicken Caesar salad, day in and day out, 1, 2, 3 times a day, it gets old real quick. It gets old real quick.
30 days on that.
Yeah, it gets old real quick. And I was frustrated and didn't want to eat. And when he started talking about a carnivore diet and how I could eat, the food that I loved at any portion that I wanted, man, I wanted to hear. I kind of perked up, and I'm like, yeah, let's do this. But then, afterwards, I did take on the first day he introduced me. I started that day before I had my chicken Caesar salad. I said, okay, let's do this. And he cooked me a ribeye. He had like 5, 6 scrambled eggs, 6 or 7 slices of bacon, everything that I love, right? And I ate to satiety. I ate until I was fully satiated, and that was great. and I was excited about it. And then shortly thereafter, I went in and started looking at Dr. Ken Berry and Dr. Chavis and Chaffee. I'm sorry, Chafee. I keep forgive me. I always mess his name with Dr. Chafee.
So I always try to say it.
Yeah. And Dr. Baker and watch Carrie and watch some of the other people that were in the carnivore community just sharing their experiences, you know. And I was like, this is it. This has got to be it, you know. And then it wasn't even a week, and all the inflammation had left my body. I kid you not. From my ankles, my toes, I was able to walk. Didn't need a walker anymore, and it eliminated every inflammation in my body. Back pain, lower back pain, which I hadn't even said anything about, and it eliminated it all. Right in a week, and then within 30 days, I actually was able to get off blood pressure medicine.
Yeah, you were off all meds.
I was off all meds by the end of my 30 days. And that was like, whoo, unbelievable.
For me, I didn't start with him right away. I was 2 days later because I was a vegan.
Yes.
All right. The thing is, I mean, we tit for tat. You see him, you see me. And it just took me a couple of days. But I didn't start with beef. I started with lamb. And my why, I had a slew from fibromyalgia. I was getting back injections. I was doing all of these different things. And now, honey, we are medication free.
Yes.
And on our channel, it's Meet the Browns. And with that, we take you everywhere with us. If we're on vacation, you go with us. From the ship to the train ride, to the grocery store. There's no topic off limit for us.
What's your favorite one?
Sex. Sex is mine to talk about. Go to the channel, I tell you about it. Yeah, so if you are bold enough to ask the question, honey, I'm bold enough to answer it for you. Yeah. We have videos. What was your pooping experience like? What was my pooping experience like? And mine, I didn't trust the carnivore diet. I did not understand, because I was a vegan going 2-3 times a day, and you gonna tell me that I'm not going? So there's a video over there for that. Like I said, no subject is off limits with us. This is Hanging with the Browns. And I want you to know, I have on my Alaska shirt for Bill in Alaska, because we support what he's doing as well. Yes, Yay, yes. Bill and Carrie, once again, you have changed the carnivore community. And we are so Absolutely. Glad to be a part of it. So we hope that some of you guys come and check us out. Yes. It is what it is. Bye, guys.
Bye-bye.
Enjoy this 24 hours.
Awesome.
Love
that
it.
was amazing. What an awesome story.
Yeah.
I want to talk to her.
So good too. I of course I subscribed to their channel, and I've seen like 3 or 4 of their videos. The other day, Frederick got a huge ribeye roast from Sam's Club, cut it up into like 20-25 steaks. I'm hooked on their channel. They're doing a good job over there. So I think we're ready to, well, real quick before we jump on with Bill, let's take a look at the schedule one more time. I just ate some food real quick too. That worked out pretty well. I had a Power Bowl. It's delicious. I prepped it ahead of time here. So what a lineup. Wow. Look how far we are already. So up next we have Bill Knott, followed by Kelly Hogan, Jonathan Griffiths, TD and Faith, Russ Mitchell. That's going to be a lot of fun. Aaron Edwards. We got Carnivore Kip at 9 o'clock. Dr. Philip Ovadia. And then Dr. Anthony Chafee after that for a couple hours. I can't wait. We're going to be doing some really fun segments with Dr. Chafee. And then throughout the whole thing, we're going to continue showing you some more of those carnivore individual stories. Alex Cannon from Liverpool. Ryan Murphy, Against the Grain. This guy here, Nathan, is awesome. He's weird. He calls himself weird, and he likes being weird. And I'm weird, so when I saw his Instagram, I'm like, we would be good friends. So he's actually going to sing us a little song and tell us a little bit about what he's doing. Kent Carnivore, Michael Mason, Russell Banks, semi-retired Bob, Todd Bachner. So we got a heck of a lineup remaining. But right now, should we bring in our next guest?
Sure.
Here we go.
Here we go. Whoops.
Bill.
Bill.
Bill freaking Knott.
Yeah, buddy.
Hi, Bill.
How you doing, buddy?
Hey, everybody.
You're looking great, sir.
Oh, thank you. Feeling good.
Somebody sent me a picture of you. They took a picture, your day 1 carnivore, and then I think it was your day 50. And you don't see it because you look in the mirror, you look whatever, slow progress for yourself or for me when I was losing weight. But when you see a picture, it really tells a different story. Here's the picture. It's probably going to be hard to see on here, but let's see if we can share it. Progress.
Wow.
Little
Progress.
Your skin looks so much better.
That's
Right
awesome.
here. You had the chin before. It's gone. You got nothing under there now.
Oh, it's there. It's just a camera angle.
Yeah, you're killing it.
But it's better. It's definitely
Doing great.
looking better.
Yes.
I almost didn't make it. I'm sorry. I'm late. I used the wrong link you sent me. I used that last live link that you sent.
Oh, so you
And
were
so
sitting there all alone?
Oh yeah, I was sitting there like waiting, and then I noticed like this live stream is ended. I was like, what the? And I realized I used the wrong link.
Nice. Well, I'm glad we found it. What's it looking like outside there? It's kind of hard to see. Did the rain let up yet?
No, it's still coming down. It's only sprinkling, but it's just kind of nonstop. The water is still coming up.
Ah. I hope it lets up for you. Well, hey, before we get too far, there's people on here that maybe don't know the Bill story. Would you mind giving us a little background?
Oh, yeah. Well, how do I put it into a nutshell? So much has happened.
Hey, everyone loves to hear from you, so take your time, whatever you want to share.
Yeah, well, I'm 56 years old, from Alaska. Lived 99% of my life here. I spent a few years in Ohio when I was younger. I haven't always been big. All through my when I was in my teens, I think like 15, 16, I was 300 pounds. In my early teens, I went big. But then I lost all that, and all through my 20s and most of my 30s, I was in great shape. A professional musician, a professional cook. I would cook during the day, usually breakfast and lunch shift, and then I would play the clubs at night, the bars and clubs, music-wise. I didn't start packing on the real weight until mid to upper 30s, and I was a very bad alcoholic for years and years, long time, bad, like passed out, blackout drunk, alcoholic for a long time. I beat that, and I haven't had a drink in over 8 years, maybe creeping up on 9 years. I just don't keep track of that kind of stuff for some reason, but it's been a long time. So yeah, as I pushed 40, my weight just started getting more and more and more, and I got to the point where I couldn't cook anymore because I couldn't stay on my feet for an 8-hour shift. I was too heavy. I was 400 pounds, 500 pounds. So I just kept gaining weight and becoming more depressed as I did. And as a result of my depression, I would, eat. So it was just a vicious cycle until I got to about 600 pounds. And then we had that fire 4 years ago that wiped out our entire property, lost all our homes and lost everything we had. And then after that, I packed on at least another 100 pounds. After the fire, I just kept gaining weight to the point where I was immobile. I haven't been outside in over 4 years. I haven't stepped outside. So I was in just a terrible, deep, dark, just like everyone else my size, my story's not, unique. There's so many people suffering out there, but I haven't been outside in 4 years. Bedridden. I could only walk a couple steps, 5 feet to my toilet, barely. That was a nightmare I had to do every day. But through a whole series of, I could talk forever about this, meeting you, Carrie, a series of what we call Providence, because I truly believe it was actual Providence. I met you, and that set off a whole chain of events of me starting carnivore. And it's been almost 2 months now? 2 months later of being on carnivore and on the Lion Diet version of carnivore, just beef, salt, and water. and it's changed my life. I went from a completely black, they call it black hole depression, no reason to live, absolute hopelessness, to now my life has changed. I have great hope, and I'm planning for my future, and everything is just went from darkness to light. It's just been so amazing meeting this great man, Kerry, who is changing people's lives, and the incredible carnivore community, the most incredible group of people I've ever met in my life. So here I am now, from that terrible place to this place of renewed hope and feeling better, walking better. Just everything is enhanced. Everything is better. I have my hopes and dreams back again. So it's been an incredible ride in such a short amount of time.
Yeah.
Awesome. I love that.
What advice would you give, Bill, to someone else that was in your situation, I don't know, 50 or 60 days ago when you were ready to start? Like, you seem to have done really well at this. Maybe it's not as easy for everyone. Everyone's different, but what has it been like for you? And if you could talk to someone else who's was in a similar situation to you before, hopeless and depressed, and
well, like you said, everyone's situation is different, but I just for people who are feeling absolute hopelessness, there is hope. That's all I can say, because I was hopeless. I was praying to God, please help me. I got to the point where I'm like, just hit me upside the head with something so big, because I have zero hope. When you have zero hope in your life, you have to experience it to realize how terrible it is. It's a living hell. But to those who maybe going through what I went through, there is absolute hope. It's just you have to make the change. That's the incredible thing, is even you're in the deepest, darkest pit. There it really is hope. All you have to do is make the change, and putting the proper fuel in your body is a miraculous way to start, because it's those poisons, those toxins from sugar and carbs and all that crap that we stuff on our face 24/7. You stop eating that and you start putting in the fuel our bodies were designed to burn. It's the most incredible thing. Everything changes. Your spiritual outlook, your mental outlook, your physical, everything changes for the better. So if you're in that deep, dark hole, just make the change. And, at first, some people have an easier time than others. You have to go through, a lot of people go through the keto flu, So when you do make that change, you have to do it gradual. You have to do it smart. There's a lot of good videos there, like Dr. Barry, learn how to do it properly. But yeah, you can do it. You can get out of that deep, dark depression and back into the light. And I tell you, when you do, getting your hope back when you haven't had hope for so long, it's the most incredible thing. It's the most, I'm getting chills right now. I'm going to tear up thinking about it. Getting your hope back when you haven't had any in so long is, you can't put words to it.
what are you most looking forward to, I guess, when you walk out those doors for the first time?
Oh, meeting you and your family, bro.
I can't wait to come back. I said this before, but your family's great. You're great. Emma and I really felt like we really legitimately felt like we're part of the family. Like, we got to come back up for Thanksgiving and Christmas and the next holiday and everything. It was.
You are, some people you meet in life, and there's just that. It's almost like a soul recognition. You just click and you just feel at home with that person. That's how I felt with you and Emma. And so, and with Jen, and even though I haven't met her in person yet, I still feel that connection. And so, that's a precious thing when you do find people like that, when you have that kind of, this crazy special connection.
Yeah.
But I have too many things to even list of what I'm excited about once I get back outside again. Living in Alaska, one of the most incredible places on the planet. There's a lot of incredible places on this beautiful planet, but Alaska is definitely one of them. And I used to be able to go out and experience all the wonders, the ocean and the fishing and the hiking and my photography, which I haven't done in so long. And so those things, getting back into the hobbies and interests that I used to have, but haven't been able to fulfill in so long. That's some of the biggest things I'm looking forward to. And helping others along, what we were just talking about a minute ago, helping others get themselves pulled out of that deep, dark depression and get their feet back on the path to physical healing, spiritual healing. So the world's my oyster. I can't wait to get back out there and start doing good.
Nice. Yeah, I can't wait for it either. I can't wait to get back up there. And the cool thing is, whenever it happens, it happens. But it seems like you're going way faster. Like it's going to happen sooner than we thought when we initially talked about it. So, but whatever.
It is kind of going at breakneck speed, isn't it?
It is, yeah. I mean, I'm so happy when I see your videos come out. The last video you did, the rain thing is very unfortunate. Lots of prayers Bill's way for the rain to let up and the flooding to stop. But your other updates on your health and yourself, it's just been amazing. Could you talk a little bit about some of the things that have changed other than you've lost some weight and you?
The two biggest things is, besides my depression and that, that's the number one thing is, but the physical wise is my, all the pain that I was in, the swelling in my joints and my feet. I used to call them my feet, my footballs, because they were puffed up the size of a literal football. It was crazy. And my ankles and my legs, terrible edema, just terrible, terrible edema. And my inflammation was just, everything hurt, like everything from the top of my head down to the tops of my feet, just everything hurt all the time. My sleeping was a nightmare. I had to sleep. Well, I showed you when you were here how I slept sitting up.
Unbelievable.
I use a paper towel. It'd take me a while to explain it, but just to lean forward and I had to sleep sitting up. Very rarely could I sleep laying backwards, but that's all changed. That's all changed. The pain is gone. The inflammation is gone. My feet look like normal person's feet again. Even weeks later, I look at them all the time. I can't believe they're my feet. I haven't seen my regular looking feet, in years and years and years. But another huge thing, the pain, huge. The pain being gone, so huge. All my pain's gone. I'll say 98.5. I still have I'm still a big guy and I got a long way to go, but the majority of my pain all gone, because of the inflammation is gone. And now my sleeping is just getting better and better. I'm able to recline way farther. I have a whole new sleeping system now compared to what I had 2 months ago. So I'm sleeping more and more normal, and that is just so amazing. So because I haven't been able to sleep like that in a long time. So yeah, the pain, the swelling, the inflammation, all gone. Sleeping way better. The change is just miraculous. And I keep like, man, I've had these such incredible changes in only 2 months. I keep thinking, 2 years from now, I'm just going to be back to like my old self from 20 years ago.
Right.
So it's incredible.
I'm so happy for you. When you showed me the sleeping thing and the paper towel, and you're just basically with your head forward, I couldn't imagine it. Like I thought I had an idea going in there what you were going through, and it was completely different when I went and filmed with you. Your other big struggle and frankly scary thing you have to do every day is you walk to the toilet. Has that gotten any better?
Oh yeah. Well, if you remember when you filmed me walking to the toilet, remember how I was completely leaned over and I was using my hands on top of my knees basically to support myself. That's changed. That is so improved. I should send you a video of me walking now. You'd be like, wow. But you better get up here quick because soon I'm gonna be walking out that door.
I know. that was the big thing. Like, and I had asked you at the time, just so people that are listening, like Bill has to completely hunch over with your hands on your knees. And I said, can't you stand up straight? And I think you said I could maybe for 2 seconds and it would just be incredibly painful and I wouldn't be able to maintain it just because you've been gravity and you've been sitting down and leaning down and kind of bent, and you sleep that way too. You're kind of walking in the position you're sleeping with your head forward and kind of down.
Yeah.
So you're able to straighten up a little more now. And
straighten up and not have to use my hands on my knees. It's incredible. It's still a struggle. Like I said, I'm at the beginning of this. So even though it's still a struggle, compared to what it was just a few weeks ago, it's such an improvement. It's just such an incredible improvement. So just going to keep getting better and better.
I'm so happy for you. All this aside, like this is great. We're doing the documentary and stuff, but I'm really happy. I'm going to get a fly in my eye now, though. I'm really happy that we met because I feel like I made a new best friend. I mean, we're talking all
Me
the
too.
time, and it's just completely away from the documentary and all this other stuff. I think we both know it. I'm here for you forever, regardless of anything else. It's unconditional. It's like you said. It's a weird connection. It's like you've been my brother my whole life, and I never knew it. I found
Well,
you.
I gave you my favorite knife, so everywhere you go, you're carrying me with you.
To everyone's annoyance too. My hands are cold. Oh God, I'm gonna screw it up on live TV. Wait, where's your Bill? Come on, this is a quick draw. There we go.
All right, the quick draw challenge.
We got to get you one of these. The little Redmond salt.
Oh,
yeah.
I don't think that
Like
was
butter.
on camera, was it?
Like butter.
My speed, Bill, my speed is improving drastically.
Yeah,
Not the first time I just did it, but you got to warm the finger up first. It's like a millisecond, and then the close. See that?
Good job.
That close is tricky. Bill and I were joking because he keeps challenging me, and I was like, okay, here's what we're going to do. We're going to do a YouTube video, 500 opens in a row, and if you mess up one time like this, you have to start all over. And then Bill's like, yes, but you have to do the full close, and that close is very tricky. Sometimes it just goes a little bit
There
like
you go.
that.
Almost.
Just like now you'd be on 399, you have to start all over again. All right, people are going
I don't get that close right every time either.
It's a tricky move. People are going to start yelling at me. Shut up about the knife already, Carrie. We know about the knife.
Sorry again, man.
Hey, so Dr. Berryfinger, all of this is amazing. The focus should be on you, but something else incredible and remarkable has been happening for the last 50, 60 days, and that's you sharing your story as were you like doing YouTube before this? What's going on with the YouTube channel? You are killing it on YouTube. I'm happy. A little jealous, but every one of your videos, you're getting more views than me. You're just killing it.
Not quite, but
you are. I'm happy for you. I would rather be there because you have more of an inspirational story than I do. But when you were starting and you were thinking there was a whole reason we connected was YouTube. You left me a comment on my video, and you said in that comment you wanted to start YouTube so you could support yourself, and I was like, yes, do it. Let's do it. I can help you. Whatever you want. Let's do it. But you were really nervous to do it. You'd never done YouTube before.
Still am.
Why? You're killing it. You're absolutely killing it.
I'm better than I was. I still get the butterflies even before I came on the live stream today. I'm like, okay, just breathe. But it's better than it was. I'm sorry. I last drank of water went down the wrong pipe.
No, the proof is in the numbers too. Nice. You look at your numbers and your analytics, and people they're stuck. They're sticking on there. That's all YouTube wants is engagement and people to stick around. And you're doing it because you're such a good storyteller. And I kind of briefly mentioned this before, but I just want to say it one more time. This is one of the craziest things with all of this was you reached out to me. I said, let's do the YouTube, however I can help, whatever. But then I thought after that I was going to be like, okay, I'm going to be on with Bill, and we're going to be like YouTube this and that, and the carnivore stuff, advice, and this. But you were kind of more like, listen, I think I got this. If I need some help or something, I'm going to reach out. But the last 60 days, 50 to 60 days, whatever you're at right now, it's been all Bill. It wasn't Carrie like, oh, Bill, do this on YouTube, or oh, Bill, you should try carnivore and you should do this instead, or try line or anything. You're like, no, if I need help, I'll ask. So you've done all of this yourself, and you're killing it. You're killing it on YouTube. You're killing it on Look what the carnivore thing. The carnivore thing is so hilarious to me too. Did you guys even hear what he just said earlier? He's like, I'm doing lion now, and then he's got some 3-day fasts in there. Just nonchalantly, 25 minutes into your video, you mentioned that. If I started lion, I'd be like, oh, I could do a whole video on the fact that I'm going lion now. And you just casually mentioned it. So, anyways. Credit where due. You're killing it. I'm so happy for you. You're a natural on YouTube for sure.
Yeah, this whole YouTube thing has been really unexpected and just incredible. The amount of support that I've gotten, and especially everyone reaching out and telling me their stories, their struggles, how I inspire them. It's been the most wondrous journey. I had no idea there were so many good-hearted just incredible people out there who are just giving me love and support. Every video, I just get this tsunami of love and support. It's still, I'm not used to it yet. It's still incredible.
Yeah. It's
Hey,
amazing.
Bill, couple things real quick. So anytime you want to come on the Keto Cookout, you're invited anytime, brother. Any Tuesday you want to come on, you're invited. Secondly, I wanted to get your opinion on the carnivore diet documentary and kind of your take as far as the importance of something like that. Like, you know, what's your thoughts on that?
Wow. You know, this is another thing I could talk forever about, but you know, Kerry, just God bless you, brother, is on a mission from God. I tell you what, 100%. And this movie, you know, I see just how many people that he's affecting. And when I put out a video, you know, just how many people are touched and moved, how many sick people are out there looking for a way out of their terrible illness and depressions. So I know in my heart, this carnivore movie is a meant to be Providence thing. And who knows how many people it's going to reach, especially if it gets on a big platform like Netflix or one of the big platforms. It's going to reach millions and millions of people and help thousands, tens of thousands, you know, potentially, or more. It could help millions of people stop intaking poison and start putting in the proper fuel. So this carnivore movie is just paramount important, because even if it could change one life, it would be worth it. But it's going to change countless lives. So it's beyond important. It's going to be a miracle.
Awesome. I love that. So we have a couple super chats. Let's go. Well, we'll show this comment here real quick from Emily Harbeau. Bill, looking so good, looking calm and satisfied.
Yes, thumbs up to both. Thanks, Emily.
Yep. Georgia Carnivore, $20 super chat. Hey, Bill, you look amazing.
Oh, thank you. Got a long way to go, but thank you.
Let's find some other ones. Here's one. It's nice to lose the multiple underchins after so many years. Mine are gone again, now forever. $24 super chat. Thank you.
Yeah.
And here's a scripture from Keto Oregonian. Hope deferred makes the heart sick, but when the desire comes, it is a tree of life.
Very true. Wise and very true.
Absolutely. Try to find a couple more here for you specifically. Here it is. From Deborah, $20. God is good. He heard Bill's cry and answered his prayer. God may be stirring your soul to change your life too by going carnivore. Try it. You've tried everything else that haven't solved your health woes like carnivore will.
100%, Deborah. 100%. Yeah. It's going to stir a lot of people's souls and change a lot of people's lives, especially this documentary.
Absolutely. Gary?
Yeah. People that are scared to try it too. I don't know where I heard this one, but I love this statement. It's like, you should be more scared if you don't try it. Imagine 5 years from now, if you continue doing what you've been doing that got you to this point. That should be more of a scary proposition than trying to change for 30 days or so.
Yeah, that's one of the biggest hurdles to get over, is the fear people have of going on carnivore because of all the misinformation out there about, you know, the information that the World Health Organization and, you know, most doctors is just complete inversion of reality. So people are brainwashed into thinking just the exact opposite as far as living a healthy lifestyle. And so breaking a person's belief system, you know, that's not an easy thing to do.
Yes.
So you got to show them by example, which the carnivore community has so many examples of miraculous healing from people who start carnivore. And so that's the reason this documentary is going to be so important, is it'll show people the truths that they've been taught an inversion of reality, and to show them the right path to health and happiness.
Yes. Yeah, it's the examples for the documentary are huge, but you're absolutely right. How do you get that message across to people who are scared and confused and they've been told the opposite their entire life? That's going to be the real delicate challenge of the documentary, is
for sure.
Speaking to that. Yeah. It's a challenge. So Alia's got her Dr. Gray's finger up.
I mean, you kind of said this, but I would like you to say directly, why should people donate today, right now, for the documentary? And how much should they donate?
Jeez.
Well, I can't attest to that, but being a part of something good, you can't put a price tag on that. If they're able to help, they should help, because just giving a small amount, giving a small part, you put all those small helps together, it's going to create just an avenue for Kerry and give them the ability to do what he needs to do to put this documentary out properly. Doing it very professional and putting it out properly is going to be very important to reach the maximum amount of people. And unfortunately, it's not cheap to produce something like this. So we need all the help we can get. And you can't find a better cause than helping to change someone's life, to pull them out of darkness like I was in and lead them to the light, and to, literally save their life. This carnivore documentary will literally save people's lives who may be on the brink of death like I was. Pull them back and start putting the proper fuel in their bodies, and who knows how many people, how many lives this documentary will save. So you can't put a price tag on that. So if you're able to help, even the smallest amount, any help is good. Bigger help's better, but
Yeah.
any amount is will help change people's lives. So that's such a noble thing to do.
Right. And if you can't help and you don't have the money to, just sharing it, prayers, all those things.
Prayers,
of course.
huge.
Absolutely.
Yeah, definitely welcome. And I know I've said this before, but there's always new people on here. Every penny for this is going entirely to the documentary. I always want to make that clear. This is a passion project. I've got thousands of dollars of my own money into it. Some people ask too, like, well, how much do you need in order to do it? Our goal for this today is $50,000 to hopefully be able to do the rest of it and not have to raise any more funds. It's expensive to do a proper documentary to the caliber that's needed in order to get on one of those big streaming services Bill mentioned, like Netflix or Hulu or one of those. And the thing is, like, with less money, we could still do it, but then maybe you don't get on one of the big streaming services. The goal is to reach millions of people. And in order to do that, we need to get in on one of these big streaming services. But if someone's considering donating, I just want people to know that sincerely, every penny is going towards the documentary, as well as my own money and my own time. And it's not going to go to waste for sure. It's a passion project. If you guys see my minivan, I'm going to be driving around the country. You'll understand what I'm saying, because Jen was like, "You're not taking that thing." I'm like, "Oh yeah, I am." When I was out by Bill, we rented a car. It was a beautiful car. I'm thankful and blessed to be able to rent it. I hated the car. I was just complaining the whole time about my junky old rusty minivan that's just puttering along. Everything about it I like on my own thing, but it's got 250,000 miles on it, and it's on its last leg. But I'm not giving up on it. It's still running good. But yeah, if we got to shoestring this thing together, it's gonna get done. And I'm not stopping on this documentary until we reach millions of people with it. So appreciate all of the donations and prayers and shares and everything. So
here's a comment for us. Thank you, Bill. You bring hope for so many people. You always make me smile. I'm praying that the rain will stop. Hugs from Norway.
Oh, thank you so much. That means a lot. Yeah, I'm praying the rain will stop too. We'll see what happens. Everything happens for a reason. So we'll just have to write it out and see. I'll keep you guys updated.
Yep. Here's another one. I look so much forward to Bill walking outside soon.
Me and you both. Thank you.
Me and you and everyone else, Bill. I was in the theater yesterday. I was walking by and someone stopped me and they're asking, "Do you think Bill would mind if I came too and watched him walk out?" I'm like,
"No,
it's
like
getting
I
out of
said,
hand. There's going to be an army out there."
Bring them all up. We got 5 acres to house everybody.
Yep. We love Bill. There's another one.
Oh, thank you, Nicole.
Let's see. Would Bill be willing to share how much weight he's lost on carnivore so far?
Ooh. That's the thing. And thank you for reminding me. I did order another scale. I had a comment a couple days ago. Someone found a good scale that went up to 660 pounds. And so I ordered that. So hopefully that one was going to work. Getting my exact weight has been a real issue. I was hoping my visiting nurse, will be able to bring out a proper scale. It turns out she can't. I ordered 2 scales, 2 500-pound capacity scales, hoping I could put 1 foot on each one, like a lot of people suggested. It didn't work. It was just too inaccurate. It was giving me like a 50-pound fluctuation every time. We tried to make it work. It didn't work. So I did order another scale, like day before yesterday, that goes up to 660 pounds. And the way that my body's feeling, and when I look at myself, I think I'm under that now. So that scale I should be able to get a reading on it.
Nice.
So I'm excited for that scale to get here. So I'm hoping it gets here before my next video, so I can put my weight finally, because I've had so many people asking me about it.
Yeah, I want to just say something on that too. I've had a couple people asking me on that too. When you have a scale and you step on it, it fluctuates. Now imagine putting 2 feet on it like Bill, it's fluctuating. Now imagine when I went to visit Bill, him standing up and walking, he's crouched over. You can't even really just stand on 2 scales without holding on something. And then if you touch something or you hold the corner of the bed, that screws it up. And then if one of Bill's legs is stronger than the other, which is very likely to be the case, they're not going to be both, then it's wobbling all over the place. So
yeah.
The 2 scale, a bunch of people said that 2 scale thing. And initially I was like, I don't know if it works that way. Maybe it would under perfect scenarios if Bill could stand perfectly still without moving and without holding on to anything, which wasn't possible when we went out there before.
No.
So there's some nuance.
The numbers were bouncing all over the place, but I know I'm losing weight. I can feel it. You can see it. But I did order another scale, so hopefully I'll be able to get an actual number out there, really soon. But it hasn't been top priority for me because I already know I'm losing weight and feel it and can see it. So, but hopefully have numbers soon.
There you go. Here's one for you, Mr. Bill. Happy Saturday and thanks for being on the marathon. My 4 cats say hi to Daisy from North Carolina.
Hi, Paulette. Yeah, Daisy's over there sleeping right now. This is a sleepy time of day.
Awesome. Here's one. Keep it going, Bill. Kind regards from a former 637 pounds.
Ooh.
Today, 336 pounds carnivore for 4 years now.
Wow. Congratulations. I'm going to be there myself.
Yeah, that is awesome. We got $20 from Common Plant Queen. Hi, Bill.
Hi, Plant Queen.
Awesome. All right, that's everything for Bill.
Nice. I can't believe it. It's almost been an hour we've been talking already. We got to wrap this up here. Shout out to Bill Matt, first of all. Everyone subscribe. I have the link to his channel. You can click it right in the description below. You don't just subscribe though. You go watch. If you're not familiar with Bill, you can go watch from the beginning. You do a video every week now, right? About once a week or so.
Yeah, I'm doing an average 1 a week now, every 7 days. I keep wanting to do more, but somehow it's every 7 days for now. But hopefully I will increase.
Hey, whatever you're doing, my friend, is working. You don't want to oversaturate things. Initially, I was gonna be like, just do one every day. But one fun thing for you once you get going more might be doing some shorts, because those are real quick, just on your phone. People like those. Like, hey, here's what I cooked today. I made some ribeye up or something.
Yeah.
But
I do want to do some shorts, so that will be coming.
Yeah. So everyone, check out Bill Knott on YouTube. Go back and watch from the beginning. You'll see the amazing progression just in the 55 days or so he's been carnivore. You can see from the first to now. So thank you so much, Bill. I know you're not a big fan of doing these live streams. You did awesome, as you always do, and I really appreciate you being brave and coming on here for us and helping us get the word out about the Carnivore Diet movie.
Yes.
And I may be calling or texting you later, because I got some ribeyes that are going to go in there. While I'm trying to do a live stream with 1,800 people on it, I'm going to try to cook one in there. You did the broil, right? You did the broil method with the thing up higher, right?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll get it. I got 2 if I mess one up. So,
well, call me if you need help.
Yes, I will. Everyone will be here on the live stream. I'll just be like this. One second. I got to eat after all. I've been going on 8 hours now. This is nuts.
Nice.
Wow, that went fast.
Yeah, 7 minutes shy of 8 hours.
Well, Kerry, my brother, thank you for having me. This is just I knew it was going to be an incredible event, and it's starting out incredible.
Yes.
I love all you guys. Help out with this documentary if you can, because it is just beyond important. Words can't put how important it is for helping others change their lives. And I love everybody, and I'll see you guys in my next video.
Thank you, Bill.
Love you, Bill.
Bye, Bill.
Have a good day. Bye.
Bye, brother.
Awesome. Man, that one flew by. That one
Yes.
flew by.
That
I
flew
can't believe we're at
by.
8 hours.
That's crazy.
A third of the
My
way
back
through.
feels it. My back feels it.
Yeah. I got up and did some jumping jacks earlier. Gotta stretch it out a little bit.
I feel way better at this point than I did at the 10-hour.
Oh wow.
Right? Yeah.
When Kelly comes on, I need to say something very funny.
Please do. Yes. I need all the help I can get. Did we lock Sean out or no?
No,
Oh,
no, we
okay.
didn't. When he wants to come back, he will.
Got it. All right. All right. Should we do another update quick?
Yes. Give me 1 second. Guys, again, amazing. All these people are amazing. It's just the money keeps flowing in, and please continue. Look at $14,792 for the day. We are like on the doorstep of $15,000, and you guys are amazing.
You know what's crazy?
It's so incredible.
We have it. We're 8 hours in, and the last time we did the 10-hour one, I think we raised $9,400, and then it was doubled by a very generous donor. So we've already significantly surpassed the 10-hour live stream, and we're only 8 hours in.
We're gonna do this 50,000, but I still think we can do like 170,000. We have 1,700 people watching.
Let's go. Hey, anyone else who wants to we got the thing. You can get in the credits. So someone did that earlier. That was crazy.
Several people have done that. Several people have done that now.
Hey, I'll even up it. You want to get in the credits and you want to have like a one-on-one call or meeting. If you got some ideas for the documentary, we'll set up a conference call or something. If you're willing to do the $500 donation to get in the credits, and we could do a call and have you involved if you want. We got an awesome team of carnivores helping us already. We can always use more. All right. What? Okay, so updates. Let's see here. One more quick shout out. While we can, here it is. I think people are liking these things. So I gotta send one of these to Bill. So the Redmond Salt travel size with random keychain carrier. It's a really cool idea. I mentioned in the video the other day. Everyone's going nuts over. Free shipping. It's in the lower 48 only. It's a travel size. It's a keychain. I got it hooked on my knife, but you can hook it on your keys. Comes preloaded with the Redmond's real salt in it, and then you can refill this with your own Redmond's, or you can buy more of these travel size ones. They sell them in 6-packs on Amazon. So thank you, everyone. If you want to get that, if you want to donate $20 but get something in return or get a good gift, it's a good option. And then the other thing we have, lastly, is our water bottles or tumblers from Johnny F. So here we go. We showed these earlier, but just for the folks that are new that just jumped on, we got several different designs. Compassion Carnivore, I Eat Only Meat, Ask Me Why, and Carnivore Life. They're $30, and the proceeds, the profits, go right to the Carnivore Diet Movie. And these things are really high quality. They're very heavy duty. They're stainless steel. And best of all, each of them are customized. So you can put your YouTube channel on there. You can put your name on there, and they'll customize it for you. The link for everything I'm talking about today is in the description, as well as shout out my good friend Sean from Intentional Carnivore, who's generously co-hosting and killing it as a motivational, inspirational speaker. Subscribe to that man's channel. Adam from Carnivore Today, Alia Wells, 1,800 people on here. These guys are great. They're doing some amazing videos on carnivore. Just like Dr. Wiedemann said earlier, it's important to surround yourself with like-minded people. There's not a lot of those out in the public, but there's a lot of them out there on YouTube. And Intentional Carnivore's doing it. Adam from Carnivore Today and Alia Wells got some great carnivore YouTube content. So subscribe, check it out. I appreciate you guys so much. I can't thank you enough.
We appreciate you.
This is crazy. I can't believe it. Sean, we just hit 8 hours. We broke 8 hours.
Bro, listen, I just went and did a 45-minute workout and got a shower.
Nice.
Yeah, and ate a steak.
Could you imagine doing that a year and a half ago?
Bro, I couldn't have walked from here to the kitchen to get the steak a year and a half ago.
Now you're doing workouts. You're a motivational speaker. You're killing it. Your body weight down to nothing. Every time I turn on a Sean video, too, I see this. A big, huge smile. You're just fired up. Your natural state has changed from depression to just a natural state of smiling. And it's a sad thing in this world when that's abnormal. Everyone should be in a naturally happy or joyful state.
Listen, man, I have learned so much about mental toughness, about settling for less than what we deserve, and it's from people exactly. Let's see. People say I'm too loud. I don't know how to fix that. My mic is on autocorrect. I'm sorry, hopeless for all, whatever. I'll move it away. How about that? Is that better? Give me some thumbs up. All right. It may be because it's screaming because I'm excited. Maybe I'll just move over here and talk from there. How about that? So, like, what I was getting ready to say, though, was this, man. Like, honestly, people like our next guest, Kelly Hogan, people like Dr. Berry, people like, those who were on earlier, Dr. Kiltz, for example, Bella, Emily, all those folks, man, Dante, they set a standard and started pushing this forward, and it's our responsibility to carry it forward. And I get fired up, but it doesn't just stop with them, man. The same thing that motivates them to keep going is what I'm starting to notice too. There's so many people in the private group who have come in where I was a year and a half ago, realized it, and they're 2-3 months in to getting that same change. And that is very encouraging, and it just fires me up even more.
Love it. Awesome. Well said,
We have a
sir.
special
So,
guest here.
Yeah, let's bring in Kelly Hogan.
Awesome.
Yay!
What's up, guys?
Legend.
What's
How
up?
are you doing? Kelly,
Hey.
welcome. Welcome to our 24-hour live stream. Thank you so much for joining us. It's an honor to have you on here.
I'm so excited to be here. So this morning, my family was like, "Hey, Mom, we need to go to Asheville. We need to get the Boy Scout stuff this is for my son." It's like, guys, I don't think we can be back by 4 o'clock, and I've got a thing. So I am on the deck. See the mountains back here?
Wow, beautiful.
Of a Whole Foods. Do I sound okay? Am I blasting you out or anything?
No,
You're
perfect.
great. I'm pumped. So my kids are at the mall, and I'm with you guys. Thank you for having me, Carrie, Adam,
So good to see
Alia,
you.
and Sean. Thank you.
Oh, it's
Thank
so
you
good
so
to
much.
see you.
Awesome.
Yeah.
I did not realize that you were as long as I've watched you, I have just now realized that you are also a Carolina native. And like you should just swing by the house on the way home tonight and you and the family can have a steak.
I didn't know you were in North Carolina. Where are you?
No, I'm in South Carolina, right outside of Greenville.
Okay, cool, man. That's we're not far at all then.
That's right.
So Kelly, for the audience, would you mind maybe giving a little bit of background? You're the carnivore legend for sure, but for those that aren't aware of you, maybe could you tell us a little bit about your story?
Oh, I'd love to. Yeah, so I mean, I think a lot of us start with weight. I was really heavy. When I was 25 years old, I was already over 260 pounds. And I was feeling really bad. And I kept getting boils. That's what took me to the doctor, was not obesity. It was boils, which if nobody knows, it's almost like an ingrown hair that gets so deep and so huge that the doctor has to cut it, drain it, and pack it with gauze. That's what was happening to me at age 25. And my doctor was this really old guy named Dr. Dunlap, which I know is funny now because Dr. Berry has a joke about Dunlap being your pant. What is it? Your belly Dunlapped your belt or something like that. But that's his real name, Dr. Benjamin Dunlap. He is still alive, but he's retired. And he said to me that day, "Well, Ms. Hogan, I suspect that I'll just keep having to do this, drain these boils, until one of us dies or until you lose 100 pounds." And I was, crying because I'd tried my whole life. I just wanted to be little and cute. That's all I ever wanted, was to be little and cute. My mom had this amazing figure. My brother was so skinny, and me and my dad, we were always heavy. So I cried that day, and I said, I really have tried. I don't know what else to do. But if I had tried it the low-fat way and the low-calorie way and the exercise way, like many of us, I know. And he said, it's the carbs. He said, I could run all the blood work and prove it to you. You are inflamed. That's all it is. You're inflamed. That's why you are having the weight issues. That's why you have acne. That's why you're having all these pains and boils. It's inflammation, and it's coming from excessive carbohydrates. And I said, carbohydrates? I have heard of those, but I don't really know what that means. And I didn't, legit, I did not know. But this was almost 19 years ago. He saved my life. So I switched to almost entirely animal products 19 years ago, but I kept in diet sodas and some sugar-free junk for a while until 2009. And that's when I found some other carnivores, including Dr. Lisa, who was on here earlier, and Charles Washington, who is still my hero and guru. And they told me, wow, you really got to cut out that garbage, the sugar-free junk. And I did, and life has been so much better ever since.
Well, that point right there in particular, like where when you went all meat, you kept in the diet sodas, and from that point on is probably like in your story what I reference a lot, because so many people struggle with some of this with that point exactly. And then seeing you were carnivore, what, 5 years doing that right there before you gave up the sodas. And then when you finally gave up the sodas, you gained, right?
I did gain for a little bit, because by the end of that 5 years, I didn't have any help or support. I was basing 5 years of eating on this amazing conversation with one doctor, which was so helpful. But by the end of that 5 years, you know, weight loss slows, if any of you have never noticed. And it was slowing down, and I still had some I wanted to lose. Although I was at a pretty good weight, you know, you become sort of obsessed. So I had started exercising more, and I was cutting back on fat because that's just what I had known. I brought my old diet lifestyle over to carnivore eventually, and that was not going well. My menstrual cycle stopped. I was ready to start a family, and I wasn't feeling good. So then the carnivores were like, baby. Charles Washington especially, he's like, listen, you've done an amazing job. Your before and afters, you're looking great. You're having cravings because you are eating all this sugar-free Jell-O and diet soda. You are not having a period because you're not eating enough, and you're not having enough fat. Dr. Kiltz, you know, he knows what he's talking about. So did Charles. Eat the fat. And he said, and stop all this cardio running. If you want to lift weights, that's fine. Take some walks. But your body thinks you're being chased by a bear right now. So I stopped the cardio like screeching halt. I started eating tons more food and tons more fat. And yeah, go figure. My body didn't know what to do with that right away. And for about 6 months, I did slowly gain every day, creep, about 23 pounds. It freaked me out, and I almost quit. I almost quit many times. I never cheated once during that time. Not one diet soda, not one bite of a plant. I didn't even use black pepper, no seasoning at all. And the only water I drank was filtered water, not even bubble water.
Oh, wow.
Nice.
The strictest I've ever been, not a sip of coffee in 6 months, and I still gained. So when I see people who come to carnivore, they have healing that needs to occur, and I did too. But guess what happened at the end of that 6 months? My period came back. Let's start with that. I did start to lose that weight, and I didn't have sunken eyes, and I wasn't hungry, and I wasn't having to run on a treadmill ever. I just got to a really healthy weight, and my body was letting me know. And very soon after that, I got pregnant with my first little carnivore baby. So it worked out.
Yeah, it's
Awesome.
That is amazing. And that's what I reference that story, you know, after I heard it from you more than any other story, because sometimes you can be doing every single thing right.
Yep.
And still it looks, perception is a lot, right? So you can be making every good decision, taking every step right, and it looks like it's malfunctioning, but your body is brilliant and it knows what to do, and you just give it the right stuff and it will work how it's supposed to. And I just want you to know how encouraging that is, and how your story lives on through many other people, because so many people are facing that, as I'm sure you're aware of.
Yes.
And I appreciate that. And the other thing that I want to reference, because I know these guys probably have stuff they want to talk about too, and I can't hog all of your time, is that conversation with you and I believe it was Amber O'Hearn, the fat pro. Yeah, it was Amber. The fat protein stuff is monumental. I also recommend that more than any other video on the topic, because it's probably the best explained, and I thank you for that too. But I digress to these guys. I appreciate you.
Thanks, Sean.
I appreciate you too. So you've been doing carnivore a long time, and a lot of people starting out, they're like, this isn't sustainable. There's no way you could just eat meat for this long, maybe for 30 days or 90 days. What do you say to that?
Yeah. So my first 30 days of cutting out sugar, yeah, that was hard. It didn't feel sustainable. I couldn't have lived exactly like that forever. But good news, you don't have to. You get over that initial, the feelings of grief over the foods that you miss. You get over the withdrawals and the crazy physical cravings, even the emotional cravings for it all. No, those first 2 weeks, I had the shakes, and that's not sustainable. This life that I live now is the most sustainable thing I've ever done. Y'all, I just went out here in Asheville to a place called Bear's Smokehouse. And
Nice.
I just had a beef rib that looked like a dinosaur bone. It was full of, I mean, the squishiest, juiciest. How is
Oh
that
my
not
gosh.
sustainable? It's one of the best foods I have ever put in my mouth. Yes, I could eat that every day. I eat piles of fried eggs every day. Here's what's not sustainable. Boils? Nope. Obesity, not being able to ride roller coasters. I couldn't get in a roller coaster, and now my kids love amusement parks. Not being able to take walks. The cellulitis I used to get on my legs, not cellulite, cellulitis, hard, red, hot patches that made it hard to walk. Not sustainable. The food obsession and the sugar obsession all day long. Not sustainable. Eating meat and feeling amazing? Yes, for the rest of my life. Bring it. Easy.
I love how fired up you are too. It's awesome.
Thank you. I'm always fired up when it's about carnivore. It's just like all of you. When your life has been changed by something, and there are very few things in my life I could say have changed my life, but Jesus and carnivore, top two, right there.
There you
People
go.
say that to me a lot of people. They're like, "Oh, you're so fired up." I'm like, "How could I not be going from that to this?" But it's so encouraging seeing that you've been doing this for a long time and you're still so fired up. So I love seeing that. Hey, Ali, I think you had a question.
I don't have a question. I just have more of like a comment. So I was watching a live stream. Maybe it was pre-recorded with Dr. Barry last year, maybe around November. And I watched your whole interview and I was like, wow, this is incredible. This lady's been eating. First of all, she's gorgeous. Second of all, look at how she was before and how she is now. And I tell my husband, look at this lady. She has been, sorry, I said lady, but I didn't know who you were then. Look at this beautiful Kelly. She's been eating meat for 13 years. Maybe I just need to eat meat because I was very overweight, very inflamed. He immediately said she can't be healthy.
Yeah. Well, he's not the first to say that. In fact, I had my own doctor, who's not my doctor anymore. I saw him 2 times ever. He used that exact phrase, eating meat can't be healthy. At the end of the very first time he examined me, he looked me over head to toe and he gave the most thorough hands-on exam I've ever had, feeling like, let me feel your thyroid. Okay, the edge of your liver. It's like, wow, this guy is thorough. He looked at my lab work and he gave me 100% clean bill of health, but he didn't have a clue who I was or what I ate. And right before he left, he's like, that wonderful job. Just keep up the good work. And I could have walked. I could have just walked. I didn't. I had to say it. I was like, that's awesome because I eat a very unconventional diet. So it's always good to hear that. And he's like, what does that mean? Well, I only eat meat and that's how I've eaten for, it's been almost 14 years. And he's like, we all know, quote, Ali, that can't be healthy. I was like,
no, it can't be healthy. But fast forward.
Yes.
Oh, sorry. Fast forward now, we eat tons of meat. The kids eat tons of meat. We just got my blood work, and that made him calm, my husband, about my blood work. But he's not fully carnivore. I would say like 85%, but he eats lots of meat now. So you and someone who just showed up here were my first inspirations to go.
I've got my Dr. Barry finger up. Kelly Hogan, do you mind if we have Dr. Barry join us for a minute or two?
Come on. Only if it's Dr. Barry. That's it.
Hey, Kelly. Kelly, if it's going to be a
Awesome.
big problem for you, I can jump off.
Well, I don't know if we can be in the same room. Hey, Dr. Barry. what's up?
Right. That's true. How's
Dr.
everybody
Berry,
doing?
I want to sincerely thank you so much for jumping on here. I know you've got limited time and you're at a conference and you're traveling and you're probably like, this dude Kerry needs to leave me alone and stop texting and messaging me. I really, really appreciate it. It wouldn't have been the same having this 24-hour live stream without you on, for sure. Thank you so much.
It's my pleasure. I'm actually in Poland right now. It's 10:30 p.m. So you're keeping me up past my bedtime. So that should tell you that I value what you're doing.
I appreciate you. We value you totally. So I got one question for you if you have the time for one question.
Yeah,
I know the
definitely.
time's limited. So the carnivore diet documentary we're doing, our goal is to reach millions of people with this. With everything you know, all of your wisdom of the years of doing carnivore, everyone you've talked to, interviewed, if you could kind of distill all that down into one message that we could convey in the carnivore diet documentary, what would it be?
Wow. You know, it's hard for me to condense anything down. I like to talk. I would say that the vast majority of chronic medical diseases, the vast majority of chronic inappropriate inflammation, and with emerging research, even the majority of mental health conditions and eating disorders look like they're all going to be intimately connected to the food that you eat and the food that you don't eat. And the vast majority of the problem is probably going to turn out to be highly processed food-like substances. And there's a psychiatrist here at this conference who specializes in eating disorders. And he says that food addiction is a misnomer. We should not call it that. It should be called ultra-processed food addiction, because he's worked with hundreds of young people with food addiction, with anorexia, with bulimia, and he's never seen a single one of them have those symptoms when eating a carnivore diet, not a single time. And then also zero eating a meat-heavy carnivore diet where they eat low-carb veg, a few nuts, a few berries, and then lots of fatty red meat and eggs with yolk. That's not the kind of food that people with eating disorders gravitate towards. And his hypothesis is that these eating disorders are caused, at least in part, by the misfunction of the human brain when you're feeding it an improper human diet. And I think he's going to turn out to be exactly right. But all you guys know that fatty liver, type 2 diabetes, hypertension, obesity, depression, anxiety, autism, all these things improve when you're in some degree of ketosis, which you're going to be if you're eating a carnivore diet. And so, yeah, absolutely. If anybody watching this is suffering from any medical condition, I can guarantee you that eating a carnivore diet is not going to make it worse. And I can assure you that it's probably going to make it at least some degree better. So give it a try for 90 days.
Absolutely. And I want to say thank you once again to you guys. I'm so emotional right now being on a live with you guys, Dr. Berry, Kelly Hogan. I mean, I don't even know where to go with that, you know? So thank you guys for your influence, for your honesty, for your willingness and determination to step up. It's not the first time I've been able to tell you, Dr. Berry. It is Kelly, obviously the first time I've spoke with her, but I'm so appreciative because a year and a half ago, my life was completely and utterly changed because of your guys' willingness to step out, be honest, speak truthfully about conditions that have been known, and put yourself out there against the grain of society. And I think that's huge. And you're seeing lots and lots and untold thousands of people being changed. The only question that I could possibly think of that I wanted to ask either one of you, obviously at this point, is what is one thing in particular that you intentionally make sure that you do every day outside of your basic needs to keep yourself focused and on track with the mission you have in life?
You go first, Kelly.
You're mute.
So sorry. I did that because of the traffic here and then I forgot. Yeah, so I am currently on a big kick of walk. Take the walk. If anybody follows me on Instagram, they know that all day, every day I walk. To me, it accomplishes so many purposes, not just health-wise, but of course we know it brings down glucose and controls insulin. It's amazing for mental health. But I typically take 3 walks per day, and I know I can't do it every day, couldn't do it today, but typically I dedicate one to quiet time and to the Lord for prayer, reflection, thinking, just quiet time. I very often dedicate another one to listening to something I can learn from, whether it's a book, an audio podcast. And then the third is for relationship building. My husband normally gets the third walk. Sometimes it's my daughter, Julia, or one of the kids wants to go with me, or a friend. Human connection. If every day I'm fueling myself with the perfect food, and I am, then adding a walk to that where I'm also working on spiritual health, mental health, my family relations, and learning, to me, it's walking. That's it.
Love it.
Love it. Thank you.
Love it. For me, it's getting up every morning really early and doing some research, having some coffee, and then Beckett and Bonnie get up way before I'm ready for them too. And every morning, right, I'm like, oh, they're up already. Dang it. But that's okay, because then we all go outside barefoot. Often the kids are half naked. We go out in the front yard. We get in the morning sun. We get our feet in the grass. We play around. We throw rocks. If there's a frog, we play with that. We just spend good time together. And then just family time all around. My time out in the pasture and in the woods, working on the farm, often with an Audible or a Kelly Hogan YouTube video in my ear, learning something new every day. That's a big part of my life, is learning continuously. And there's no shortage of things to learn. So there's no danger of me running out of stuff, because I don't know a lot. And then eating good meat every meal, once or twice a day, and then church on Sunday, and then repeat. And that's my happiness.
Thank you. And I love it when you guys learn, because when you learn, guess what? I learn, because I'm right behind you guys, keeping on up, trying to keep pace right behind you. You guys are paving the way, and I appreciate it so much.
Yeah, I can't thank you enough, Dr. Berry. I just want to say real quick, with this carnivore diet documentary, I've heard thousands of stories and testimonials from people on my YouTube channel and through the documentary. And one thing that I keep seeing over and over again is they watch an individual story like Dante from Frig No Freedom or Kelly, and they still weren't convinced because they thought these people were crazy. And then they watch Dr. Berry videos over and over and over again.
Yes.
That was the case for me too. And it changed my life forever. So I'm going to get all choked up now. I can't thank you enough on behalf of myself and everybody else. It's just amazing when you think about the ripple effect of that. You changed me, and now both of my sisters are doing carnivore. My mom is doing carnivore. My daughter's doing carnivore, and now 10 more people are going to get inspired by each one of those, and it's spreading like wildfire. And it's changing lives. And in order for you to do that, you had to be very brave and stick your neck out. You could have just gone and practiced medicine and kept your head down, but I say that all the time. It takes a very brave person to be a carnivore, but to be a carnivore doctor promoting it is kind of insane. So thank you so much. I really appreciate your time.
Well, thank you very much. And you guys never forget, it's Nisha that you need to thank for me having a YouTube channel, because if she hadn't basically shamed me into doing this, I wouldn't be on YouTube. And so that she gets all the credit for that. But it's my absolute pleasure to help people improve their health. That's kind of what I'm supposed to do, right? That's kind of, the definition of a doctor. And the fact that I can help thousands and thousands of people instead of just 20 or 30 a day in the clinic, to me, that's a blessing. I don't know if I can even explain how deep that goes. I'm never going to stop doing this. And I want you guys to know, Kelly Hogan and Carrie and all the rest of you guys, when you spread this message, you literally are saving more lives than some doctors do. Never forget that. Never forget that you don't know, because those YouTube videos, they're on out there 24/7, 365. And you never know when somebody's ready, when their heart's ready, when their mind's ready, when they've had that huge scare at the emergency room, or that huge scare they thought, oh, this is it, I'm going to have a heart attack, here we go. And then it turns out to be a false alarm. But when you get the hell scared out of you, that makes you go, okay, it's time for me to tighten up and get serious here. And then when you've got that friend like Carrie or like Kelly, it's like, yeah, go watch these videos. This will tell you what to do. That's priceless, right? For somebody who's ready. And so you guys are doing more good than you give yourself credit for. And I really need you to stop underselling what you're doing, because what you're doing is very, very important. And you're helping people, you're improving people's health, and you're literally saving people's lives by teaching them about a proper human diet. So I can never thank all you guys enough for what you do. And I'm going to keep doing what I do, and I'm going to keep fighting this with you. And it won't be too many more days before we'll hit a tipping point, and the phrase proper human diet will become a ubiquitous term on the tip of the tongue of every adult in America. And then we'll see what the powers that be do with that when that happens, because that's going to happen.
Absolutely, 100%. We're going to leave this world so much better than we found it, because there's an
Yeah.
army. There is an army assimilating. So behind you guys. So thank you.
Absolutely. So thank you guys. I'm going to go to bed. I've got to speak tomorrow. Thanks so much for having me on. Keep doing what you're doing. You're almost nine hours in. You've got a ways to go. So
Thank you, Dr. Berry.
and press on.
Thank you so much.
All right, guys. See you later.
Thanks to you, and thanks to
Bye-bye.
Nisha.
Take care.
Bye-bye.
Absolutely.
Wow.
Awesome.
Sorry, guys. Got a little fly flew in my eye there for a second.
I know.
Me too. Right here. Right here.
Oh, I'm so happy. I'm so happy Dr. Berry came on. He was gonna come on, Kelly. He scheduled it, and he was like, "Oh darn, I got this thing in Poland." And then so we made the thumbnails and everything up, and then we tried to do it in the interim. So I wasn't sure if he was gonna come on or not. So that was a lovely surprise, to say the least.
Yeah, how cool that I got to be here with him too. That was awesome. I love it.
Better.
Yeah,
That was awesome. I mean, it is quite emotional, because a year and a half ago, I was laying on a couch looking for a reason to live for another day. And I finally just stumbled into that Dr. Berry video, and from there, Dante and Carnivore Quest with Larry and Cassie and Kelly Hogan and Anthony Chafee and so many of these others, Dr. Fong and some of those Dr. Kiltz. I mean, the reverse series. Come on now, Charles Maddox has been doing it for years, and you guys were taking part in that. So you never know whose life. Not only did it change my life to where my health became optimal, where I lost weight, reversed type 2 diabetes, cured non-alcoholic fatty liver disease, but it affects the life of those directly related to me, like my children, my 15-year-old and my 12-year-old, like my wife of 21 years, like all those situations. So it has a ripple effect, not just for those taking place in it, but the families of all those people. And so it's so huge, I mean, it is priceless. It's priceless. That's all I can say.
Absolutely. I'm lost for words now. So
no, I was just gonna say, Kelly, like, what is something like if you could go back to the very beginning, and I know this is kind of a cliche question, but nevertheless, if you could tell yourself one thing that you wish you had known back then, right now, whether it be to help you with the journey, with the YouTube, with the reaching people, what would it be?
Oh, I don't know about one, but I could sum it up pretty quickly in a few things. First of all, it's not going to be linear. You're going to make progress, but it's not going to be every day, and it's not always going to be on the scale. And I want you to look for wins in a million areas. Look for the work that you're doing. That's another thing. I was always doing the work, but I didn't always see that as the win. It was like if I woke up and the scale didn't go down, then now I was the loser, right? Oh, you messed up. No, I was consistent. And I even from the beginning, I was taking walks and I was eating meat and I was trying so hard. And, the scale will be like all over the place. There were long plateaus. I saw in the chat, somebody asked how much have I lost now. I've lost 125 pounds. But during that 125-pound loss, there were long plateaus. It took me about 4 years to get even close to this weight. What people sell you in the magazine is, it's going to happen all at once. It's going to be ta-da. And if you're doing it right, it's going to be like magic. Some magic was right away, but it wasn't as fast as some people. I didn't just wake up at total goal weight. It took time. And that's what I'm trying to get people to understand. What is the 5-year plan for you? Because I could do this easily for the next 5 years. I plan to do it for the next 50. If we're doing things that are so hard and so impossible, like running and restricting calories and going hungry and eating rice cakes, yeah, you need a 5-week plan because that's the only amount of time you're going to be able to do that. That's it. But if you're really like you're living your best life and you're feeling good and you're eating, let's talk about the 5 to 50 year plan because that looks really good and sustainable. Is there any chance that somebody's going to cut out processed foods, take walks, eat the world's most healthy food, meat, get sunshine, deal with stress and sleep? Those, let's call those foundational things. Is there any chance they're going to do that for 5 years straight and not come out way better on the other side? No, there is not. They are going to win every time. We just got to do these foundations instead of what I was so focused on was results. And it was this obsession with the scale, obsession with I'm not better than yesterday. I'm not lighter than yesterday. Give it some time. We're just looking for the long-term game plan now. Where are you going to be in 5 years? You're going to be better. That's the answer.
Love that.
Absolutely. I love what you said. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
You got so much energy and you're so fired up. I love it. I know. Were you like this at all before carnivore?
There were a couple of times in my life where somebody had said to me, you're very motivating. So I was an elementary teacher. You can't go into elementary teaching. Well, I take that back. Some do without any enthusiasm at all. But in general, there is some level of enthusiasm. Being able to be on camera or outgoing. I heard y'all talking about that earlier about how you couldn't possibly be on, with over 1,000 people, just casual. A lot of things about my personality have changed. Anxiety. I used to be very anxious. I would get depressed at times. At night, I would doubt every decision, every move I've ever made. And now I sleep like a baby. So there are personality things that have changed, but I wasn't exactly super quiet either. Like I said, I taught public school a long time with some level of enthusiasm.
Nice.
I love it. I love what you said. Jesus and carnivores are two things that changed my life. And for me too, the preaching of the cross is foolishness to those who perish, but to those of us who are saved, it's the power of God into salvation. And
that's high five, man. That's awesome.
There we go.
Yeah.
And
Great.
so that's what I share. And I want to be the example to set that for everybody out there that wants to hear about it. I'll be more than happy to share it.
I love that.
I love it.
Yeah.
We have a super chat for you, Kelly.
Oh man.
Kelly,
I got this one. Meat
there you go.
aversions. So I've had meat aversions 3 very awful, strong times, and all 3 were when I was pregnant. And I know I've discussed this on camera, even with Dr. Berry. It is a weird thing. And there are some guesses at why it happens, but I work with a lot of coaching members who get meat aversions just a few weeks into carnivore. That to me is easier to explain. It's the same reason why a recovering alcoholic or drug addict will oftentimes stop wanting real food, because your body only wants one thing in that moment. It's straight up addiction. It wants the alcohol or the drug. And for people coming off of carbohydrates and processed foods, your body is having meat aversions to real food because it's just screaming for these toxic, addictive substances. So it doesn't last long. It won't let you think an alcoholic, if they stay strong, is just going to crave alcohol forever. No, they want food. Give it 4 to 7 days. So this is Renee asking the question. Hers is due to COVID, and that is pretty common. I don't know. It may last more than 4 to 7 days because of COVID. It lasted longer than that for me because of pregnancy. My tips. If there are any animal products that do sound appealing, and sometimes for me, eggs sounded good. Burger patties had to be covered in cheese and hot sauce and mustard, so it didn't taste super meaty. Things like egg pudding or like carnivore creme brulee or carnivore ice cream, which I don't add any sweetener to mine. It's just heavy cream and eggs, maybe vanilla extract. That's it. Anything animal product. If you're like, I can't eat any meat except chicken wings, Renee, go with that. Just do the animal products that are doable at the moment. And I promise you, your body will want real nutrition. You will be back to wanting steaks. Just if the only thing you want right now is platters of bacon, do it. Deviled eggs, do it. It's fine. This is not a lifelong commitment to only eating deviled eggs and bacon. It's just that in this moment of meat aversions, you just got to power through, take the taste of meat out if you need to with mustard and hot sauce if you need. All right.
Awesome. There's one more.
Okay. Dr. Berry interview helped start her journey 100 days. Oh, that's so nice. Thank you. And also, this is somebody who just gave $20 to the movie, and I'm so pumped for this to know that a carnivore movie. First, there's a carnivore series, the reverse series, now a carnivore movie. It's honestly, that's the stuff like we dreamt about 14 years ago. We were so thrilled if we made it into a news article, right? A news article. An article mentioned the word carnivore. Granted, they slammed it and bashed it and said it was a horrible idea, but they've heard of it, baby.
Right.
So we've come a long way from that.
Absolutely. Here's the next one.
Okay, Kelly, she's on day 18. Awesome. I taught middle school music for 31 years. That's great. I taught elementary music for 20.5 years. Well done. And thank you for the $20 donation. That's fabulous.
Thank you. And the next one?
Keto Barbie. That is funny. I have not seen a Barbie movie and I don't own any Barbies, but I appreciate that. I'll take it. Thank you.
All right. And one more.
All right. Eric says 75 days on the Lion Diet, loving it, sustainable. Oh my gosh, from 235 pounds to 190. Would never know it without y'all. West Texas. Well done, Eric.
Awesome.
Oh my gosh. Keep going, man. So cool.
Yeah, that's awesome.
It's so
Just got
inspiring.
another one for her.
Yeah, pop it up.
Is there another one? Oh, yep.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Oops.
Sorry.
All right. Any issues with shadow banning? This is the third time in a couple of days I've been asked like this. Seems like they're only pushing channels with the plant-based opinions. So I've heard that, I think it was Dr. Berg that just recently had some issues. I have not yet seen that. My last two videos, and I don't post very often, like two videos a month. My last two videos have been normal in views, if not a little higher. But one of them involved a lady who's just absolutely incredible. And so maybe it was just her. Maybe I'm being shadow banned, but she overcame.
My friend Susan Boykin, is that who you're talking about?
It is. My
My
Susan
goodness.
Boykin.
She is, we were in a private group together also for about the last year. She is absolutely amazing. She is doing phenomenal things. That was a great video. Anybody who hasn't seen that video needs to go watch it on Kelly's channel, hear her story, then go to Women's Magazine and read the article write-up they just did about her. I mean,
Is it up?
I don't know if they got it up yet
Okay.
or not, but it
Okay.
will be. So it's
Awesome.
if it's not, I'm ahead of my time. Be looking for it because she
Yes.
does have an amazing story. And
Yes, she does.
God has definitely blessed her, and she is being faithful and sharing her story as well, and it's quite encouraging. So
It is. So based on that video, which hit 100,000 very quickly, I don't think I'm being shadow banned yet. I wouldn't be surprised if they aren't pushing down things that make people feel amazing and that require no medication. But not yet for me.
Kelly, I have a question for you.
Okay.
I don't want to put you on the spot, but
Oh,
we're
no.
doing the carnivore diet documentary, and I'd love to have your voice in it, especially as a legend and someone who's been sustaining it for a long time, because that's something that's really important to people. Is it something you'd be interested in participating in?
Well, I might cry if I couldn't be. Come on, Carrie. Yes, of course. I would love
Yes.
that. I'm
Oh,
not even kidding. 14 years ago, we just wanted anybody to hear that it existed, period. This is a dream come true. And I used to say, I hope to have kids someday. And I hope that if they do choose to be carnivore, that people have at least heard of it and have a good idea that it's healthy. And this is a step for that. That's exactly what I have envisioned. So thank you for helping to make that happen, Carrie. I would be honored.
Yeah.
could you
Awesome.
even imagine like 15 years ago, if somebody had come to you and told you your life would be where it is today,
No.
like, would you ever been able to imagine? Would you even believed it or entertained it? You would have laughed, right?
Oh, yeah. No, I wouldn't have believed any part of that. Now, if somebody said you're still going to be eating carnivore in 15 years, yes, no doubt. In fact, I believe it just as easily today. Of course I will. How else would I eat? But if, yeah, a lot has happened.
We got another one here.
It's Lonnie. She's going to be in the October coaching group. That is really awesome. Transitioning from keto to carnivore. Lonnie, I'm excited to see you very soon. Thank you for donating to this awesome cause, Lonnie. I look forward to seeing your face on the screen very soon. Yeah, that's cool.
Awesome.
Kelly, I had one other question. This one's a little bit more personal, but I've had a lot of people ask me this on my channel. My wife, she was vegetarian for many years. She started doing carnivore. One day I have this saying, like, when you do carnivore, you become the captain of your own ship. You finally decide to take control. She said to me one day, I'm going to be the captain of my own ship. And I was like, oh, she's just going to do this keto thing again. Well, she started carnivore. She did really, really well. And then she went into it way too quick. She got the keto flu. She got horrible meat aversion, which I know you commented on earlier. Now she's doing keto and she's doing awesome on keto. Right. She wants to eventually go back to carnivore. She's just got this horrible meat aversion still. I'm like, maybe I should get her. She could do whatever she wants. Obviously, she's going to. We've been together since we were 14 years old, by the way. So.
Man, my husband too. Well, he was 14. I was 16, but yeah,
right.
Pretty much the same.
Yeah. So she's the boss in the situation, but coaching might be helpful for her. I'm not sure because she wants to. She saw the success on carnivore the first 10 days. Yeah. She stopped snoring in just a couple days. Every day you see it go down and down. Like, it's the inflammation, and she started feeling better, cleaning the house, mood improved. But yeah, then she got hit with the dreaded keto flu, and then she's just like couldn't stand eating meat. So
right. She okay with eggs or fish?
She's okay with eggs, not fish. Okay. She's just it's a tough one.
Yeah, it will pass. The longer she and honestly, if she's feeling good, and I even say this in my coaching groups, I do have some people who can incorporate some vegetables. There's nobody that I've ever met who's like, I don't know, Kelly, I just feel better with Doritos. Never. Right. But if somebody is eating an animal-based diet and they say, I actually feel really great with my avocado, whatever, right? I'm just so happy you're getting results and you feel good as long as you're getting true nutrition through animal products. But yeah, I do work with some people with like, hey, here's a real quick story, Carrie, in case you think your wife would have a hard struggle.
Yeah.
I had a group member one time. I did not know who she was, but we were on our first session of one of our 4 monthly meetings. And she had pushed the 3 dots on Zoom. So her hand went up, the electronic hand, right in the corner, and it pops her up to the top. And this woman, I'm going to call her Jane. Jane says, she had a beautiful accent, but I'm terrible at accents, but I'll try. She's like, hello, everybody. Today is my 10-year vegan anniversary. And we're all like, ooh, an intruder right now. I tried to play it cool. I was like, oh, okay. Hi. She said, but I have with me, and she picked up a mug, bone broth. I said, okay. She said she had signed up. I'll drop the accent. You're welcome. She signed up for the group because she knew that it started on her 10-year vegan anniversary, and she wanted to end it on camera to start carnivore with bone broth. She sipped it. I was like, how is it? She's like, oh, delicious. There you go. So she did struggle that month because she wanted to do it all at once in one day, and digestion wise, it's really tough. She didn't have the stomach acid for it, so she had to increase. But by the end of 30 days, she was feeling so much better and was enjoying meat. And now when I talk to her, she is eating meat and feeling good. So it can be done, but you're right. Sometimes a little slower is better.
Right. That's awesome.
I love that.
Everybody struggles, man, but the struggle's where you find out what works.
Yeah. Go ahead. No, that's the truth. Yes. All right. We've got Clutch V here on day 18. Thank you so much. Oh, did I already read Clutch V? Is this another middle school music teacher for 31 years? If so, wow. Welcome, everyone. All of the music teachers. Let's just eat meat and Sing Kumbaya. That's awesome.
Let's see.
That's all
Is
we have
that
for now.
Well,
Oh,
we're looking for
that's
the next
not-
one. Kelly, I had one more question. With all your experience doing carnivore, like we had Amanda on earlier, there's always these little nuggets and wisdom and things you pick up after doing it for a while. Is there anything that you found to be really helpful that maybe newbies watching that are just starting carnivore would be helpful for them?
Gosh, well, yeah, a lot of things. I just made a video recently about 20 ways to fight through carb cravings and addictions. Some of those things, I'll throw out one tip. If you ever notice, because this happens to so many people, they're doing great, and then they go to, say, a grocery store, which I'm setting at one right now, and they walk past a bakery and they smell it and they're triggered by something, or a commercial, or their husband sitting next to them eating frozen pizza. This is part of life, right? We're going to have cues and triggers, and inside of our brains, our dopamine levels start rising. This is called anticipatory dopamine. You haven't done anything wrong. You have not licked, taste, bite, not one touch of anything sweet or plant-based. However, those dopamine levels put you into seeking mode. Seek, seek, seek. And this is, a survival instinct. It's good. It drives us to go after meat, for example. What I want people to understand is it's sort of like Pavlov's dog. When your dopamine is up, whatever you do right then, you will crave more. If your anticipatory dopamine is up due to the bakery and you give in and eat the baked goods, you have reinforced, 100% reinforced that dopamine gets the baked goods. If, however, they say, oh my gosh, I know what I want, I'm not doing that. I'm going to eat a steak, get a hug, and take a walk. I want people to know this is just fact. It's based on a lot of science and a whole lot of experience working with people. You will start to crave those things instead. You will want the walk, the steak, and the hug. You have reinforced those behaviors and those substances while you're craving. So my little tidbit here would be, don't fear the craving, embrace it. When you feel that come and go, okay, this is it, my moment to reinforce what I really want for myself. So I'm going to make it good. I'm going to knock this one out of the park and put that anticipatory dopamine to good use.
Love it.
That's
Yes,
That's so
awesome.
good.
I'm going to cycle through a few more here real quick.
Okay.
Sure.
Third dose, carry on from Christopher Ellis, 50 of RON currency, whatever that is. I'm not
Thank
sure,
you
but
so
thank you
much,
very
Chris.
much.
We appreciate it, whatever it is.
It's like $10.
Tim is a new member. Carnivore Scott, super sticker. Thank you. B-Dog, super sticker, $10. Awesome. Carnivore Scott, $5. This is for you, Kelly.
Oh, nice. Thanks, Carnivore Scott. Appreciate you, man.
Here's one from Bobby R.
Woohoo. Thanks, Bobby.
And Susan
Susan
Boykin.
Boykin, my girl, my meat-eating, Jesus-loving, walking sister. Way to go. Thank you, Susan.
And one from Ketogenic Woman.
It's Anita. Oh, that's
Oh,
wonderful.
Anita.
Anita.
Oh,
the
she had Anita
Ketogenic
back.
Woman. We
Yeah,
love
Ketogenic
her.
Woman.
She's the
Yes.
best.
Oh, she's coming back to the group in October. She just had a big move. If y'all don't follow her YouTube channel, The Ketogenic Woman, she is amazing. She does Tuesday talks. I know y'all talked earlier about somebody having the most soothing voice on YouTube, and you were not wrong. But if you're looking for the female with the most soothing voice, it's Anita.
Right.
Kelly, we had Anita. We did a 10-hour live stream. We had Anita on, and I told her, I don't know how to describe you, but you're so soothing. It's almost like you're Bob Ross and Mr. Rogers as a carnivore woman. That's what it's like. I
That's
love
right.
her Tuesday talk. She's the best.
She
Thank
is
you,
the best.
Anita. Appreciate you.
Thank you.
Jump
There's
on
one
later,
more.
Anita, if you want. We can have you on here later.
Oh, that's awesome. Oh, Connie, that's so nice. Mostly for carnivore and pain-free, down 44 pounds. No, that's so big. When you go to the pet store and you pick up a 40-pound bag of dog food, try putting it in the cart or carrying it around. That's crazy. Connie, that's a big deal. Think how exhausting that would be to carry that around all day. Really proud of you.
Absolutely.
This is a good example. So
Oh,
Dante
yeah.
from Frigno Freedom has the rucksack, and this is 40 pounds. So I copied him, and at my heaviest, I was 100 pounds heavier than I am now.
Wow.
This 40 pounds is miserable carrying this
Yes.
thing around. It's so heavy. I was doing 100 before, but yeah,
It's
get
amazing.
a rucksack. Anyone watching that wants to really get some good exercises.
I lost the weight of my entire family
Oh my gosh.
put together. 269 pounds.
My
And
gosh.
since April of last year, and I cannot emphasize how much I am thankful about that. And that's not even the best thing. The depression being gone is the best thing by far.
Yes.
Yes.
But I am thankful for that 269 pounds is
That's
gone
right.
because it ain't coming back. It's gone.
Yes.
It
I
is
don't know
gone.
how many people have already said this today, and I don't know where it first came from, but came to carnivore, came for the vanity, stayed for the sanity. That's the
Yes.
truth. Yes.
100%.
Same here. Same here.
Yes.
I love the saying, passion lights the fire and purpose keeps it burning all night.
Oh, that's good.
Passion
that's a
lights
good one.
passion lights the fire and purpose keeps it burning all night. We come with passion to see results, but we stay because we find purpose and direction and accept that responsibility because it becomes something bigger than us.
Yeah, that's good. Solid.
Love it. Kelly, you're the best. This has been great.
Thanks, man.
You have 15 more hours you want to hang around for and keep us fired up?
I'm sure my family won't mind just hanging out across the street at the mall for the next
Right.
15 hours.
Well, I
Yeah,
hope
what
you
do
have
we-
fun and you be careful getting home too. I know you probably still got some traveling to do, so y'all be careful and have fun.
Thank you so much for having me. This really was a great time. I'm so happy that I had this beautiful weather and that it all worked out. So thanks, guys. I'm excited
Yes.
for the movie. And yeah, you're doing great things, all of you. I'm so thankful and impressed.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
A quick shout out
Thank
though
you.
for Kelly Hogan, My Zero Carb Life. Is that the best shout out for you? You want to shout anything else out real quick?
It is. It's My Zero Carb Life on YouTube. It's myzerocarblife.com. Yep, that's it.
Awesome.
Awesome.
Love it. Loved having you on here. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Bye, everybody.
Bye.
Bye. God bless you.
Bye.
Bye, Kelly.
Wow.
Awesome. Carrie, I swear, I never thought I would meet somebody that has more energy than you.
Yeah. You got it,
She's
man.
got you beat.
I wasn't joking when I said, could she stay on for 15 hours? It got my batteries recharged a little bit. I think that'll get us through it. Maybe. We'll see in another hour or two.
Right,
How are you
right.
guys doing?
I don't know how we existed with you, me, and Kelly all in the same place at the same time. And then you
Right.
throw in Dr. Barry. Good
Yeah.
gracious.
Wow.
Yeah,
I'm so
mind
happy
blown.
Dr. Barry jumped on.
All I
Wow.
can say is huzzah.
Yes, I saw you do that. Nice.
There you go.
What just an amazing guy. Can you imagine how busy he is? The dude's traveling, he's in Poland, he's been working all day, jet lag, and he still gets on the phone for us. Just amazing. He's such a good dude. I said that before. Like I've seen him go on people's YouTube channels that are just brand new. He has no motive or bias other than he's just a really, really good dude. I'm so happy we were able to get a little time with him, and yeah.
Very, very generous with his time.
Yeah.
Thankful.
Hey, should we check in with Alia Wells? Happy birthday.
Yep.
I think we should sing it.
Happy
Let's sing it.
birthday.
Everybody on three. 1, 2, 3. Happy birthday,
Happy birthday
to
to
you.
you.
Happy
Happy
birthday
birthday to you.
Happy birthday,
dear
dear
Alia.
Happy
Happy
birthday to you.
This is the worst
I love
happy
how everybody
birthday
says my name
ever.
differently.
That sounded horrible.
It
You should have
was.
done it with Dr. Barry on.
Carnivores can do anything except sing.
Except
I
saying.
should have been like, Dr. Barry, I got one question. How well do you sing Happy Birthday? Go. Wow, what a waste.
Right?
Well, while I'm here, I might as well show you where we're at, huh?
Yeah.
Let's do it.
Let's do this. Give me 1 second. We just passed an amazing milestone for the day.
Uh-oh.
Here we go. $16,000.
What?
Woo!
What?
That's
Awesome.
crazy. You guys are
Oh,
awesome.
this is
Thank
crazy.
you so much, everybody. That's like basically $2,000 an hour. We still want to make this 50,000. So what is that math? I didn't do it. I should have
Yeah,
been
what else?
prepared.
What else can we offer? We offered up you're in the credits, and you can have a private call if you want to consult. You got some ideas for the documentary. I'm open to ideas.
How many projectors do you have?
I got one right there for sure. I've got some other stuff too. We can do a projector.
Yeah, $250 for a projector, a 4K projector.
You go, Alia.
Yeah, there we go.
It's a 1080p projector. It's a home projector. This is actually a cool one because the old school ones are like really wide. This is brand new in the box. We just took it out to take a video of it. USB, HD. You can play movies, music on it. Watch movies at home. The first one.
Here, I want to give a quick shout out to Johnny again.
Nice.
So this is the cutting board that you get. You guys, this thing it's really, really nice. Laser engraved. It's customized with your name. And portion of the proceeds goes to the Carnivore Diet documentary. So if you get a chance, hop on, go to carnivoredietmovie.com, and on the front page, there's a button that you can click on, a link to go purchase water bottles and the cutting boards.
Nice. And it's like for $30 for that cutting board, that's actually a pretty darn good price considering it's customized and engraved with whatever you want. It would make one heck of a good gift if someone's got a birthday coming up or thinking of the holidays. Get yourself a cutting board. What better gift for a carnivore than a cutting board? That's
Absolutely.
my plate for sure. Awesome. All right. Hey, should we watch another hope segment from one of our individuals?
Sure.
See, we got some really good ones in here. It's hard for me to pick one. I'll pick this one. Here we go. This is Farmer's Wife, Carnivore Life. Her link is in the description below.
My name is Lauren and I'm from Farmer's Wife Carnivore Life. I'm just doing a quick video today just to put in short my carnivore journey to try and inspire as many people as we can for this carnivore diet documentary that Kerry at Homestead How has very kindly started putting together and making this happen, which is really, really exciting. So going back to April 2022 last year, I became very, very sick. I had a lot of symptoms, a lot of ailments. My main one was something called LPR, which they also call silent reflux, which is a lump in the throat and just a feeling of obstruction. I couldn't eat anything. I lost a lot of weight. Every time I did try to eat something, I felt like my food was getting stuck. I went down to my lowest weight that I had been since I was an early teenager, getting down to about 7 stone and 10 pounds, which was really not a good look for me. I was very, very underweight. I just couldn't eat anything. Every time I ate something, I would react, and even healthy foods, such as vegetables and fruits and nuts and seeds and all different things, I was still having reactions to. I would get swollen eyes, styes in my eyes, stuffy nose, ulcers on my tongue, a sore mouth, earache. I had chronic UTIs, chronic yeast infections, verrucas on my feet, Raynaud's syndrome, which is where your hands go very stiff and almost like joint pain, a bit like, feels like what I think arthritis would feel like, very painful in your hands, and they go very cold. I was very sensitive to the cold and never ever felt warm. I had a whole host of issues that I needed sorting, but because of all of these, I started to suffer from severe depression, suicidal depression. I began to think to myself, if I have to live like this with all these problems, then I just would rather not live. So I drastically had to take some measure to try and prevent me from having this debilitating depression. So I went to the doctor and I got put on pills after pill. One was an acid blocker to try and get rid of this lump in my throat. And I came away, started taking that, did not get better at all. In fact, I got worse and worse. Went back to the doctor, and then of course I got given a double dose of my acid blocker. So they said take more, and a higher dose as well. Came away, again, was just getting worse and worse. I then went back to the doctor with my debilitating depression because of feeling like this with all my other symptoms, and I then got put on an antidepressant. So I came away, I was on acid blockers, antidepressants, and they also wanted to give me something for my anxiety as well, because I was struggling doing my everyday tasks and I was getting anxious just to leave the house. So after realizing that none of those were working and not doing me any good, I took matters into my own hands and I found a herbalist and went down a herbal route. She was the first person to suggest that I cut out things from my diet. She suggested I cut out dairy. She suggested I cut out gluten, which I did, and I felt better to a certain extent, but I still wasn't fully healed. It wasn't until one day I was making my lovely family a roast dinner, and it was roast lamb, and I took that roast lamb out of the oven and I smelt it and saw the fat, and my body was just telling me to eat that food, eat that lamb, eat that fat. So I actually googled if eating meat was that bad for you, and I came across the carnivore diet, luckily, and I have been on the carnivore diet for 3 months and I've managed to heal all of my problems. My tinnitus went away, my energy improved, my sleep got better, the lump in my throat has gone, I get no acid reflux, I get no food reactions, I have no styes in my eyes, no ulcers in my mouth, no sore mouth, no Raynaud's, no joint pain. All of these things just started clearing up within the 3 months. I am left with 3 symptoms. One is I still have floaters in my eyes, another is I still have skin tags on my neck, and another one is I still haven't had a period. I haven't had a period for a long time, but I'm hoping that I can also heal all these things with the carnivore diet. So please follow me or subscribe to my channel at Farmer's Wife Carnivore Life and join me on my journey, and hopefully you guys can help me as well, and hopefully I can help you. So cheers.
Awesome. So we got more
awesome.
of those to come. Those are always fun. Look at that. We just hit 9 hours.
Woo!
Amazing.
Yay!
So I've got to cook myself a steak now.
You got to do it right in front of us, don't you?
If
Y'all
you guys
had
want
nothing to
to,
say. You
What's
guys
that?
had nothing. You guys had nothing to say earlier when I was cooking a steak. Like I grilled 5 steaks, and y'all were just like,
Man, you've been
not a
doing
word.
everything.
You've been
Dude,
getting it done.
I worked out. I put in 2 45-minute workouts today. I got grilled steaks. I've been, I don't know, man. Y'all,
And,
you know,
and you're just sitting there looking sexy. So, you know,
Right.
what,
Well, I don't
what's our
know
excuse?
about. I don't know about that. now it's getting deep in here.
Hey, why don't we do this? We could take some super chats, questions in the chat. I'm going to go back behind me. I got my phone up there. We'll see if it works. I'm going to try to cook a ribeye real quick. I'm not going to take too long on this, but I wanted to show you guys what I got going on over there. And so I'm gonna close this one off because I think it's going to echo. So I'll jump back on here in a second. Or I'm just going to go to bed and you guys can run the rest of this for 15 hours, okay?
Good night. What's he doing?
I think he said he's going to cook himself a steak, so we get to hang out and see what's up. So
Okay, all right.
That's pretty cool. He's got.
I see the steak cam is up.
Oh my
Can you hear me
goodness!
okay?
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, let me see. Oh, getting an echo.
How did you set off the fire alarm and you hadn't even got the steak going yet? I don't know. I think we can hear him. I'm not sure he can hear us.
Can you hear me now? I can hear you, kind of.
We can
Yes,
hear you,
Jared.
barely.
What, Jared from State
All right,
Farm.
I got to do a quick shout out. This is Colorado Craft Beef. I'm not an affiliate for them. We don't get anything for them. They sent me these and they said, try it if you like it. Maybe we'll send you some more. Yeah, because I got to eat. I got to eat, right? So
Yes.
here's, I got to wash my hands. This is the ribeye.
Nice.
Both bone and ribeye. I've been looking forward to this thing all day. This is the Ninja air fryer. the build model. So he said, have it up on the top, put it on broil. It's already sizzling. Wash my hands.
Was that vegetable oil?
A little bit of vegetable oil is fine. Yep.
Okay.
You want to impress me? Send me some Colorado beef. That's what I'm talking about. I got to sit here and watch you eat it.
Yes.
All right.
That's like torture.